Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, Gumi, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obune kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
Shayi kudin biya kuma sun haɗi sai yayi wannan larabci kama mawi ashara wahid kullu wahidin ashara shayi mai shayi am shayi
okay now to pese bifi my pen asipana wata do wani forget me okay baba yelo bifi wanne ikeyanya mama musina nwa metogo kwa Agana nwa mujelumba owe butike Aganilu ne butilo wanne mo Ata wanke ya diba baya jomwa Ayandaba Soko sunu baby subramia Ejemo Anamana Ejemo Anamana Wana mejemo Anamu Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmo Egumma wego Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmo Egumma wego Obodo jisike nubo seruna Oyibo
It is everyone, befere,
Ayanda
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. We mo. No basa ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna mota hakuna toga book.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún lè yé, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ máa ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdò lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is. There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever it is you are. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session. How does life change other than, well, I don't know how to complete that metaphor, so let me abandon it. But you know what I mean? Another day, another session. Another day with your friendly neighborhood or you are laughing man. You know that guy that talks in that peculiar voice. Yeah, this is me. It is I. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. You know, I've said this before, so maybe it's not something that will surprise you. you know, I always get nervous every time I start. Yeah, I don't know why. You know, I've done goodness knows how many of these sessions, but every single time I start, I always get nervous. I'm not quite sure if that is good or bad, but every single time I start, as soon as the session continues to progress, then the nerves go. But whenever I start, I always start nervous. But good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So the usual protocol, you know what will make me feel less nervous is if you clicked on the like button. So that will make me feel less nervous. And by the way, for the people watching this, yeah, probably Choma. For the people watching in playback as well, because I know we get a lot of rewatch, still click on the like and subscribe. That's still within your space to do that. I was going to say within your gift. It's still within your gift to do that. So the likes and the subscribes don't end with the live streaming. If you are watching on playback, you can still do those as well. Click on like and then click on subscribe. It helps with the algorithm. So if you want the progression of the platform, then those are things you have to do. So, and it's at no cost to you. So why not do it? You know, it befuddles. You know, I often put up a post to say, have you liked, shared, and subscribed? You see, it's like a poll. I always do it every session. Have you liked, shared, and subscribed? Over 100 and something people click on that. But then when you look at the like, it's usually 10 people. So that tells you then that the abundance really watching us in spite, you know, out of spite, not in spite, but out of spite. So whether you're spitefully watching or not, still give it a grudging like and give it a grudging subscription. So click on like and subscribe. So do that. If you want to be an active participant as well, if you want to be part of the in crew, if you want to be part of the cool cart, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'm talking slowly so I can bring it up. So if you want to be part of the cool kids, if you want to be one of the cool carts, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. We have one person with us at the moment. So we need, the studio takes 10 minus me. So we're looking for 8 more people. And it fills up fairly quickly. So if you want to be an active participant, then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's right there. The first item after Alexander Gomez's handsome super chat. So click on that and then come join in the conversation. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be part of the if you want to be part of the conversation, and click on the $ at the bottom of the screen to super chat or super sticker towards the stream. So that is the example that Alexander Gomez said, which is says, greetings, folks. So you can tell that it's a Texan, so that's very American. So my people is what we say in Nigeria, but Alexander's so long in America now, there's nothing Nigerian about him anymore. Greeting folks, Alexander Gomez says. So join in that example, click on the $sign. So match or surpass what Alexander Gomez has put up. Like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and share. So do all those things and you have this glowing feeling of warmth envelop your body. So that's usually how it works. You know, that feel good. It will give you that feel good feeling, a glowing feeling of warmth. So a glowing feeling of warmth. So let's just launch into it. A lot to go through. So let's just launch immediately to it. The headline piece, Sheikh Gumi distancing himself from the day of anarchy being planned by the obedient and the Showore space. So that's day of anarchy now. I think a week or so away. We'll see how that plays out. Islamic cleric Gumi calls on Nigerian youths to postpone anti-government protest for adequate preparation. Controversial Islamic scholar Sheikh Ahmed Abubakar Gumi has urged Nigerian youths to postpone their planned end bad governance in Nigeria protest slated for August the 1st to January next year, emphasizing the need for better organization. Yes, let's carry on and then we'll see what we're making of it. Gumi, in a video obtained by correspondents, highlighted the critical role of youth in the nation's future, saying Nigerian youth can be said to be the last hope of this nation. He therefore advised the youth to involve various associations in the protest planning, noting the youth should wait and make adequate and proper preparation and arrangements for the protest. He criticized labor union for often being silenced by government bribes and stressed the government's responsibility to address the issue. So that's somewhat of a tepid. I'm not quite sure what we can make of that. Is that an endorsement, or is it a bit of a PR on the part of Sheikh Gumi, wanting them to sheave for the moment, so that it gives the window for the government to grapple with the situation? Addressing widespread corruption, Gumi praised youth's initiative against bad governance, calling it a greater precursor of a brighter future for this nation. He however, warned that a premature action could lead to anarchy and called for sufficient time to articulate demands effectively. Gumi expressed hope that the youth would heed his advice. I pray they listen. So there it is. Okay, let's take it to the end. So that's Gumi somewhat, double talking as we know him for. Correspondents reportedly reported that Gumi urged Nigerians to engage in peaceful protest as a means of conveying their grievances to the government, emphasizing that protests are crucial tools for driving change. So I don't recall him advocating for this under the brutal 8 years of Muhammadu Buhari. In a video clip seen by correspondents, Sheikh Gumi emphasized the importance of peaceful demonstration, whilst cautioning against the use of violence and incitement. So I think incitement already embedded in the narrative of this day of rage or day of anarchy that's been planned. Politicians are very stubborn. It is mass protests that only disturb them. Addressing concerns over comparisons with past protests in countries like Sudan, Lebanon, Liberia, Gumi emphasized Nigeria's unique diversity. In Sudan and Liberia, the conflicts were like family feuds, which are very dangerous. But Nigeria is different, with diverse ethnicity, religion, cultures, tribes, and sects, he explained, noting internal tension even within religious sects like the Izala in Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure if that doesn't add actually more potency to it. So if Nigeria is that diverse, then that divergence makes it more of a powder keg protest than anything else, because everybody agitating for their pecuniary interest, and often those interests no, they don't even overlap. A lot of those interests will overlap, of course. The hardship overlaps, but the peculiarity of their interest, it comes in conflict, you know. So the way that somebody from Borno State with the best will in the world sees the world is totally different from the way somebody from Abeokuta sees the world. So there's no convergence to say there's a uniformity there. So that diversity in itself is a potent danger for that protest. So diversity portending danger. Let's go to America for a moment. Kamala Harris sets record, raises $81 million in 24 hours for campaign. So there it is. Is it even worth the effort reading this? Democrat donors have poured a record amount into United States Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign in the 24 hours since Joe Biden stepped down from the White House race and endorsed his erstwhile running mate. Tim Harris raised, so I'm not sure if this means anything. I cannot see how she can defeat Trump, but we'll see how that plays out. But let's go to more interesting spaces. Actually, before I go to, I'll read you the headline, and then I'll play you two clips, and then we can pick it up from the readout. Nigerian Petroleum Minister Lakobiri meets Dangote, heads of NMDPRA, NMPC, amidst tension on Lagos refinery. So there it is. We were waiting for the moment that the government would step in, but then the government, of course, are at the heart of a lot of the controversies going on there. But let me play you these two clips just to give you the backdrop of what led to this headline. Where is it? Yes, what this first.
On 22nd of October 2003, that's when Obasanjo's government said NNPC should be buying crude at official selling price. That is for NNPC refineries. Oh. So if you look at back then, I repeat, 22nd of October 2003, that was the beginning of now operating on a commercial basis in terms of as far as crude oil to NNPC was concerned. No more discount crude to NNPC. So if the government can do that to NNPC refinery, which is government owned, back then, I don't think NNPC can give any discount to anyone. Or, so we have to be fair as a regulator. NNPC, we regulate NNPC just like we regulate Dangote, just like we regulate LNG, just like we regulate other modular refineries, because they're all the same. NNPC now is commercial. You understand? So they are no different than any one of them. We regulate NNPC whether it's midstream or downstream. PR0T regulate NNPC in upstream. Just like they regulate Shell, ExxonMobil, and others. So there's no difference, So, and as a regulator, we have to give a level playing field to ensure that there's competition, and there's choice. We cannot concentrate, say, you must go to NNPC for everything you need. No. If there are choices, you have choice to go to anywhere. If NNPC refineries are running today, nobody is going to say you must go to NNPC refinery and buy. Because it's availability is there. People are there to go and make choice. Depend on what? Commercial advantage or pricing. Just like you have in the telecommunications. You cannot tell me I must go to Glo to buy my SIM card. Because I have choice. I can go to MTN, I can go to 9Mobile, I can go anywhere because I'm looking for choice, service. So if anyone wants to come and invest in Nigeria in any sector, we are here to support, but we cannot allow anyone to take advantage of the consumer. Basically, that's what it is.
So there it is right there. So that right there is that is it Tuka, whatever his name is, that is agitating against Dangote. So now actually let me play you this and then I'll play you Dangote to end that. So let me play you this just to build the story.
Oji, it's a very ironical question because historically since 1972 that we've been importing petroleum products, there is no single time in which the petroleum products imported into Nigeria for diesel, for the for the sulfur content and the octane level has met up with the ECOWAS framework that is set. This is the first time we're having an entrepreneur build a refinery that is bringing us close to having products that meets up with the regulatory standards and that can compete anywhere in the world. The petroleum products consumed in Nigeria will never be allowed to enter the European Union, will never be allowed to enter the US markets. That is to show you how bad it is. And the fact that we've allowed this for years, cheap petrol, cheap diesel, that has contributed to the life cycle of engines and cars and the public health of Nigerians. And it points to the fact that the regulator has failed to do his job, which is to test these products at entry. Okay? So basically, the refinery has what they call the hydrotreater. Is a distillation and cracking unit, that is going to further treat and refine the products to the specific levels. And it's promised. To be honest with you, I believe Aliko Dangote more than I believe NNPCL. And I'll say it. I have always said it, and I'll say it here for the world to hear. I believe Aliko Dangote more than I believe NNPCL. If he says he's going to get it to 10 ppm for sulfur content, and he's going to get your research octane level and motor octane level to 93 to 95 ppm, he's going to do it. NNPC has been promising turnaround maintenance for 4 dead refineries since forever, and they've not been able to pull it up. And they spent 12 trillion naira so far. So who should we believe?
All right.
All right. So who should we believe? I suspect we all believe this man. So let me play you this.
Another complaint that I had, which I think the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker also raised with me, say, okay, why did we drop the price of diesel when we started? We drop it from, is it the bad quality we are producing or what? I said that no. Even at the 650 ppm and 700 ppm that we are producing was a better quality than what was, imported. And I'm sure, Your Excellency, sir, most of you have problems with their vehicles. Either you have had or you are still having problems with their vehicles. It's because of the bad fuel that we're importing into the country. I still stand by what I said. Go to filling stations, you can pick up and you can check the quality. That's the only way. But all this one, somebody will bring in a sheaf and say that, yes, this is the quality. Bring in fake certificate. This one, when we go ahead, we will say more. We will say more in the sense that, we know where they blend this in. Some of the terminals, some of the NNPC people, and some, traders have opened a blending plant somewhere off Malta. We all know these areas. We know what they are doing. It's not that we don't know. And really, like what I said, I've been fighting all my life. Somebody now said, okay, Mr. Dangote, I heard that, some people came to your hotel to ask of your name, and you don't know who they are. You say, yes, they did. But look, I am a very, very fearless person. I believe so much in God, and I don't fear anybody. They can do whatever that they want, and I am not scared. I will fight head on. It's not a question of this, so they can do whatever that they like.
So there it is right there. So that's the backdrop to it. And it looks as though yes, I'm looking at the comment section and talking to you guys as well. So that's the backdrop to it. There is a curious thing going on, as though the government is trying to sabotage somewhat this long-awaited, much-needed refinery. So Dangote, by the way, is buying petroleum from places as far-flung as the United States of America. Brazil is even in negotiations to buy crude from Libya. So that's somewhat of a curiosity. Nigeria is the top 7 largest oil exporting countries in the world. We have an abundance of this crude, but this guy is going to places as far-flung as the United States and Brazil. So demurrage and all of that, all of those narratives that speaks to why fuel is expensive, the importation of it, so that narrative still will subsist in the pricing if that continues. If Dangote is having to import fuel as far away as the Americas, then that embeds in the cost when it gets to the pump. So a lot of that. But why is Nigeria one of the top 10 largest oil gifted country on the planet? Why are they not able to satiate this much needed national monument? So that's the question, and it looks as though the government moving to resolve it now. Nigerian Petroleum Minister Lokobiri meets Dangote, head of NMDPRA, NMPC, amidst tension on Lagos refinery. So something has to give, and it has to give immediately. Senator Heineken Lokobiri, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, has chaired a high-level meeting over the challenges facing the Dangote refinery Lagos, which the government believes is a critical project in the oil sector. So a lot of the success of the Tinubu administration is dependent on the success of that singular refinery. A lot of that success is dependent on that singular refinery. So why quite they are letting it play out like this? And a government functionary is trying to cast doubt on the quality of that refinery. These are things that needs to be addressed. So to address it are these. Let me take it from top again, speed through it. Nigerian Petroleum Minister Lokobiri meets Dangote, head of NMDPRA and NPC, amidst tension on Lagos refinery. Senator Heineken Lokobiri, Senator Heineken Lokobiri, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, has chaired a high-level meeting over the challenges facing the Dangote refinery, Lagos, which the government believes is a critical project in the oil sector. A statement on Monday by the Special Advisor, Media and Communications to the Minister, Something Okafor, said the meeting was attended by Mr. Aliko Dangote, Chairman CEO Dangote Group, Mr. Farouk Ahmed, the wayward Minister of Functionary of an Agency, Authority Chief Executive of Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Others are Mr. Benga Komolafe, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, and Mr. Mele Kyari, Group Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, NNPC. According to the statement, the stakeholders expressed their gratitude to the minister for his exemplary leadership and timely intervention in facilitating the crucial dialogue. The meeting focused on finding a sustainable and lasting solution to the current impasse affecting the Dangote refinery, with all parties demonstrating a commitment to collaborative and proactive problem solving. So that should have been the bedrock of that relationship anyway, without that chap coming into the space. And so that's the second video he has actually done to try and cast aspersions on the Dangote. That guy should not be in that position for too much longer. That Farouk, whatever. The meeting focused on finding a sustainable and lasting solution to the current impasse affecting the Dangote refinery, with all parties demonstrating a commitment to collaborative and proactive problem solving. The minister, the statement noted, emphasized the importance of cooperation and synergy amongst all stakeholders to ensure the success and optimal performance of the oil and gas sector, which is pivotal to Nigeria's economic growth and energy security. The meeting marks a significant step towards resolving the challenges and underscores the minister's dedication to fostering a conducive environment for Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Meanwhile, the minister, in the post on his Twitter handle, said the meeting was a collaborative effort to find sustainable, etc., etc. So that is it right there. But we wonder where that will land. So keeping a beady eye on that, but going back to all matters, demonstration, riot, etc. Protect FCT CP urges residents. So I'm not quite sure if it's the residents that should be protecting FCT or the police, but is it now launching the people against the protesters? Is this what we're looking at? Protect FCT CP urges residents. So the FCT Commissioner of Police, Bennett Igwe, has called on residents and indigents not to partake in the nationwide protest. So that's the call. It's not ruling them out on the street. Some groups and citizens had scheduled the nationwide protest on August the 1st in response to the economic hardship in the country. However, the FCTCP, while speaking with journalists in Abuja on Monday, urged residents to shun the protest. He stated that the police have made significant efforts to ensure security in the FCT, adding that the protest could jeopardize it. Igwe said, I want to appeal specifically to the residents and indigents and everybody in the FCT. Please, lions do not destroy their den. You cannot see a lion who destroys its den. No, I would not like you to join this protest. I plead with you because we have worked hard to ensure your safety. We have fought those people outside Abuja. We have been to Kaduna, Nasarawa, and Niger to fight criminals so that you can be safe. I have lost men last week. I have lost men last week alone in Gidango. I lost 2 policemen. The other day, I lost 2 more. Let our loss pay for the protest. I want to plead with you. I don't need you to be in the streets before somebody will say they are trying the police might, or you will say, you will do this, you will do that. Please, please, don't destroy what you are living. Don't destroy where you are living. So that's I don't actually see, because Abuja is too sophisticated for demonstration. So I'm not quite saying that how that will hold. Dangote says farm will draw plans. I think this was from yesterday. So let's see. So we've done that one. Right. Let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one because I think we have. Oh, did I? Oh, okay. Let's go on to this one. Oh, yes. Let's acknowledge Isaac Ojo right there, and Chioma are joining Alexander Gomez in the super chat spaces. So let's go on to this storyline because we have Emeka on the screen, and I know he speaks to economic things. Debt service cost gulp 75% of federal government's revenue in Q1. So that might alarm you as a headline, but actually that is good news. So 75% of the revenue being gulped by debt is alarming, but it's also good news. 90-something% was what the Buhari space was using to service debt in their own incarnation. So the debt to debt to revenue ratios is significantly coming down. Debt, so there it is, and some debts paid off, so servicing them no longer. In Q1 2024, debt servicing consumed about 74% of Nigeria's federal government revenue, amounting to 1.31 trillion naira out of the 1.76 trillion retained revenue. This financial strain highlights the government's ongoing challenges in managing debt despite a reduction in fiscal deficit and overall expenditure. Alarmingly, the high debt service cost overshadow spending on essential sectors like personnel and capital expenditure. So we will never make progress until our capital expenditure supersedes all other expenses. So we have the recurrent, you have the debt servicing, you have all of them fall under recurrent, by the way, but they take the abundance of the country's revenue and then you have small change. So that's why you don't see development in Nigeria. Alarmingly, the high debt service cost overshadow spending on essential sectors like personnel and capital expenditures, signaling a need for urgent economic reforms to sustain growth and development. Debt service cost has consumed about 74% of the federal government's retained revenue in the first quarter of 2024. This is according to the latest quarterly statistical bulletin from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. In Q1 2024, the federal government had a retained revenue of 1.76 trillion naira. So there it is. Yes, let's leave that there. Let's leave that there. I think the headline actually tells us as much as we're going to glean from that. The headline tells us as much as we're going to glean from that. So that we've already covered. Let me give you this one. This one should get the opposition spaces going. This one should get the opposition spaces going. Yes, this one should. And by the way, the room needs populating. We need people on the panel. Let me send the link before I do this readout. So we need people on the panel. So if you want the conversation, then please hop on. Right. Shoyinka, I intend to keep quiet about Tinubu's administration for now. So a lot of people have been pushing him that he said it was good to give them 1 year before it comes to a verdict. And it looks as though he's addressing that now. The Nobel laureate, of course. Shoyinka, I intend to keep quiet about Tinubu's administration for now. So let's get into it. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has said he intends to keep quiet for now about the performance of the Bola Tinubu's administration. Soyinka said this was responding to questions in an interview session by a team from a magazine in commemoration of his 90th birthday. The team, pardon me, I thought somebody was signaling me there. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has said he intends to keep quiet for now about the performance of the Bola Tinubu's administration. Soyinka said this was responding to questions in an interview by a team of our journalists on his 90th birthday. The team had asked Soyinka when he would fulfill his promise. The team had asked Soyinka when he would fulfill the promise he made about speaking on the performance of President Tinubu after the administration marked 1 year in office. The literary giant made the promise during his visit to Tinubu in Lagos late last year. However, the Nobel laureate told the team from the magazine that he knew that there are many people waiting for him to speak about Tinubu's administration just for the sake of jumping at his throat, but he will disappoint them by keeping quiet for now. So he knows that if Soyinka runs commentaries on Tinubu's administration now, it'll be very difficult for him to paint anything like a positive picture. So what they're actually, and for reasons that policies are still in the workings, rather than to say that, and the economy is biting as well. Policies are still in the workings and the economy is biting as well. So there is no way to flower over it to people who might not understand the nuance of what is going on within the space. So there is no way to flower it. So he understands what is going on and is waiting for the germination of it before he speaks. Because Sheikh doesn't especially care for or against Tinubu, and he holds no, he doesn't lose a moment's sleep criticizing Tinubu if he feels that he needs to be criticized. But he understands, he sees the policies, he sees the trajectory of the policy, but he also sees the weight of those policies and the economic situation on the people. So if he runs commentaries now and he runs commentaries to how the policies have to that has to guide through a pain period to land at a better place, the people will lash him. And then if he goes towards that kumbayaism, that populism, that look, oh, we are dying. If he goes towards that, then he will be disingenuous. So the best thing is to hold his own peace until events unfurl a bit more. That's why a lot of people say you cannot actually come to any conclusions about Tinubu's administration until he's completed the first 6 years. That's when you can judge him now. You cannot come to any conclusion until he has completed the first 6 years. I intend to keep quiet about Tinubu's administration for now, so I'll speak through. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has said he intends to keep quiet for now about the performance of the Bola Tinubu administration. Soyinka said this was responding to questions in an interview session by a team of journalists commemorating his 90th birthday. The team had asked Soyinka when he will fulfill the promise he made about speaking on the performance of President Tinubu after the administration marked 1 year in office. The literary giant made the promise during his visit to Tinubu in Lagos late last year. However, the Nobel laureate told the team from the magazine that he knew that there are many people waiting for him to speak about the Tinubu's administration just for the sake of jumping down his throat, but he will disappoint them by keeping quiet for now. Soyinka said, "First of all, understand that I don't live on an alarm clock, and I hope nobody is so naive as to think that on the dot of 1 year, I am going to speak." That's number one. Number two, you asked the question nicely. Do I have anything to say? And so on, which is the way it should be. I know that there are some people out there who are waiting for Wole Soyinka to speak. Whatever he says, they are going to jump at him. If you read my baiting, Igbophobia, so that's what he wrote. Also, I'm not quite sure. That's what he wrote. If you read my baiting Igbophobia, I narrated a conversation which was transmitted to me, in which these people sent one of their marching orders to somebody that she should go and deal with me. The man said, "You know, I don't understand what Shoyinka says." Pardon me, they told him, "Who says you should understand? Anytime he opens his mouth, jump at his throat." That is the way they put it. I am quoting them. And my response to that, of course, is that I have swallowed more toxic nonsense in my life. Anybody who jumps in my throat, I will swallow and excrete it in the rear and about my business normally. So I didn't even know it was going to go in this direction. So they are there salivating, waiting for Wole Soyinka to speak after cutting my American green card. I did not announce it for several months. So they are there salivating, waiting for Wole Soyinka to speak. After cutting my American green card, I did not announce it for several months. The same way I intend to keep quiet for now and not make any public statement. As far as I am concerned, they can go and commit suicide. So Wole Soyinka is now using "go and hug transformer" as a language. This is where we are now. This is the language of now, isn't it? Go and hug transformer. As far as I am concerned, they can go and commit suicide wherever they are, or come and jump in my throat as they have been directed. I know those who are waiting. I want to disappoint them. So there it is right there. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets anything like better. That's just where we are within the Nigerian paradigm. It's going to get a significantly amount of time, a lot worse before it gets anything like better. So that's what I've got. So we played the Kegite music. Hopefully the panel populates, and then we'll have a conversation. But that is what I've got. So let's play the Kegite music. See if and how the session takes shape. I always struggle to find it, but I find it eventually. Here they are, the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh, Hapa oh night oh, Hapa you don't come oh, Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. I've got actually one more clip to play to you as I bring on the panelists. So this now speaks to the students' loan, but applications are coming in, but from where? What this? Let me bring on the panelists that we have so far. King Emeka joins us. Always a delight when Mekus is here. Isaac Black is in the house. Always a delight when Isaac is here. Arogidigba, we'll start with you and then go to Emeka. Let me play this clip and then we kick off the conversation. There's plenty of room still in the studio. Anybody else hop hop on.
It wasn't necessarily obvious to everybody. Essentially, if I just give a little bit of background, when students apply for these loans, they have the opportunity to apply for two types of loans. One is the loan that pays their educational fees. If that is approved, the funds are sent directly to the institution. What you witnessed today was institutions collecting checks for the multiple people who applied for the loans. So one institution taking a check might be taking the check today for 40, 50, 60, 100, 1,000, 2,000 people. So that's what the institutional check represented or represents. So it's a check that covers the multiplicity of students that actually applied and got the loan to go to that institution. What you witnessed when you saw the students going up to collect a check was the second half or the second part of the loan, which is an upkeep loan. So you apply for the institutional loan, your fees are paid, or you get approval for the fees being paid. You can then apply for a monthly stipend or for a stipend that covers your time there. That goes directly to the student if they are successful. So what you witnessed was that stipend being given as a check to the individual students. Just to clarify, one is contingent on the other. So you can't get the stipend unless your fees are being paid and you're going to an institution. But you can get the fees paid and decline the loan for the stipend. So the students you saw today might well, their fees might well have been in the checks given to the vice chancellors. Thank you. In terms of the institution with the highest number of applications, I'm sorry I don't have those numbers at my fingertips here. But certainly please get in touch with me and we'll be happy to give you that information. There are two questions there actually, or there are two things we're looking at. Yeah, I'm going to come to the zone. There are two things we're looking at there. One is the one with the highest number of applications, and then the one with the highest amount of funding that we need to give them. Because remember, the fees are variable from place to place. So that's information that we have. We have a lot of data. The zones, which the Lands President... Yes. The zones with the highest and the segments of the institutions with the highest. So I can say to you that there's been the northern institutions in the north of the country have been very proactive at supporting and helping their students and in providing their data to us. So that's where the leaning is currently. But that's to be expected because they seem to be very well organized in terms of networking in the northern part of the country. In the southern part of the country, there's growing awareness and there's growing interest. And I think there's been a lot of skepticism generally. And I think the most skeptical part of the country is in the south. They question everything. Is it true? Is it real? Is it a scam? And I think, what you witnessed today with us actually starting this disbursement program is to say that this is not no fund, this is nil fund, right? And we're trying to ensure that people know that this is not, it's not a trick, it's not a game. Mr. President has backed this with cash, and we're going to disburse that cash. So I think we'll see the skepticism that you find mainly in the southern part begin to disappear when we start paying out. In terms of the three levels of institutions, the universities are the ones with the highest demand for the loans, more so than, and then I think it's followed by the polytechnics and then the teacher training colleges. And I think it's probably going to remain that way. The bias is going to remain that way. I don't know if I answered all your questions, but those are the...
Today we are excited. Nigerian students are happy that the dream come true. It was once a bill, becomes an art, and today is the presidential launch and disbursement to applicants. We are very proud of this. And we, as Nigerian students, will call it a new dawn in the education sector.
Hold on. Bear with me 1 second. So there it is. A new dawn in the educational sector. So there it is. There was one more clip that I wanted to play you, but it's not fully ready yet. But let's kick off the conversation. Kick it off with King Emeka. Mikkels, you're up first.
Yeah, thank me, woman. I appreciate your efforts. Good evening, everyone, fellow panelists and viewers at home. Comment section too. I salute you guys for keeping the place interactive. And also, those who are watching quietly at home, please keep enjoying the show. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe too, as well as inform your friends, your family, your loved ones, and those with side chicks, inform your side chicks too, like Akpabio. And don't forget your enemies. Don't always forget your enemies.
Is it not in Edo that they are claiming is a side chick? Is it in
The
Edo?
man has plenty side chicks. So in
But
Edo,
did
the
you see
one
that
that
story though? Did you see
I
that story
saw it.
about Inedo? Yeah.
Yes, but Inedo has always been a chief suspect now. I don't think Akpabio was the first sugar daddy she ever had.
Did he not try to sample that woman that was in the Niger Delta development something?
He
That's
did
very
try
yeah.
now. The woman exposed him now, and that was what
Yes,
caused
that he said he
their
should come and
quarrel.
meet him in a hotel
Yeah,
or something.
Inedo, Akpabio is a sharpshooter. Then this girl that won Guinness World Book of Record, I be World Record of Books, I be the records of whatever of for cooking. You see, these are our ladies.
Yeah,
They
he
should
has
stop.
sampled that one too.
She's part of she's part of the side chicks.
Oh, wow.
These our ladies should stop mischaracterizing themselves. You see, this is laundry. This is laundry of image, laundry of all sorts. And there's also the involvement of money laundry too for politicians, because they want you to do something for benefit for them, right? You are traveling out of the country, they might give you some cash to go and deposit into an account outside the country and put it in kind for them. There was one that opened a foundation or charity that is not functioning in the name of Goswi Foundation, whatever outreach. And when they casted her, she removed the Goswi Foundation outreach from her Instagram page. So when these women doing all this and always claiming they are doing well with their life, not knowing that, like in Edo, how many movies has she actually acted? And even when she acts, how much are they paying? How much are they actually paying? I know the figure. So then you are living a lifestyle that is not in line with your job. Anyway, that's a
You know,
side note.
a lot of those influencers, they are professional women. Let's call it that way. Because
Yeah, no, that is why.
the lifestyle of the female ones is totally at odds with the lifestyle of the male ones. So the
Correct,
male one will go
correct.
and build a modest bungalow in his hometown, and the female one will go and buy a super estate in expensive Lagos. So,
No,
Patai,
even the estate they are even the estate they are buying, it's not in their name now. It's always in the name of the sugar daddy.
look at
It's
that.
not. It is never in their name. Either in the name of the sugar daddy or in the name of the sugar daddy's company or in the name of the sugar daddy's trust. So it's just they are keeping the assets in kind for sugar daddy. So when the relationship ends, sugar daddy will take asset and transfer it over to the next sugar baby. Or when he's out of office, he will now begin to enjoy the loot from that assets being kept for him in kind. We know what they are doing anyway. So, but that's not the main topic for the day. It's just a side note. I think we will leave that
Yeah,
to
we'll
Bishop
leave that for
Dupsy,
Dupsy. Yes, we'll
uh,
leave that for Dupsy.
for Dupsy and Co to trash it out. Good evening. Interesting day in our news.
Emeka, we lost you. Knock, knock. Can anyone still hear me, by the way? Have we lost Emeka or have you lost me?
I hear
Oh,
you.
you're
I
back.
hear you loud and clear.
Yes.
I can hear
I
you
think
too.
He's probably having a little issue. Give him a
Emeka. Yeah, it's on holiday somewhere, and I think quite the connection not what is used to. Miko, so hopefully you can hear me. You faded out completely. Whilst we are waiting for, yeah, we can hear you now. I was going
I'm
to
back. Sorry.
play. All right.
I got a call.
All right.
Yeah, someone called me. Yeah, someone called me from.
What do you mean somebody call you?
Thomas area.
You have no
not
friends.
public health, of course.
I'm your only friend. What do you mean I'm your only friend? What do you mean somebody called you? All right. Oh yeah, carry on. You were saying.
All right. So interesting, juicy news coming out from the media space. I would take it from. I will start from. Let me start with the debt. I will now move because they're all economic news, right? That's why I say it's juicy. I'll start with the debt, move to Dangote's concerns, and end it up with what's his our darling friend, the aviation man. End it up there, and we leave the remaining for other panelists. Daily Momodu, thank you.
Yes, carry.
So we can obviously see that the country is in dear need of increasing our revenue. It's 75% of our funds raised is being used to pay debts, just interest alone. We are using it to pay interest. Basically, that's what we are doing. We're servicing the interest payment of the loans that we have, 75%, and now we are left with 25% to pay salaries. We are not even talking about the capital expenditures that will require some funding. So that means we are still going to go back and borrow more to pay salaries and likewise to fund infrastructures that the country needs. So, and part of those capital, and basically what this would mean is that in terms of going into the debt markets to go raise some funds, there will be prioritization of projects. So for all ministries that have some capital expenditure to implement for this year, they will not. It now depends on the prioritization of those capital expenditures. If it's not going to have huge impact in the economy, you will have to push it ahead for next year's budget. But if it's going to have significant impact, definitely the government will see how to fund you. So with that challenge, when we are spending 75% of federal government budget on debt servicing, we are still now increasing minimum wage, which is necessary, which is very important. I like the compromise between the federal government and the labor union. You saw that the labor union was pushing for 250,000 naira per month. The president said, if you want that, I have to increase fuel. Right? What the president is actually saying is that I have to increase revenue. So, and they said, no. Okay, no problem. We will take the 70,000. And there was a good compromise. Why 70,000 may not be enough, but the compromise is there. And the joystick or the carrot that the president also gave again was that I will review after 3 years, which is fine. But if you ask me, I think it should be done every year. Increment should come every year because 3 years, a lot of things will change.
It can't come every year now. They have to let the economy germinate.
Yeah, I am not against the 3 years review, right? But in other economy, increment comes every year, right? Depends on the type of increment. It could be 2% of your gross salary, or flats to capture some inflationary impact that might be creeping into your income. So that's what I was trying to say. That every year increment, because if you are doing 5%, if you do 5%, that will be 72,500, right? That's 5% or 10% of that. That's 7,000, or if you divide that, that should be 3,250. Right? So just put that 5% or 3%, whatever percent you want to put, just to see how to capture some impact of inflation. Then the 3 year review can now be let's see how that can reflect the actual economic realities in the country. But again, it was a good compromise. Both parties shook hands and they were happy. They signed off. And then another thing is retrospect from May, 1st of May. So, which means the government will now have to pay arrears of the increment to federal government civil servants. Now, just to also put some more insights or to clarify about the 70,000, it's not the minimum wage, which means even the private sector cannot pay less than 70,000 to anybody. Your gate man, you must start with 70,000 upward. Your cook, it must be 70,000 upward. Your cleaner, it must be 70,000 upward. So nobody, it's not illegal to pay less than 70,000 in Nigeria. So I think everybody should take note of that once you are doing salary negotiation. I know for the private sector, a lot of people are earning more than 70,000. We thank God for that. But the negative impact of this now is that we are paying 75% of the federal government budget, not states. You know, the 3 tiers. When revenue comes in, they will give state governments their own share. They will give local governments their own share. But for federal government, what they are saying for federal government's own share, not the total, so that people do not begin to say, oh, what's happening? No, the total revenue, 100% of the entire revenue that comes into the country, after you have deducted local government and state government funds to them for FAC, then the remaining for federal government, 75% of it is used to pay debt, right? That's federal government debt, not state debts, because state debts are going to be paid by the state governors and the state governments themselves. Same likewise, if local government goes into the debt market, they are going to be responsible for their debt. But sometimes, many times, not sometimes, many times, the federal government guarantees some of these state governments' debt. And likewise, I will be seeing it now that we have local governments now becoming autonomous. The state governors or the state government will be guaranteeing their debt in the future. So just to put more insight into that, to paint the picture clearly. So now it's now on the onus of the federal government to go and look for money. They have to go and raise funds, not in debt this time around, but in taxes. Now this calls to question the PwC partner that was commissioning this tax reform.
Did you sorry? Did you see this stealth tax being introduced by Lagos State, wanting to levy cars being parked on the road now? Did you see that? That was in the news.
I don't think the Lagos State government should be involved in that. That's local government job. That should not be the Lagos State job. But you see, it clearly shows.
Yeah, but do you agree? Oh no, hold on. Do you agree with it as a policy position, though, that they should be taxing? Yes, that's true.
Even in the UK, it's applicable everywhere in the world. There are places. I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation in Seattle, right? We went to Seattle and downtown on Saturday. That's why I couldn't join on Saturday. We came back very late on, Sunday. I was exhausted, so I couldn't join the show. So we were looking for places to park, and everywhere, you see, everywhere was built. You have to pay money to park. So same thing in Toronto or Ontario, the province I stay. Same thing in the UK. I've been to the UK multiple times. I've never been to Australia anyway. I'm hoping to go there one day. Thomas would clarify that to us. Same thing, it happens everywhere in cities. So again, right, it is the county that are responsible for that, not the state. It's not the state, right? So the city of Toronto is responsible for the parking in Toronto, not the province. Same thing with Washington State. The city is responsible for the parking in Seattle. It comes to them. But now you're finding Lagos State government. They shouldn't be doing that.
You're breaking up quite heavily. Oh, is it me?
No, you are the one breaking up. Yes, you've been breaking up since the beginning of the show.
Really?
I'll be
all right. All right, carry on.
Not telling the truth. He is breaking up a little bit. One man, you're coming in clean and.
All right. All right. Carry on, Emeka.
If it's me, then my bad. Maybe my internet is not strong enough. I'm actually on vacation, so pardon me. So I'll be expecting the local government to challenge the position of Lagos State government. I'm not against the ticketing. It is the right thing to do. I'm not against it. But I'll be expecting the local government to challenge the Lagos State government on that. Then also, and I think it is in the constitution. I did remember that I will come up with that. Please forgive me. I will try to come up with it maybe tomorrow. What the local government are supposed to do as ascribed by the constitution, the 1999 constitution as amended by 2001. So they should challenge the Lagos State government. But again,
all right,
they should.
All right. If we can navigate back to this debt servicing thing, which I think is somebody, I think Kulata is actually, and I said it in the readout as well. They were servicing as high as 96% under Buhari.
Yeah.
So even though the figure is shocking on the screen, it's actually a vast improvement from what previously obtained.
Yes, Kolata is right on that. It was in the news at some point. Now, if we're doing 75%, it means that the federal government needs to go and exploit ways to make more money. You see, we can do that through taxes. We can also do that through corporation taxes, which comes to the federal government directly, because I know personal income tax goes directly to the states. Then you have the local governments who will be coming with their own local municipal taxes. So they should enable more companies to come into the country so that they can pay taxes, right? And likewise, and royalties, oil royalties and licenses coming in, and also improve on the income, our oil sales, and reduce oil theft. So you can't be spending 75% of your revenue to be servicing debt. Not that the debt is reducing, you're only paying profit to those who have lent you the funds. And at the maturity of this debt, you have to go and look for money to pay the principal. So, and now that you are using 75% and you're only left with 25% to do other things, you will still go back and go and borrow more. So it's a double-edged sword. And that's why I had to include this minimum wage increment, because it means that the government will go and find more money to pay the new increment. So I support the minimum wage, but it is now on the honors of the government to go and find money. You can't be paying 75%. You are only going to be borrowing and keep borrowing and keep borrowing. You will make matter worse. So the government has to go and find money, increase their revenue outlay, and begin to spend to implement their budget. I think, was it Budge IT that used to measure budget implementation in the past? I don't know if they are still doing that. So we can measure each ministry, how they're implementing their budget, to know the budget implementation for each year. Because surprisingly, what will happen is that some of the things we have seen on the budget that we reviewed on the show, we will see those budgetary items coming in for 2025 fiscal year. Why? Because some people will now be saying, but you budgeted this for 2024. No, the reason is that they did not fund it. So they carried it over to the next fiscal year. So that's what is typically would be happening. So that budget monitoring, if we can monitor budget implementation, if at the end of the year, maybe in December, we say, okay, the federal government was able to implement 70% of what was said in the budget, it means all ministry implemented 70% of their budget. So we will not, and we should not be seeing a repetition of certain items again in the budget. So that budget implementation should clearly ignore recurring expenditures, because that is normal to operate and run and service the federal government, like the civil servants who are going to be coming to work. And recurring expenditure is mostly payment of salaries and payment of.
Can I ask Emeka a question?
Of course.
Yeah, Emeka, how are you?
There are not that many of us, so there we can.
I'm fine, Pastor. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I try to do, I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna ask you this question, is that it's like taking basket. When you weave basket, you go carry water, right? To come talking standard economics. about Nigeria. It really doesn't. Don't you think it's a waste of time when you have an intersection, a crisscrossing of corruption and cluelessness? You know, for example, let's say you recover Abacha's loot, right? And it just disappears. It doesn't come into the economy, for example, right? So actually,
Okay.
let me
Pastor,
land. Let me phrase it.
you break. Okay, phrase the question so that we don't
Yeah.
go on a different
What I'm
tangent. Yeah.
saying is that with the imminent stuff that we have to discuss, isn't it just disingenuous to be talking about economic theories, stuff that would happen if there's law and order, there's accountability, and you have people who are actually not corrupt. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you look at the situation we're in, these are their situations. No country should be this exposed. So when you're talking about economic theory, isn't it just like wasting our time, really?
Which country is not exposed to corruption and malpractices?
Every other
Thank you,
country,
thank you, woman.
not this
Woman, I
degree.
like the response you give to him.
Hold on.
What are we? Okay, just give the question so that we can go back.
Trust me, I really want us to have a good session here. Let's talk about this. What I'm saying, you don't have that
So
many
I'll
people.
add-
So my
question
answer
so that
to
we
one
can
man
continue,
is
yeah.
that yes, there's corruption almost in every country. Yes, there's ineptitude and all kinds of stuff, right? In every country. But then what we have here, it's totally madness. It's no theory, no principle, nothing you studied in school would you come applying. Like I just said, you have a basket that's woven, it's empty. If you carry water before you reach your destination, it's all gone. So that's what I'm just saying, that so we can move on to more substance. There are a lot of things happening today, Monday, that is very important that we should talk about. That's what I'm saying. Don't waste our time with the economic theory.
Yeah, Pansat, thank you. You asked the question, you also answered the question. So that's a good one. I don't think it's left for me to answer anything again. So I will just go back to the federal government should go and look for money to fund the budget. So to my other topic, which is Dangote's concerns. You see, like I keep saying each time, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You're good.
Yeah. I keep saying each time that Nigerians were wicked. We have saboteurs. Look at we clearly we don't get to hear Dangote speak. Let's be very realistic. I think we can count on our hands the number of times he actually gave media briefing, right? But for him to come out to speak now, you can see he's fighting for his life or probably fighting for his investment because we have internal saboteurs. Not only internal saboteurs, external saboteurs too. And this now clearly proves and show why our refineries have never worked.
Dangote is not an innocent man. No, he's part of the rot in the system, and he has taken advantage of the system more than anyone else. So all this crime a river.
I won't want to say he is part of the system. He has exploited the system. That's what I would say, right? He exploited the opportunity that the system created. So he is not part of the system. He only exploited the loopholes and the opportunities that the system created. But again, this clearly shows us why our refineries have never worked. To the point now that our refineries have never worked, and I don't know if it's ever going to work, they now want to kill a private refinery from working because these saboteurs are worried for their food. So we keep blaming administrations to administrations, but where we blame this present administration is the president has claimed that he's a business kind of president.
Are you surprised that the government is not showing, apart from this last minute meeting, whatever it is, that they have not shown sufficient enough support for Dangote in terms of ensuring crude supply and removing. In fact, one of the promises of Tinubu was that he was going to remove bureaucracy for ease of business. And this is how bureaucracy stifles industry. It's playing out in full glare, and it's not doing anything.
What I've come to realize is that, you see, because Nigerians were wicked to ourselves, we have people who will not allow information to filter into the president's decks. Each and every president, anyway. They don't allow that information to filter into the decks. We heard of the guy who
Yeah,
owns
but he
Fine
should be
Art.
seeking information now. He should be seeking it because Dangote is so pivotal to his success. He should be seeking information to be ensuring that he is
I
informed.
would want to agree with you because he should be able to have the telephone number of Dangote. Not that he should, he has it. The telephone number of Dangote's on his phone or in his phone rather. And Dangote should be able to try to say how to call him. But again, you see, let's be realistic. At this point in time, he's not going to be the one holding his phone. So he has his principal secretary. He has also his private secretary. He has multiple individuals working with him. He also has aides around him. And then within that is there are also ministers and the rest. So for that information to come directly, it takes a different type of, and that's why you see him going to the media, right? So that at least, hold on, Pastor, hold on, please. You have done one, so let me hold on, so that we will not spend so much time. Just hold on. Your time
We're
will come.
spending time already. Hold on. I want to ask you something that will make your point come out more, right? I'm gonna ask you this question in Igbo. Okay, so I said that ichekiriche weze elunkwo wambada when ozo ohia. What did I say? Ichekiriche weze elunkwo.
Are we still testing if Emeka is still? I've seen his ID. It's a fully Igbo man.
I know. I'm not really testing. If he doesn't know, then I'll tell him. Then I'll ask him the question. Ichekiriche weze elunkwo wambada when ozo ohia. At least give me what am I mentioning? You don't have to know the whole thing. What am I talking about? For example, well, just name one thing that I said. Anything.
Yeah, all right. I think we're back to where we were.
No. He asked a good question. He gave a good proverb. But Pansat, each time you come on the session, right?
Yes.
You try as much as possible to want to take over the session.
No.
I think it's very rude.
You've been talking for half an hour. No problem. But anyway, here's what I want to ask you. You said that Dangote, you've never heard from him that much. He doesn't come out. He's smoked out now. So are you implying that somebody who's laconic, right? Because he's what do you call gruff, right? He doesn't really say anything. So whenever he comes to talk, that we should just give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. When it gets to your turn, you can say
all right. One man. Let's
so
do
that
time now.
You are making me.
He doesn't want it to be. He doesn't want it to be. Hold on. He doesn't want it to be conversational. So what time? I don't have all day. My time is worth a lot of money per hour, right? How long is he gonna speak? So you get my turn. I'll be patient. I don't. If you want it to be conversational,
I just have one topic left. So after this, I have one topic
all right.
left.
We do want it to be conversational because that's the whole essence of it. But the speaker has the right to not take on the conversation. But we'll go to Arogediba after Emeka and then you, Pansat. So back to Emeka.
Pansat, not to try to be dismissive. I'm not trying to dismiss you, but I notice each time you're on the platform, you want to take over the show. I have allowed you to ask your first question. So I would oblige you if you stay calm. Maybe when it's your turn, you can go ahead.
I agree. Go ahead. No problem.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So we have these saboteurs trying to, for their own selfish purpose, wanting to kill. They don't care if the country is suffering because of what they intend to benefit, right? And it is very sad. And now you see, Dangote has tried because his back is against the wall now, trying now to expose to some certain degree the rot going on in the oil sector, right? And it's unfortunate. Lwama, you spoke about the president not being able to know what is going on. And it's possible, I just gave you a small insight on how people try to hide information coming into the decks of the president. And that is why you get to find some of his fierce critics going to the media to speak out. Maybe those people will not turn off the TV or they will not supply him daily newspaper for the day if it becomes headline news. But these are the ways they cut off information coming into the president because, like you have rightly said, I myself is shocked that a president who says he's business seeking, he supports business, he wants to expand the economy, would see his administration trying to kill the biggest refinery in Africa or one of the biggest in the world. That the benefit of Dangote refinery would rub off on his administration. And it will also ensure energy security in the country. That they are trying to kill it, to rubbish it, to make it go to the ground is sad. I am surprised when the Minister of State what that is his name, Lubo, I don't know if I can pronounce it, was saying he had a meeting. What meeting are you having with your commission, your heads of commission?
Imagine a parent giving imagine this level of bullying.
You should be sacking that guy. You should be sacking the guy immediately. You should be calling for him to come and tender his resignation for the stupid comments he was making in the media. You should be tendering your comment and be apologizing to Dangote. Dangote said few things. You could tell that Dangote is a man of few words, but those few words were like bullets shooting everywhere. And he didn't say much. Talking about what they are setting up in Malta, talking about how dirty fuels and diesel come into the country, talking about the regulation that does not have a laboratory that sends laboratory testing to Europe, the same Europe and we're importing dirty fuel and dirty diesel. This is not the first time I'm aware of it, but now you now have a major player saying it to the media that we are importing dirty diesel into the country. That is part of the reason why our car is always jacking. When we are driving in Nigeria, our car is jacking, and it will park up one place. And then you are changing so many things in the car. They will tell you it's fuel injector. They will tell you your engine has knocked down, or they will tell you your fuel filter is not working anymore, or your generator is not doing this. You understand? These are the issues we are suffering from, and some people
Emeka, I want this little tiff between the regulators and Dangote to carry on for a bit longer, because a lot of things coming out. Dangote was telling us that when they are importing all this fuel from wherever it is, this petroleum, that they have a shack just outside of Malta where they go and dilute these things in order to expand it, and then they issue fake certificates, etc. So we want that fight to carry on. So let them accuse him more and let him reveal more.
Stop. No. The fight will stop now. That is why the minister called them. I'm surprised the minister is having a meeting. The fight will stop because they don't want Dangote to speak some more. The more he speaks, the more he unveils the nonsense going on and reveals the faces of the saboteurs. And that is what Dangote owes the country. He owes the country that. But again, if Dangote do not want to speak, we only want his refinery to kick off so that those people who want genuine fuel, high quality grade fuel and diesel, we go to Dangote and buy. And we will go to those marketers or those filling stations and buy their fuel and diesel because we know the quality is better. And then that will kill off these saboteurs and let them go to hell and burn to places. These are people who, Nigerians, we are wicked to ourselves. We are genuinely wicked to ourselves. This is just one facet of it all. A small segment that is almost killing the country. And it is sad. It is terribly sad. No, they are all trying to throw doors here, there, and there. But when we look at the whole issue, you begin to see and now begin to realize that, now man, they do man, no. Now man, truly they do man. Our refineries has never worked. And Dangote said it, that we have been queuing for fuel since the 70s. And it apparently, they still want us to continue to queue for fuel forever.
Yeah,
so I will be expecting the president to weigh in.
Sorry, Pansat. Emeka, start to bring it home a bit so that we can move it around. The room is populating.
I will be expecting the president to weigh in on this, get the individuals who are involved culpable, arrest them. If he doesn't want to arrest them, fire them. Now to my other big topic that I left for the last. Woman, please allow me to speak elaborately on this topic because I find it very concerning. Dele Momodu and his interview. Fantastic interview, if you ask me. I know there was a lot of emotions involved in it in the past between him and Reno, but he expressed himself. I would see that Dele Momodu as a friend, a true friend, who can come out and tell the president the truth. So I would expect the president to watch that interview. If I were the president, I'll pick up my phone, send a thank you text to Dele Momodu, and tell him to continue to highlight the weak.
Have we lost you again? Hello? All right. I think Emeka, yeah, you're back now. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, so I said if I were the president, I will go ahead to send a text message to Dele Momodu and thank him for the media interview he gave, and also tell him to continue on his path to criticize or say the things that he feels that I'm not doing right, so that I can go ahead to implement them. The interview was very nice, straight to the point. He spoke about, and he said that it is the economy. It is purely about the economy. Whatever you are doing, the people must feel the impact in their pocket. If they are not feeling the impact in their pocket, then you will feel that impact from their routes, because they will be unhappy. And that is why this planned protest that is being organized is coming up. See, with this now,
Emeka, I
with
want to
this
ask you a
planned
question
protest,
before you actually go. Can you? I know
Please,
you're almost done, but let me
finish,
ask you a question so you
please.
could then
Let
build
me
it into
finish.
your last.
It will only take the time so that you can speak too. Let me
I
just
can't
finish,
believe
please.
that you don't want to take an interjection.
Let
Normally,
me
I thought you
finish,
were.
please. I'm
I
begging
thought you.
you. It's beg. Now beg, I beg you. Make I just
I know
finish.
that I thought
So if
you
I
would be.
finish quickly, then you can ask me the question. If one man will allow it, I will not answer. But let me finish quickly, please, so that you two can speak on time. So on this planned protest, right? Now the protest, the consciousness about this protest has heightened. A lot of people are worried about how this protest is going to look like, who the organizers are, what the likely impact would look, and the politicians as well as the security agencies are also playing the games. In my opinion, I think the protest will fail because you cannot see that ethnicity has come into the protest. People are saying if you want to protest, go to your state to go and protest. Is the protest needed? I think so. But I am not fully in support of the protest. Why? Each time we have protested, we have damaged assets. That's my only concern. If we are only going to and lives are being lost. If we are only going to protest with those
One
two
man.
things in check,
You know that this boy is not gonna stop. So if you want to play along with him, then I'm gonna leave your show. That's all. But stop him, or I'm gonna leave. Okay? It's not every time. It's not a joke.
No.
There's
It's
a
up
lot
to you
of us
what to.
here.
Yes, Emeka, bring it on, but
He's not.
it's
He's
up to you what.
He's not
No,
saying
no,
anything. He's playing.
don't make threats though. It's up to you
No,
what to
it's
do.
okay. But what I'm saying is that
It's at your discretion to turn up and at your discretion to
no.
leave.
What I'm saying, I've already
Yeah.
turned up. If I want to be in a constructive discussion. I don't want to play, right? So he's playing. You know, he's not saying anything. He's just playing around. He won't let me ask me a question. Which I don't even.
I
want to finish. Then you can ask me the question. Because
actually, Emeka, bring it home because we are now an hour and a bit, and the room is filling up. So bring it home so
let
that you can hear the impatience in people's voices.
I do like if we can manage not having those negative impact of the protest coming in, then wonderful. But unfortunately, we can't determine the reaction and outcome of people. So that is the negative impact that this protest may have. But the positive side of the protest is that you can now see that the politicians and the elites are concerned. And the proposals that or recommendation that Dele Momodu gave, that the president should put in austerity measures in terms of reducing the salaries and the benefits and welfare packages of politicians or his ministers, is a welcome idea. It is not just you trying to say, oh, I'm solving Nigeria problems. Why do they want to protest? But Nigeria, you should also create the perception of you being concerned about the welfare of the protesters or the demands of the protesters. I like that. Let them slash their benefits and salaries. And likewise, the House of Representatives too should do the same. Slash it down to either 50% or slash it by 25%. And then maybe when things are better, you can improve it. Because in times of austerity or times of economic downtime, you should sew your clothes according to your pocket. Don't live in largesse when things are bad. It is not a good outlook. So you can't be telling Nigerians you are solving Nigerians' problem and then you are living large. So I like that recommendation that he offered. So, like he said, I am talking to my friend, and truly, I will consider him a good friend. For the protest will not work. The impact, the impact of the protest, the impact of the protest, the impact of the protest, the impact of the protest would not be successful. It will only lead to destruction. But the threat of that protest is a welcome idea. Thank you, woman, and God bless. Pansat, I don't know if you want to allow me to answer Pansat question. If you don't want to allow me to answer Pansat question, then good
can't.
night, everyone.
Let me ask my question, please, before he.
If you ask him a question, then we'll loop around for another 30 minutes. We have Aroki Digba, we have Isaac Black, we have yourself, Pansat, we have Larry, we have Baba, we have Prince Daddy, we have Femi, all waiting patiently to have their turn. So let's go. In fact, we're going to do 7 minutes monologue just so that people are not held for too much longer. We kick it off with Aroki Digba. Aro, you're up next.
Hello, good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Good to have you here. So you had the conversation. We're talking about Dangote and the way that the system seems to be rigid against him, much to the surprise of a lot of people. We have Sheikh Gumi speaking double Dutch on the coming protest, asking them to shift their swords. We've gone to America to say Kamala Harris sets record raises $81 million in 24 hours. So I'm not sure however much she raises is never going to make a difference. The CP in Abuja asking them not to protest there, and Tinubu working hard on the debt service gulp 74% of our revenue. So we're speaking to those, but and we're speaking to this as well. Shoyinka, I intend to keep quiet about Tinubu's administration for now. A lot of people pushing him that he promised to speak after 1 year. So we're speaking to that, but feel free to just flow as you will. 7 minutes monologue.
All right. Okay. As I think Baba is the one that says good evening to everyone. Like, subscribe, and share. Thank you again, one man, for the opportunity. I think I'll kick it off with Dangote. I got a glimpse of that interview done on Sunday, and I was the man looks aged now, and he looks frustrated. His eyes are sunken, and he cut a desperate figure. It's good that this has happened, because what this is giving us a chance as the plebeians that we are, well, in their sight anyway, is that we get a chance to see some of the intrigues, and you can, like King Emeka just mentioned there, we have Dangote speaking about some facility in Malta where they do some blending. We have him speaking about the fact that the quality that we've been subjected to for so many years has been very poor, and that has led to us having malfunctions in vehicles and such things. So I mean, this just adds to what Nigerians know, which we didn't know before, So, but I'm sure they'll resolve it. I think someone suggested in one of the previous shows that this is just I think it's Baba T that suggested that this just high-powered negotiation tactics from all individuals. I don't think the president is oblivious of this. I don't think he can't feign ignorance. He knows about it, but he's just put the boys out there to do the work, and then he'll come back around and try and calm things down and pretend like. So it's unfortunate. whatever happens to that refinery is very important. I mean, every single government official for the last 2, 3, 4 years has kept reminding us of the fact that this, when the refinery comes online, this such and such is going to happen. I mean, even they themselves in all their statements, they, they've almost made the refinery to that, it's going to come online and all our dreams are just, all our dreams are going to come true. So, we'll just wait and see what happens with the Dangote refinery. But I feel kind of yeah, it's quite you seeing them. You can see the desperation in Dangote. You can see. I mean, he's done quite a number of media.
Do you sympathize with him? Do you have? I can
Oh,
sense some.
absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely, I do. I really do. And why wouldn't you? I mean, looking at him, really, looking at him, you can tell from the man's
The guy
shape.
had fed. He had fed fat of the system for a very long time.
Yeah, yes.
So
You know what? I have the opportunity to have someone within my network who is an elite from the north. He's Fulani, and we spoke some days ago, and he really opened my eyes to a lot of things. Um, yeah, you think we think they like that good up north? They really don't. They don't care. They don't care much for him. So
what's led you to that conclusion?
This man is an elite. When I say elite, I really, really mean it. Like can't know elite.
Yeah, but the reverence elite in it's a
No.
patriarchal system, isn't it?
Dangote is considered a Lagosian, a Lagos boy. Him himself is not really done very well for himself in the way his behaviors and his business, the choice of business he makes. So yeah, Dangote is just there. For them, is a lost cause. It's us in the south that romanticize the idea of him. They don't really like him much. This man said it quite very pointedly that I tried to argue that he wasn't necessarily a monopolist, and the man sat me down and really gave me 1 hour lecture. And this man, when I tell you he's an elite, I really
But
do.
he has been accused of being a monopolist for years and decades. So why has he come out now crying in the public space?
Because he's been flogged with the same cane that the federal government has been flogging all of us for several years. The same cane that they've been using to flog all the different industrialists for many years that he has managed to escape. He's been flogged with that same cane. As the Yoruba say. So that's what it is. I think what has happened is he's trying to, and the way it's been pushed, it's very dangerous if the Nigerian government accedes to what Dangote wants. Because what he wants is to have full control of the supply chain.
Why don't they just give him a well? This OPL 247 that seems to be the
and
why don't they give him a well? Yeah,
he keeps mentioning it, which would suggest that he either has an interest in it or there's something quite on
or you can just buy it. It should have a well.
I think Tinubu himself has an interest in it, and that's why he can mention it for all he wants, but he knows he can get his hands on it. You remember that Tinubu's Wale Tinubu, however, the relationship with, I don't know, they claim is his cousin, is his brother.
You know the Abatas are also fighting for that well. That's
the Abatas as well have an interest in it. So obviously there's quite something, it's very unusual.
I think that's the fact of the land in that oil space that are OPL 247. Yeah,
exactly. But then again, he's a big boy. He's a rich lad. If he really needs to get his hands on one of the wells, I'm sure he can, with the right amount of money. I mean, so well, it's a shame, but they'll resolve it. I'm certain of that. This is just high-powered negotiation tactics on all sides. The government, the federal government, want to show him that they are not just going to turn, just lie down there and just watch him, do what he's done with the cement and the sugar industry. Yeah, Dangote has really enjoyed great patronage. And like I said, this individual sat me down for a good 1 hour and put me to it. There's Dangote is a creation of the federal government, the Obasanjo government in particular. Yeah, really, yeah, the government has really done very well for him. It needs to be very thankful to the Nigerian government that have really, taken from other people to give to him.
Can I ask the speaker a question?
Yes,
when you could take a question, could you let me know so I could have an interaction with you on this?
Absolutely. Please go ahead, President.
Okay, sir, welcome. And what I'm trying to glean from what you're saying, because it looks to me like you're saying a lot of things that I agree with, right? But Dangote is a monopolist, period. Do you agree with that? Based on the understanding of what a monopolist is, our colloquial.
He's a capitalist operating in an environment where the regulator is very weak and is taking advantage. Is he a monopolist as a consequence of that? Yes.
No, it's not. It's not actually. What Dangote is the biggest player in every industry
Yes,
space that
in every industry space.
you know there are about 30, 40 licenses that Dangote that other people have to build refineries as well. Either they don't have the mental acuity or the financial strength, but he has it. Same for the cement. Every industry, there's an abundance of licenses.
One man. I can understand where you're coming from, and that was my point. Like I said, this individual is someone that is, an elite and is very well,
Okay.
Let's just say he's a big player. One way. Let me just put this to you, Mr. Pansa. The way he put it is this: Dangote's act is that he's a big player. He comes into that industry, and it makes it very difficult for other individuals to compete because he's a big player and he can. A lot of Dangote's business is protected by the federal government.
It's not protected by the. Sorry, it's not protected by the federal government. It's protected by its financial might.
Okay.
Yes. Which is guaranteed by the federal government. You have to understand this.
Yeah, because
how do they guarantee it? How do they guarantee it? Well,
please.
Our sovereign wealth fund is actually used to guarantee some of his debts.
Let me.
Where are you getting that from?
I will elucidate when it's my turn, and I'll give you back some time from my time. But what I'm saying,
he's a bit of a monopolist, but it's not an out and out.
Please, let me disagree with you this time vehemently now, right? Because you describe what a monopolist is, which is to say he's doing so by his might, with financial abilities, capabilities. That's what a monopolist does. But in this case, you also touch on the escalation, which is where he actually uses de jure, our National Assembly, our government. He goes a step beyond being a monopolist. A monopolist uses his financial advantages and all kinds of things to operate. That's wrong, condemnable. But Dangote does that. Then he goes beyond that to go using the laws. For example, closing borders. Right? He could put some things in importation list or remove them from importation list. He could close borders when we have a pandemic. He would take advantage of that. When cement is killing us, he will collude and fix prices. As a matter of fact, there's statements to have me arrested for just that part of it. I will elucidate when it's my turn.
Yes, you should. When it's your turn.
Yeah, when it's my turn. And I want to say, but you cannot do the practice, because this is my last comment on this. You cannot go describing what a monopolist is and say, okay, he does those things, and then you say by fiat then that it's not. Do you see what I'm saying?
I never said that it's not.
Okay.
I'm trying to be very careful because the reason that Dangote has the influence is because of the weakness of the regulatory bodies. The regulators themselves need to really do what their duties entail. So, and the way, is general, there's nothing peculiar about the way Dangote does his business. You look at the pharmaceutical business globally. You know, it's notoriously difficult to get into. You know, I think it's, and I'm trying to say something, 3 billion to bring you know a vaccine to market. So only the big players can play. As a consequence, only the big players can actually risk that. So yes, David is a big player, and because of the weight of his financial
No, but that's a
capacity.
euphemism. He's a big player. What do you mean? He's a monopolist. I said when I go home to Nigeria, right, which I'll be going home finally, I'm gonna carry a 2x4. So that when I'm talking to Nigeria, like we're talking, I just told you you're using euphemism. He's a big player. Fine. There's nothing wrong with. Does he have patent? Oh, let me ask you, do you know of Dangote's intellectual properties where he have a patent? Any patent whatsoever?
He doesn't need to have any. He has a lot of employees
Sorry,
that could. That's all.
a patent. Oh, hold on, a patent on what? And
On
why would
anything,
he have?
on anything
No, but why would he have a patent though?
Why would he have to have a patent?
No, because that
Yes,
gives you an advantage to if you have a patent. Yeah, then you can monopolize. Hold on.
There's none of Dangote's businesses that needs him to reinvent the wheel. So there's nothing he's doing.
There is no value added in anything. But then, if you are not adding any value, if there's no patent, you don't invent anything, are you competing with market woman?
Transforming crude to petrol.
Petrol and diesel.
I have him.
Plastics.
I have him say
it's not added value.
No,
Sugar refinery.
Hold on, sir. One man, I have it. Dangote himself in the last couple of days telling you what value added is. And he says, look, I'm out of flour because all I'm doing is packaging this. We don't grow this here ourselves. Okay. So and he says this, quote unquote, that's not value added. Therefore, I'm out of it. But there's nothing he does that's value added. He has no, if a woman is selling tomatoes, right? And Dangote has it for $1 and the woman has it for 50 kobo, okay, a naira, and the woman has it for 50 kobo. People are going to buy that tomato just based on price. He loses. So what I'm saying to you, if somebody goes and have our borders closed to give them an advantage, especially when we're in a pandemic, they're still not open right now. So we're gnashing our teeth, and he's over there. He comes out. This is my final comment on this because I can't wait for it to be my turn. I don't want to make this about hating Dangote or not. It's not. That's not the currency. I'm saying you come and you look Nigerians in the face and you say you built a refinery with $19 billion, $20 billion. Which means 10 billion over. I'm talking about dollars over cost. You must think we're stupid. Do you know how much $1 billion is? 1 million. He cannot build anything because this is an inside job with Tinubu and himself to have us buy a bunch of pipes, a network of pipes. He took National Assembly members to go show him what he's doing. I have a tape of that. What he showed them. Yeah, you have a nice building.
A billion is not 1 million, by the way. It's 1,000 million. But
No. It's a billion is 1 million. Okay.
Oh, all right.
So and you should know, but it's an easy mistake. But let me tell you, what I'm saying is that take our journalists, go and show them. He won't do that.
He has already done that. They inaugurated the thing.
Everybody and their dog has been shown that refinery.
The global media has been there. The global media.
Listen to me. There's not a single. I have a bunch of things I'm going to post for you to show here. There's not a single instrument. He has a bunch of welded pipes, and then he has it like a teaspoon. One of these things women used to cook, like a spoon. And he's scooping off something. If you have a world-class refinery, we have to see the lab. We have to see the stuff, the instrument.
Mr. Pansat, are you an engineer?
He has nothing.
Are you a petrochemical engineer?
I'm everything. I let
of course, everything and you're nothing. Mr. Pansat, if you don't mind, I'll take my time back.
I let my knowledge speak for myself. I'm not into titles. The point is that
I know you're intelligent, but you're not a petrochemical engineer.
Break me if you want to speak.
One man.
Engineering, we'll do that. But right now,
hold on, Pansat. Yes, let him carry on. People want.
A lot of us don't have all the time to be on the platform. If you want to time it, and let's get out.
Yes, so I'll quickly finish because obviously, so I'll move on from Dangote. Really, I think we all understand what's happening. They'll sort it out, and these things they sort themselves out. There's really nothing that any of us at this level we can talk all we want. There's some intrigues there, and they will unravel it between themselves and they'll sort it out. I think what else? One man, Mr. Babawole Shoyinka.
Yes.
I would prefer if he opens his mouth and he does say something.
Why should he? Why should he?
Because he's an elderly man, and he did say to give him 1 year. I think he should. He's measured and he's an intelligent man. He has the good control of the English language and the Yoruba language and any other language that that most Nigerians can understand. So I'm sure that he can say something in a measured way, without being reasonable. Okay, it doesn't need to flog the administration. It doesn't need to drag them into the square and take the clothes off them. It just needs to say something that is reasonable, that is true. But at the same time, it can still, and is measured. But I don't want this, because it will then become a situation where, people start accusing of grand hypocrisy. I support him. I'm not within the ranks of the silly obedience. I don't know what, I don't quite appreciate, the greatness of this man. I think he should say something. He's been courted heavily by APC leaning state governors and interests lately, especially with his birthday. It was quite grand.
Do you think they've bribed his silence? Not to say hand in dollars.
No, they've not bribed his silence, but I think one thing people don't appreciate is that Tinubu was a big financier for their movement.
Yes, but when they're naming the National Theatre after him, major roads, it'll be very difficult then for him to come out and be critical of the government.
So he's being careful, but I think that's why I said he's an elderly man, he's an intelligent man. He can say something and be measured, and save himself, being accused of being, an hypocrite. He should say something. He promised 1 year. He should say something in 1 year. He doesn't need to flog them. He can even defend them, but he should say something. That's the least. As he promised. He said 1 year. I think he should hold. It should come through in that regard. Abuja, best of luck to them. The CP seems to be literally on his knees at this stage, begging them not to destroy their own homes. If they want to protest, they should protest. They have a right to protest. But I think the tendency right now is that people are looking at Kenya. I think Uganda now, their president is telling them for them not to be stupid and think they can go on the streets and protest. I think Museveni has no time for nonsense.
I saw the headline. He said, "Protest and I will shoot you." That's just what he said.
And then the UAE. I think I was reading UAE. Actually, there's some fellows from Bangladesh that were protesting the Bangladeshi government in the UAE, who have now been sentenced very heavily. I think 3 lads got life in prison. Some people got 10 years, 11 years. And all they were doing is they were protesting the Emirati government, the Emirati administration. They were protesting the Bangladeshi government, and they've been literally punished hard. So the fact of the matter is,
allow me to say goodbye to people who are waiting for me to speak, but I have to go. Unfortunately, I will come back probably towards end of the show tomorrow, and we'll deal with this.
Okay.
I was very interested in this topic, but I have to go in a minute here. So Thank you very much. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but
no, you didn't interrupt. That's what we're here for. So let me just quickly finish and say that Nigerian youth should not be deceived into thinking that to be frank, governments around the world are cracking down on protests, as you know, one man. In the United Kingdom, thanks to what's the name of this other previous what's this lady's name?
Richie Sona.
Not Richie, the lady.
Braverman.
Not Braverman. Was it Braverman that brought what's the one that came right before the equally despicable lady?
She was the Home Secretary, wasn't she?
Yeah. Who was before the other one? What's her name? Not before Braverman. What's the other one? The equally despicable one. She's Indian as well. The one from Kenya. Either ways, I think it was Suela. Yeah. But you know what she did? She's brought laws forward, especially since COVID, to clamp down on protest. So we know that's the situation in the United Kingdom. Protesting in the United Kingdom is not the same as it used to be before. You know that one, man. And the America as well, they have laws in some states now that to discourage protest because of the consequences of the excesses they saw from people during COVID, during the BLM stuff. So if the youth
Priti Patel, was it Priti
Patel? That's the one. Yeah. Despicable human being, really. She really has brought forward. I mean, this one, man. I mean, there's quite some laws there in the UK now that really, you can go protest. I mean, I think they brought the guys that were gluing themselves to the roads. They started giving them quite some heavy sentences there. Actually, you know about that one, man. The guys that were gluing themselves to the roads, they were protesting they were protesting fossil fuels. One man.
Sorry, I'm here. I can hear you. So.
Did you know about that? The guys that were gluing themselves to the roads, protesting fossil fuel.
Yes, those have been those green people. Those
yes. They're trying to hand down quite some lengthy sentences to them, which is unusual. So the youth Nigeria can protest; they have a right to it, but they should be measured. And if they think that they can, lose their heads and start destroying property and whatnot, well, the law is gonna have to crack down and come down heavy on them. And Gumi is not this. It's very hard. Like literally, all the big names are distancing themselves from from this protest because nobody wants to be tried for treason. And because people know the person that is there right now. What's this fellow's name? The NSA. He's quite the intelligent fellow, He would have no problem bringing people up into court for treason if they have, especially if they have a name or following. You bring them right there, and nobody wants to be tried for treason. Nobody wants to be. So I think you can see the big names distancing themselves away from the protest. Let the kids go out there and protest, but the big names don't want to have any part of it. So that's what it is. Best of luck to Nigerians, and that's where I'm going to hang my bush.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. I was going to go to Pansad, but he's had to leave, so we go on to Larry. Larry, sorry for the wait. It gets like that sometimes. Let's hear from you, Dan.
No problem.
Dangote is still in the throes of it. The demonstrations. Actually, let me play you a clip. This clip is coming out of Kenya, and this demonstration, this protest, whatever it is, it seems to be cross Africa now, and all of the state houses in Africa are in a state of alert and readiness. It was just Arogidigba telling us how the Ugandans are already warning their citizens, but here are the Kenyan citizens warning Nigerians. What's this?
So, this guy called Olusegun Obasanjo, who is here in our country, whose interest is he representing? Now we are told there is going to be a government of national unity. Unity for who and in whose interest? After all, Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto are part of the problem in this country, in a sense that they are negotiating to eat on top of the dead bodies of our comrades that have been martyred by the state. So we hope that they will announce that government of national unity as they think. That will help us to mobilize on the streets.
So those are the Kenyans telling Obasanjo to get his bidding mouth out of their affairs. So let's hear from you, Larry.
Good evening, one man. Good evening, everybody. You see, it's just so unfortunate that Africans are really facing a lot of things, particularly with African leaders. And in most cases, when you look at what is actually happening in Africa, you tend to ask yourself one question: what exactly is our problem in Africa? We have leaders that that hardly listen to people. You know, a lot of people kind of like say, oh, probably they don't know what's happening. Their peers are not telling them. It's not like that. They know, because you can't be a president and not really know what is exactly happening. Even from the NSS office, you'll be briefed every day. Your media team, they had to summarize every dailies and kind of like let you have a feel of what is happening. But what do you have in Africa? You have leaders that in most cases that they will leave things to get to a point where people start shouting, people start complaining, and they tend to be more reactive than being proactive. Yeah, it's so unfortunate that when people are pushed, right? Africa, think, okay, I don't know much about Kenya, but Nigeria, for instance, Nigerians are this kind of set of people that they hardly complain. It's even little things that trigger a lot of African countries happen in Nigeria and people still go on their normal way. But when you are in a situation where people have tried and tried and tried and tried, and they expect their leaders to be able to do something different, and they don't do those different things, people will get to a point that they will have to fight back. And that is exactly what is happening, right? I've seen a lot of rhetorics. Oh, probably is OB, is this, is that. No. Averagely, everybody that even if you are abroad and you have a family in Nigeria, there is no way you won't hear complaints here and there. And it shows most of the things that are actually happening. It shows how insensitive some of the government we have are. Because they hardly look at things, right? Some things are just so normal. All it takes is just to lead by example, right? You can't tell me that, now look at what is happening. 70 something percent of our revenue goes into debt financing, right? And we have a government that, every time is expanding, if it's not SSA on this, is this, is creating another ministry, creating another this, creating another that. And
Mr. Larry, can I interject on that?
Yeah, you can.
It's 74%. Well, I'm pretty sure within the last 2 years, it was even over 100% at some stage. I think it got up to about 105%, which means they were literally spending everything and still going to borrow another 5%.
See. Let's
So
not.
it's an improvement. I do understand that it's not the best, but it's an improvement.
No. See. Let's leave those rhetorics, right? Oh, it's an improvement. No, that's not the issue we have now, right? Because what we have now is not even sustainable. And the way it's actually going, that's why they are coming back to say they want to reprioritize projects. There is a lot of wastage that have actually happened in the last 1 year. Even all those jamboree of we are looking for foreign investor, we are moving here and there, we are taking everybody out, we are taking all the heads, all the ministers and all those things. What has those things brought us? So when people want their government to lead by example, it's not rocket science. You can't be having ministries that are like 50 ministries and not expecting, your recurrent expenditure to shoot this much. So it's not magic, right? We can say all sort of things. They can package all sort of things. You can't be having a situation where you are running concurrently like 4 budgets at the same time and you're not able to consolidate them for us to really know where we are. And we are
five now. They're actually running 5 budgets now.
Yes, and you you can't be having all those things and expecting any magic to come from anywhere. Magic will not come from anywhere. You know, people can say, oh, probably we'll try to see how to increase our revenue. We can't even increase our revenue because the variables there are not even within our control. If you are talking about increasing crude oil production, it's not even within our control. Because, you know, we've tried everything. We've employed Tantita at the point Tantita and Navy were having issues. You know, they lied to us that we were doing so much. OPEC came and gave us the actual figure. So that's not even, for me, if you ask me, that's not even an immediate solution. The only solution that we can do now is to have a lean government. That is the only solution. We need to look inward. We need to have a lean government. If it needs to streamline the number of ministries, it needs to start looking at that now. There's no magic. There is no magic. If anybody tells you that, oh, probably there's, you know, Wale Edu can cook figures and tell him, oh, we'll still do this. We have good ratings from IMF and we are still, you know, they can cook all those things. But in reality, we all know what is happening, that there's no magic anywhere. It's not like something is going to happen tomorrow and Nigeria is good. Things are going to change. Things are not going to change. And it's high time that Nigeria understand the reality of things. Things are going to get worse. Things are going to get worse because presently we don't have a hold of the exchange rates. And it's not like something has actually changed. That's going to change the trajectory. So the only thing they can do is to kind of like, if they are really genuine, and that's where the genuinity comes in. If the government is really genuine, government need to now sit down now, look for a way to have a lean government. If it needs to, some of the ministers, right? If it needs to just call them.
Do you think that especially impacts on the bottom line? Because I don't think any of these ministries or even government expenses really impacts on the bottom line. I think the endemic corruption in the oil sector, that's really where the problem is. And I think, you know, but really at the cost of governance, I don't think that impacts significantly on the bottom line.
One man. Everything, it's an holistic thing, right? Okay.
You know, pruning governance, pruning governance, and doing all the. Oh, sorry, I just said this, and then you see, it always frustrates me when people say that, they are buying SUVs and they are paying for people to go to Hajj and all of this or whatever it is. All those things, they're like a raindrop in a sea in terms of the overall economy. It doesn't really impact anything really significantly. If they want to address the Nigerian economy, they have to address the oil sector, especially NNPC. That is the beginning and the end of all of this. They can buy, you know, and corruption as well. But the size of governance, I don't actually see that really impacts on the country's GDP. We're a top 30 economy. So we're not some poverty-stricken country.
One man, there's also the Oratory report review that's ongoing. I'm sure when that comes out, there might be some you know, some modifications to the size of
all those
NGAs
are just good for the paper. They are not implementing anything. Forget about those Oratory report and all. Those are just things that are good for the paper. Now, this thing is this. We are talking about, there's corruption in the oil sector, there is this, there is that. These are people that are doing deja vu mathematics. Me and you know what they are doing. It's normal deja vu mathematics. You can't run a government without transparency. You tell us, oh, don't worry, we know we are just packaging things, you know, we're using the money, you know, it's plus or minus here, so don't worry, it's not going to work. And that's why in most cases, right, anybody that is in government, you are just the manager of resources.
All right. So sorry, let me push you a little bit because I can hear some frustration in your voice, but I'm not quite sure where we're hanging it. Where do you think the Tinubu's administration is having a misstep? And what do you think the real big thing is that they should be doing and are not doing?
Yeah, so aside the fact that we're having a very big government, right? When it comes to that issue of subsidy, Tinubu himself knows that that's our number one problem. And he said, okay, fine, we're no more paying subsidy. But the problem is he left everything in the hands of Carrie, right, to handle things. And those guys were just basically telling him, don't worry, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing this, we're doing that. And now, even him himself is now beginning to see everything. Because even Wale Edun and the likes of them, the only thing they tell him is our credit rating. And that is why they are now beginning to call back every project they are doing in Ministry of Works. They are now trying to look for a way to prioritize some or probably not do some. So I think it's more of them now sitting down. We know the reality of things. Nigeria is not rich. We have a lot of problem. We've gone into another new minimum wage. What exactly can they do? So the number one thing for me, if you ask me today, look for a way to kind of like have a lean budget and look for a way to now go inward. Because Nigerian problem now, presently, is not going to be solved from outside. The problem we have now is going to be solved by Nigerians. And that's why I was really shouting when I saw this whole issue of Dangote coming on, right? Because these are people that you need. These are people that you need to sit down with you, be transparent with them, let them know that this is the exact thing and how can they really help you. Because presently, aside the fact that even people outside, hardly will you see anybody that wants to go take money to Nigeria to invest now. Even Nigerians, right? Because it pays you, for you to invest your money, if you're in the US, you're in the UK, than you taking that money to Nigeria. And that's why the government needs to...
No. Nigeria is a competitive destination for investment. Their investment is coming in.
One man.
Can you put this to Mr. Larry?
Coming in. When you see all this portfolio investment, all this and that, those are, for me, I don't call all those ones real investments. They can come and put some money into the Nigerian Stock Exchange, this and that. That's not really investment, right? Because they can wake up tomorrow, if they see that the stock is going down, they pull up their money. And that's why if Nigeria wants to solve Nigerian problem today, all those foreign will not solve Nigerian problem. There are Nigerians in Nigeria that can solve Nigerians problem, that can put resources together. All they need is just a transparent government. They need a government that can give policies that are transparent, that are not stiffing out, people. They need the trust. Once they have the trust of the government, you've seen it across in several other countries when they are into problem, where their government will call people. It happened in Saudi Arabia when Saudi Arabia was having some issues. What did he do? Did he go to the US to go look for solution? He called the prince. He called all of them. This is the problem.
And he locked them up, didn't he? In some
he
5
called all of them and he said, we have a problem. How do we solve it? Do you think he will go to US and say, oh, US, come and help me? China, come and help me? It doesn't work like that. The president now needs to sit down with the entrepreneurs, sit down with the billionaires, let them look at ways to solve Nigerian problem, and let him also lead by example, show example. Let Nigerians see that these are things that you've done that makes them know that, yeah, you are also trying on your best, and they just need to put a little bit of faith in your...
Mr. Larry, are you suggesting the president should kidnap like the captains of industry and lock them up at gunpoint at the Transcorp Hilton and make them sign documents? Because that's what the Saudi Arabian prince did.
Yes. But even would that be entirely a bad thing? I think more where you are, Larry, is that is to get that maybe carry out because it's too rotten by the previous administration.
Mr. Larry, I want to put it to you. Do you think it's possible for the federal government to run a lean budget without any retrenchment in the public service?
No, it doesn't. Yes, it can. Some of the ministries that they created, now let me tell you, some of the ministries they created, it's not like they kind of like get another new set of people. I can tell you there are several ministries that that are currently running, that some of them are even sharing the same ministry. If you go to Federal Civil Service, they are even sharing the same ministry, just different ministers. So it's not, it's more of what they themselves. It's not really what the workers get.
Larry, if I may interject,
Yeah.
you sound like me when I get in that mood because I'm just laughing at everything you said. I've said it before, and
No, you know me now. You know, I'm
I've made
always more
peace.
like, do they have a
Let,
solution? But I'm
let
not
me
seeing
say
it.
let me say this so you won't give yourself hypertension. Tinubu is not, and I repeat, is not going to cut the size of government. Actually, it's going to be the opposite. So I used to lament just like that. If you do this, cost cutting is never going to be part of his recipe. So you have to accept that and think other places. Otherwise, you're going to just frustrate yourself.
No, I understand you, Kulata. You know, that's why I said, fine, if you want to maintain the status quo, the other thing it needs to do, it needs to, you know, the billionaires and the likes of them, it needs,
Yeah,
they needs to,
I've said that before that I should call them, but
no,
you can
no.
see
Do you know
even
that?
that.
Do you know that that single thing that actually happened within 3 days with Dangote, that's taking us a little bit far behind.
Well, you know what they pulled off with Dangote, they can never pull that off with an international investor. They
They
will
can
never
never.
ever do that. They can never. It's because it's like black on black crime. They're kind of like negotiating amongst themselves. I said that yesterday. They're going to sort themselves, but like I mean, I said I talked about it yesterday that at the end of the day, they will say Dangote cannot be charged of energy security in the country, and they'll still allow some room for imports so NNPC can do their shenanigans, and they'll give Dangote space, and they'll create future space for Boa and the rest. That's what's going to happen. What I am focusing on is I think we're starting to see at the macro level the successes of this government. That's why if we focus too much energy on what they should be doing, you will lose sight of some things that are starting to take shape. So I'll let you continue doing that, but I mean, when I do it, I feel frustrated. But I think now I've kind of like zoned it out. Like this guy's not gonna. There's some things he's just not gonna do.
Yeah. I understand. I understand is his way, you know, more
Mm.
of politics than really, you know, compensation.
Governance.
More of politics and compensation than governance. But
Mm.
yeah, so even if they are not really cutting government expenditure, now it's more of them now looking into those other spaces. Because if it's just like if you're working, if you're running a company, you know, we have a lot of ministries, and even each of the ministries, look at them, which of them, even the revenue generating ones, right? They are not really doing much, except one or two of them that are kind of like, at least to a particular extent, still trying to pull some things. So I think it's just, I know they said they are going to do some review. Probably he needs to now sit down. If that review, if it's not just for, they do a lot of media, media package. If it's not still just media package and all those things. So if he needs to sit down and try to like do a little bit of review and see, and if he needs to let anybody go, please, he should let them go, because you can't keep keeping people, right, when there are.
You know that's the sorry, Larry. That's the one thing that I would love to see him do, to let at least 3 people go, to show a bit of teeth, so that the rest can sit up and not feel that it's that sort of Buhari minister for life sort of system.
Yeah, so if he needs to let anybody go, he needs to let them go, and he needs to, take hold of situations. Don't let those things escalate, because like this Dangote thing, I wasn't really expecting it to have escalated to that point before they are able to really come in and rescue the situation. But they left it, it was kind of like, I'm not saying it, I don't care, and I understand it's politics. And all of them are the same, right? Because even the president has interest. That's just it. It's not, if anybody says, oh, he doesn't know, probably they didn't tell him or something, it's a lie. It doesn't work like that. He has interest. He has interest in the oil sector. Wale is there. Wale Tinubu is there. It's everywhere, right? So it's just more of conflict of interest. And you know, they have their own normal business, they have their own normal thing. And if people say, oh, probably the guy, the NM, the DPR, or what's the name, just came out. No, everybody that works for the government come out based on the body language of the government. If that guy is not having any backing from Villa, that guy will never come out and say that. It is basically.
Did you guys observe something? The first video when that guy was speaking, guess who was on the left of the guy? I mean, well, if you're watching on the right.
That video, do you know that video have state house stamp?
Is it not Secretary of APC?
No.
And I saw somebody like Tunumbu.
Kiari was right beside him. Kiari,
oh, you mean when he first made that
yes.
video to accuse?
Yes.
You know that video was actually on their Soul Rock. Yes, you know they have an official YouTube.
Stamp was there. So
yes.
They know what they are doing. All of them are the same. Even the president has interest. If anybody tells me, oh, the president does not have interest, is a lie. They all have interest.
True, Larry. What I suspect is what played out with Intel and Nicotis, owned by Volpe. You know, he has been trading his shareholding, transferring it from one government to the other, right from the time of Abacha. You understand? Even Atiku's shareholding, they've taken it from him, though he claimed he sold it to somebody in Georgia for $100 million. So I think something like that is playing out in that refinery, because let us be factual here. That refinery is about government patronage. And they've shared a lot of shares to a lot of people that their children will enjoy forever. Children, generations to come will always live on. This government has come in. They are looking over his shoulder, looking at his books, and they're demanding their own pound of flesh. Carry on, please.
So that's just it. So all those things, you know, there is nothing. And people don't even know that Dangote cannot even survive without those guys. Because Dangote cannot sell to Nigeria without those guys. And he can't even export without those guys. Because for Dangote to be able to export, the Navy needs to approve. And Navy approve based on recommendation from those guys. So I think Dangote now, you know, it's so unfortunate that that's the system he found himself in. So I think what you just need to do is just to negotiate with them. Probably cut some slice, give them some slice, and so that they will allow him to breathe. So that at the end of the day, Nigerians will get the benefit of it. And I'm happy.
Did he not say PMS was coming out sometime this month?
Yeah, it said August 10 to 12.
Is it August? It said mid-July last month.
No. It said August.
No, August. Mid-August.
August 10 to 12. So if Dangote, with the way Dangote is doing it, in terms of quality, I'm telling you that is for will kind of like be one of the best in the world. Because if you can, you know, if you can actually maintain that sulfur rate to 10 mm, I can tell you that's like the standard. So if you can do that, then you see what will happen at the end of the day. People will now be more like, yeah, which are you guys buying from Dangote? Because if that gives us what you want, why are you buying from those other guys that have been, imagine, Total and the rest of them, over 2,000, and we don't even know. And you see everywhere, dark cloud everywhere in Nigeria. You can't even, no clean hair. And these are the things, because those guys want to make money at all costs. So it's so unfortunate. But I just hope the government, they retrace their step and look for a way to come out of this, because everybody wants Nigeria to be good. If they say, oh, probably people should not protest, people will protest. I just hope the security are able to manage that protest and not really make it, go haywire. But saying, oh, don't come out, you can't stop people from coming out. They will come out, they will protest. All government just need to do is to look for a way to start talking to people, start engaging them. Come out and start engaging them, tell them things you've done, tell them things you intend to do, rather than say, oh, Commissioner of Police, don't come out. This religion, don't come out. People will come out. You can't even stop them from coming out. Engage them now. so that they will start, at least they will start looking for leaders.
What's your anticipation of that protest? I think it may well be it end up in a damp squib. It won't. I don't anticipate that it be at all successful in any way.
One man, that protest will be successful. You know why? There are a lot of idle people in Nigeria. There are a lot of people that, they probably do not have things doing, or probably they are just tired and, and once they see an avenue, it's more like, yeah, let's protest. You don't know the reason why in most cases, right? You don't even want Nigerians to protest, because little things that trigger protests in some other places don't even trigger protests in Nigeria. When you see a Nigerian protesting, then you should know that there is a problem. And that's why, for me, I believe the government just need to look for ways to engage them, look for ways to beg them, look for ways to let them at least have some, have some belief in the government. Because when Nigerians protest, Africa protests, little things. Look at Egypt and all those places. It's just little things. They will go out, protest, start vandalizing things. But when you see Nigerians protesting, when you see Nigerians, most of the people that you even see that are saying, oh, let the protest even happen, are even from Southwest. And these are people that basically supported Tinubu. And when you see people from Southwest, I've done the post, I've checked people, right? I've called home, I've called, and when I ask them, what they say is just that if there's a protest, there should be protest. That's exactly what's happening. And that's the reality that the government is not even facing.
Larry, we have history of our protests spiraling into riots.
Yes.
And then, of course, descending into anarchy.
Yes.
And I think this is the perspective people are coming from. Protests, yes, they must. But will it be orderly? That's the question. And if it spirals into riots, then what happens?
Baba, number one, this is, for them to be able to handle that, this is not the way to handle it, right? You know Nigerians, they hardly protest. But when they protest, you can't even hold them back. And that is why the best thing you can do, rather than gaslighting, rather than looking for scapegoat, rather than looking for who to blame, it's for you to now look for a way to start engaging. If you need to use the traditional ruler, use people that are closer to people. Engage. Don't gaslight. If you gaslight, you keep gaslighting, you think you can't, you see, Nigerians are a set of people that you can't even do that to. You can't do that to Nigerians. If you think, you will intimidate them and they won't go out, Nigerians will go out.
You said don't gaslight. Let me play you just 10 seconds, a minute of this clip. You see that the vision has already been seeded into that protest.
A quick one there. Nigerians, I want to talk. Share this video. If you are protesting, anywhere you are protesting in Nigeria, go back to your state and protest in your state. If you are from Abuja, protest in Abuja. If you are from Lagos, you are indigenous of Lagos, protest in Lagos. If you are indigenous of Kogi, protest in Kogi. If you are indigenous of Kwara, protest in Kwara. P2B should not give anybody money to transport people from the east down to Abuja. They should not give people money to transport people from the east down to Lagos. Because this protest is political. It has been arranged by P2B. And P2B, you have to be patient, wait till the next election so that they will vote for you. Lagos is doing very, very well. They are paying salaries. The local government autonomy has been there. The governor does not have anything to do with the local government economy. They are working fine. It's developing and their revenue is very good. It's good. And Kogi State also very, very fine in terms of security, agriculture, and everything. So if you are in Kogi State and you are not from Kogi State, don't protest in Kogi State. Go back to where you come from to go and protest. Go back to your village. If you are in Lagos, you are not an indigenous of Lagos. Go back to your state and go and protest. Don't protest in Lagos. because indigenous of Lagos are not complaining, they are okay. Indigenous of Kogi are not complaining, they are okay. Indigenous of other states that are not complaining, they are okay. Any state that is not doing well, maybe your governor is not doing well, the way Kogi governor is doing well, maybe your governor is not doing well, the way Lagos state governor is doing well, go to your state and even the president won't say.
So Larry, that's how this protest has been spun now, and very much that space promoted by Bayo Ononuga.
One man, you'll still hear more of this. But what I can tell you, let's wait till that day. I can tell you one thing, that there will be that protest, and that protest will happen almost everywhere in Nigeria. And if they are not able to curtail that protest on the first day, if that protest move into the second day and the third day, then the government might not be able to curtail it. That's what I see. So that's why, for me, I think what the government needs to do now is to engage people more, engage them on the reasons why they should not protest, engage them on things that they intend to do, or engage them on several things. You can send 1 million Bayo Ononuga out. You can send 1 million of all this, don't go out, don't do this out, right? It will not really work. So the government just has to look for ways now. Talk to them. You can't stop talking, right? Keep talking, and when you talk and people will be like, okay, fine. At least they've been able to achieve one thing, and which I actually expected them to build on that with the minimum wage they've been able to sign. Build on that and start talking more. And when you start talking more, it will be easier for you to be able to at least, some people will still protest, but at the end of the day, it will not really be more than a day. Probably they protest and okay, after that, let's go back home. But I just hope they are able to manage it. That's just it. But if you think, protest will not happen, one man, that protest will happen. It will happen.
When you talk about managing the protest, are you saying the government managing it, or the organizers managing the protesters?
The security agencies need to know how to manage it very well. So
but how do they do that? Because there's an undertone of anarchy in how this protest is being planned. So they are even describing it as days of rage. So how do they manage that? Because it will spill over into violence, and we all know.
Woman, they can say, days of rage. See, if police want a protest to be successful in Nigeria, it will be successful. If they want a protest to be successful in Nigeria, it will be successful. I've seen instances where people protest and police kind of come to them softly. We understand what you're facing, and we are here to really protect you, right? People, it's not like things just happen in protest. When I was in Nigeria, I've been part of several protests myself. You understand? Even in school, protests, those days that we don't even want to pay school fees, and we, one way or the other, exam is coming, we start the protest, right? It's a normal thing. But if it's just more of, don't go in so with that mindset, like, we told you guys not to come out and you guys are out, any small thing, we start pouring hot water, tear gas and all those things. Those are things that really make it turn to riot. So
Larry, it seems you are not paying attention. You are just fixated on the side of the government. You understand? If you are paying attention and listen to what people are called the anarchists have been saying.
Baba, anarchists will always be anarchy. Anarchy, those people that you see, they're only trying to take advantage of the situation. When you are able to manage things out, those people that you see, because they are faceless people, none of them, right, will be ready to come out and let people identify them that this is exactly what I'm doing. That is why you are not seeing leaders for some of all these protests. The only thing they can do is to take advantage.
And that makes it dangerous.
Take advantage of the situation.
No, that makes it dangerous, Larry, because when they are faceless, who do you hold responsible? Who is going to guide them? But when they are being remotely controlled, that is where the whole fear lies. And if you say the government is not engaging, I think the government is engaging, because there are over 2 CSOs. I think they call press conferences like twice or thrice in the space of 7 days, and said, look, we are not going to do this. We are not going to be involved. The NANS, that is the Nigerian Association of National Nigerian Students, came out, and several other groups. And to top it up, somebody, renegade like Gumi, said, look, defy it for some time and let's see. It's not even say it should be, it's a fierce urgency of now that a protest must take place. So how else does a government engage?
Baba.
You know, Larry, and then sorry, and then I'll be quiet, and then you. I don't even understand why the protest is now. You know, because the Nigerians have gone through the peak of the pain point of the economic difficulties. We are hearing anecdotes that the price of food is starting to stabilize even before the palliative intervention of this huge import. So it's stabilizing. They've reached an agreement for the minimum wage, which is double plus what obtained, and so the green shoots of the aftermath of the difficulties is starting to show. So why now? What's changed suddenly? Why wasn't it 4 months ago or 6 months ago when we were at the epicenter of the difficulties? Why is it that when recovery is starting to germinate from the soil, that is when they want? It's just I don't see it. I don't see that there's
one man. Some of all those things that you've actually said, I need to be very candid with you. You are the one, that understands some of all those things. That is why I said all they need to do is more of engagement. Show people data. Let them know what has actually happened. Let them know what you've done. Let them know what you've achieved. Let them know what you intend to achieve. Right? You see, and another thing is, if they were supposed to be very, as in that tweet that Bayo Onanuga actually, did. Oh, is this? Oh, is the obedient? Is the this? Is that? It's very, very unnecessary. And I was expecting them to call him to order and probably tell him to, release another statement to kind of like counter that. Because the more you do those things, oh, is the this? Oh, is the obedient? Is the this? And in actual sense, we all know that it's not just the obedient. The clamor, because this is it's general. Even you that you are abroad, I can tell you, if you have people that you give allowance in Nigeria, you must have probably doubled or tripled it. You must have probably doubled or tripled it because it's the normal thing. So I think what they need to do, and that's why for me, they should engage, tell Bayo Onanuga to go to the back and probably bring Ungulari, or what's that guy's name? Bring him to the front. Look for someone that is soft to engage people more, right? Not the likes of Bayo. Bayo should go to the back. Bayo cannot be at the forefront of this. They need someone else that is soft, that can explain things to people. This is not a fight. Bayo Onanuga does not have that charisma to be able to handle situations like this. And when you are representing a government and you are releasing statements, it is no more your personal opinion. It is no more your personal view. It is the voice of the government. So I think they need to, those are things that for me, those times when Bayo and this other fear guy were having issues, right? So those are things that they need to just put aside. They need someone else that can engage, someone else that is engaging, someone else that can actually go to, you are everywhere, explaining to people what you are doing, explaining to people what you've achieved, explaining to people what you intend to achieve. Leave Bayo, let Bayo go to the back, far back, because Bayo will be one of those people that will put problem into this, that will cause problem in this government. That's what I just say. One man, you can go to someone else.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I still want your thoughts on several other topics, so stay there because I want you to speak on Shoyinka especially. But like you said, let's move it around so that other voices get to speak as well. Pansat, your 7 minutes starts now. Pansat. You ready? You've been pushing.
I am pushing and I am ready.
All right.
Let me formally then say hello to everybody who has spoken. And Larry, wow. Larry has it almost at the money. But it is more sinister than what he's saying. It's worse than that. I think he's somewhat sympathetic and he's regretting that he actually have to come in and accept reality. I could see, I don't know who Larry is, but I could see from the comment section that some people are expressing disappointment. But he basically makes the case. So I will follow the same spirit, which is not to go overboard and go into an area that will be questionable. So I'm going to say things that are just the truth, whatever anybody would say. Now, one of the things I must caution Nigerians is that we actually have a big problem this time. This is not what is going to be done on us at some point. The kind of government that Buhari ran, that he passed over to Tinubu, not that he wasn't part of it. At that time that Buhari was committing all this fraud, Tinubu was part of it, benefiting from it. The monetary, he was head of APC, for example. But this Buhari actually bankrupted the country, sold oil in advance. There's only one thing Nigeria has, that's the oil. That oil is gone. The corporate, an NPC is privatized. They have an NPCL, an NPCB, that kind of stuff. A lot of interest is really not ours. Let's face it. So I want people to understand, yeah, we have some kind of inflation now. It's high, 30-something%, if you believe them, because how could you even believe a government that lies all the time, especially when it comes to facts and figures? They're liars. But you want to know, you got to go back to history and look at the Weimar Republic of Germany, say in the 20s, 1923. Inflation can go to hyperinflation. We're talking about trillions. That's like 14 zeros. And of course, the Zimbabwe one, where prices double every less than 24 hours. The world was still in the post-World War II hyperinflation of Hungary, for example. The monthly rate that they ever recorded, there was a 41.9 quadrillion%. That's 16 zeros. People don't care. Nobody cares about Nigeria. So the kind of situation we're in is now where we have to speak about reality, the situation we're in, not intellectual stuff, not abstract stuff that would invite people like Kolata, right? Because he'll come in, he will agree with virtually all your premises, and then he would, in his conclusion, he'll go into the conjectural, into the philosophical, suppositional, speculative. We have to deal with reality now. We are starving. Nigeria doesn't have any other source of income but that oil, in a serious note. We have other things, but it's not organized. So we have to be realistic now. Things are more sinister than Larry is painting them. It's menacingly, ominously, threateningly, balefully, frighteningly worse than what he's saying. But he makes the case. If you listen to what he's saying, he doesn't wish that to be the case. He put in there that Tinubu's involved in this, and he is. After all, when you look at I forgot how you pronounce that name, that oil company. It's owned by Tinubu and his family. One of the first things he did was to take that over in January. So now, if you add Dangote to the mix, here's my I'm not going to debate anybody, because the first day I came on this platform, I said to one man that oil is passe. Nobody's going to be, at that time he's saying he's building a $10 billion oil refinery. 10 billion. It's a lot of money. He was able to pitch our government, our corrupt. Corruption, there's corruption, and then there is people who've come to take over our country and to take that oil. That's their whole thing. They want to come in there, they want to take that oil. If they had a way to dig it out of the ground, take it home with them, they would have done so, but that's obviously impossible to do. So they've devised all kinds of things. They've used intelligence. For example, you look at somebody like Dangote. Reminds me of the current, I guess, contested by the current emir of Kano. He's part of the Northern Intelligentsia. These people, when you look at Dangote, he has advisors. They have a Northern Intelligentsia. They're intellectuals, they're academics, scholars, literati. Some would say they're their own Illuminati. The highbrow. They know that the Yorubas and the Igbos and other ethnic minorities that we're divided. So they've come in there and they figure the way to placate, take land. Dangote says, I purchased land for $100 million from Lagos State. Where's the receipt? Somebody who's never told one single truth, ever. Who feels that he's entitled? How do you dig into your pocket and pay $100 million to Lagos? I challenge him to show the receipt, who he paid that money to. Because they got it to where, if I'm saying something, obviously, let me just, for full disclosure, say I'm from the Southeast. Proud, Biafran. So this...
Are you really?
Yes, I am.
Can we see the receipt, or are we taking it on your own?
You know that I've never said anything different. But
you say it, but we don't have it on any authority outside.
Okay, I will try to make that record clear. But what I'm saying is that Larry, I want to also stay in the spirit of Larry, who avoided hyperbole. Trying to rile up emotional. He's.
Are you able to speak without hyperboles?
It's very hard.
I've never known you yet not to.
Right. I do.
You know what there's a phrase for somebody like you in England. Do you know what that is?
What is it?
It's a bloviating popinjay. That's how they would describe you here. A bloviating popinjay.
Okay.
But carry on.
Given the Nigerian state, that's congenial, right? That's not a big deal. I have to employ that rhetorical tool because of who we're dealing with. You often see me come and say, I have a rule of thumb on how to determine, for example, population of Nigerian tribes. And I say, I divide whatever the Hausas and the Muslims claim by 4, and I multiply what they give us in the south or southeast by 4. It's a rule of thumb. Now, that's hyperbolic only to make up their own, to arrive at the rule of thumb, right? So if I don't do that, but let me go back to what I'm talking about. You have the Northern Intelligentsia who have studied the Igbos, studied the Yorubas, and know the Southerners, and their goal is to take that oil. So you both do the same thing. You have to understand, these people, they've also been victimized in the past. That's why the Fulanis, for example, they come from somewhere. Something drove them away from wherever they were. They're victims. So they've come in, they've taken that oil, piping it. Look at this man investing, at that time, he said $10 billion in a goddamn refinery, right? Now he says it's 20 billion. He's talking to us. Now you and I had an argument about how much it's $1 billion. And by the way, I should say that you were right. I made a mistake.
Now, of course, I'm right. I just didn't want to push it, but he didn't invest 20 billion or 10 billion of your money. He invested 20 billion of his money.
Okay, please let me just respond to that, and then I want to stay in my point. Dangote did not put a red cent into that. We gave him. Do you know how much he's accepted? 2 point something billion. That's a lot of money for what he's got there. $1 billion. You have to know that our whole budget that we used to pay the army, pay all the civil servants, run all the things that we run, military, police, civil servant, teachers, doctors, whatever. This made 26 billion. So Dangote is saying that if we send the whole Nigerian army and have them pay them even double their salaries to go and work for them, send all our doctors, lawyers to that his refinery, all our engineers, all whatever it is, to go over there and put that stuff together, and he's going to have billions of dollars left over. He's a liar. He's talking to us. We're not all stupid. We're not
all right. What point is being made here? So he said it's invested $1 billion, 19 billion dollars, and the market has confirmed that the edifice is in that region, but it's a private entrepreneur speaking about his own investment. So what exactly? Take us to, because
here is what
I'm not sure where you are or where we are in this.
I am responding to Larry, somewhat agreeing with him, but what I'm saying is that we have an agency now, our NMPC, come and tell us the facts, the way they see it. They're the regular. They say it's not licensed. They say he's not even 47% completed. They say even the products that he's making already are inferior products, that the West African standard is 50 ppm and his is way over 1200.
Why would they do that?
They're telling the truth.
Yeah, but why would they do that?
They're doing that because there's something they say before that. They're saying that Dangote is jacking them up, holding them by the balls, and say, remove everybody else, any other source. I have to be the only one. Everything has to be directed to me as a monopoly.
Okay. No, we know what he said, so you don't have to.
No, but there are people who don't know.
Don't go long.
Hold
on. Okay. Go on, make the point.
Yeah, you heard him say that. Well, you heard the NNPC say that Dangote is blackmailing our government, and that he wants to be the only one. That's what I'm saying. If you say
I didn't hear them say that.
Let's play. Play that news conference.
No, we know what he said. What was said. He said that Dangote was asking them to divert the marketers to his edifice, right. and the NMPC, the national oil sector space,
everything.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
He's asking. They said he was asking them to divert oil marketers to his edifice, and the national oil space wants to continue to import, and that is where the chasm is, and that is where then they inserted that his product was inferior, but then the market test actually tells us that their imported product is actually vastly inferior to what Dangote is producing. That's been tested.
Okay, please. He's a liar. I want you to know that right now. As a matter of fact, he's spoiled. So he knows that Nigerians are stupid. So he could say anything, right? These people, for example, there's something he says to say to our agency. Don't even just come to my edifice, like you put it, to test what I have. Go to the gas stations that I'm going to supply to and test there. That proves it. Is that scientific? If you know they're going to come to test you, then you're going to import something and send over there, because he doesn't even have respect to make anything and send over there. These agencies have their regulators.
He also said at any time. He doesn't have. He didn't choose the locations where they deliver the petrol, wherever they feel that his petrol is being delivered.
Okay, thanks. But it's not his job. That's none of his business. Our agencies. I thought you said Patriotic Nigeria. Our agencies know how to test that stuff, right? Right now they're giving you the numbers.
Our agencies don't have a lab. They don't have any lab that Nigerians can. Allowing fuel to come into the country without testing it. Can you imagine? That is criminal.
To Niger, Pastor, let me say something. Our agency don't have the equipment to actually test. They rely on what the foreigners say, number one. Number two, you could hear Dangote tell us that they actually, even NNPC are so greedy that they even have like I don't know, a factory, or I don't even know what we're going to call it, where they mix poor quality with decent quality, mix it together and bring it to the country. And at some point in time, hold on, at some point in time, in when Jonathan was in government, remember almost everybody used to do oil and gas business, especially diesel. There was one variation of diesel that I have friends that got involved in that business. They called it rice and beans. For anybody that was in Nigeria at that period, try and remember what they call rice and beans diesel. They mix shitty diesel with decent diesel and they sell it to people. And they call it rice
Get
and beans.
away,
All right, that's
carry on.
yeah, that's a different thing altogether. Let me say.
No, it's part of it because that's what led us to where we are.
Kulota, hold on.
Don't yell. You don't have to yell.
I want. I don't mean to yell. Now my microphone is very sensitive and very good, but listen to what I'm saying. And to Niger, I also want you to pay. You spoke a long time yesterday on your show to Niger, right? Talking things that are irrelevant. We have an agency. If the mechanism they want to use is to use foreign chemists, foreign investigators, fine. It's even better.
No,
we don't have to run a line.
Here in
I trust foreign, and please don't say one more word. You're not a moderator
as
here,
well.
right? You're not a moderator here. Let me ask the moderator to watch to Niger. He has a bet.
No, he's the host, too, and he's about to take over soon. So be nice to him.
Until he does, you already know my position. Host doesn't determine true or false. So what I'm saying to you is that, look, you guys, you're complicating this thing. So let me go back to by saying I agree, and I join my comments with Larry. He's kind of milk toast on it. He doesn't want it to be that way. You could tell he likes Dangote and all that. And, somehow we all like successful people. But unfortunately, he fails woefully. His colleagues, his counterparts will be like Elon Musk, Bill Gates in other countries. And these people don't even have the opportunities that we've given him to make our country better, to innovate, get some intellectual property, do something value added, assist the country to leap. But unfortunately, he's been unscrupulous, he's been deceitful. He's launched that particular refinery many times, even with Buhari doing a fanfare, lying. He's moved it every single month. So sometime this month, last month, 2 months ago, he was supposed to produce gasoline. Now, NMPC goes there and says a lot of things, damning things that should make Dangote be arrested, not discuss this stuff in public, in the media. Should be treated like MFLA at the minimum. Showore, Namdekan. If you give these corporates time to discuss their case in the media, you're going to find out they're not as guilty as you think. But that's not the way government operates. This man pitched our fraudulent government for a 20% stake, and they bought it. Now, perhaps he has good reason to say these people are not performing. Then his turn is to take them to court and force them to perform. He cannot tell our country, I'm going to cut you down from 20% to 7-point-something% without a judicial input on his own. What hubris, what nonsense, what fraudster, how disrespectful. That's our money, we're in trouble. So what I'm saying to NMPC and this Tinubu government, who I already know, I mean, there's something they're hatching, right? You think they're in opposite camps, they're in opposite camps. Dangote has expressed his interest of abandoning that thing because he knows he's not building anything. He wants to sell it to us. Scrap metals on unlicensed, uncompleted, inferior product producing place for $20 billion. He wants to sell it to us. He's already said, look, I'm not going to produce steel anymore. They accuse me of being a monopolist, therefore I'm out. I want you to buy me out. This is somebody who should be arrested. You're talking to the government. You cannot tell the government what to do in that sense, where you rely on stolen oil from the South that you're piping all the way from South to Lagos. He says, I bought a land for $100 million. Where's the receipt? I'll tell you what, one man, and if Dangote is listening to me, I'll give you $50,000 on this platform if he shows a receipt that he paid $100 million for that land to Lagos State. I'll pay. Because I know that not a single, you have to have some respect before you can address people truthfully. If you have no respect for anybody, you're never gonna, you don't have to tell them the truth because they're so stupid they're not gonna check. So I'm saying to you, this your platform is not a place to actually hash out the truths and all that. But I'm very encouraged with what Larry said on this particular topic. And I will go ahead and I join him. You take what he said, you could take a little bit of what I'm saying. I want you to wake up. This is not a time to be a fanboy for a billionaire. Fanboy, where we have 30-something% inflation. His activities in the cement, the house, 2 weeks ago, threatened to issue an arrest warrant for him for fixing cement. You go to Kogi, he's over there taking over that state's cement factory. Now, Yahya Bello, who could be a fraudster, fought him back and won a case to keep the state's cement factory. Now he's engineered to have him arrested. And it's all over the place causing havoc. He actually, a couple of days ago, went and took corrupt politicians from the north to be alibi for how good...
2 more minutes, sir. 2 more minutes.
Yeah, to be alibi for how good his refinery is. Is that who determines how good a factory is? If he's up and up, he would take, if not scientists, at least he would take good journalists like Rufai and others, critical, people who are going to go there. So show me, what do you have here? Or at least take some politicians from the south, southeast, southwest, and the north. He goes over there, takes his people over there to vouch for how good his refinery is. He has no respect. This is our agency that's entitled. Now, this is the time to be a patriotic Nigerian. You have to be on the side of your country. Don't you have any shame? NNPC, luckily for us, for whatever reason, we don't know why, all of a sudden, dramatically, these people come out here to tell us that this man is making inferior products. It's unlicensed. It's not even in the pre-licensing stages. That his turn is 40-something% completed, which I doubt. Talk about 5 to 7%. He doesn't have a refinery that's doing anything, producing anything. So what I'm saying to Nigerians is time. I want you to wake up. Don't be a fanboy. If Dangote is right, because NNPC made those statements, they're damning statements for investors, for our country, sue them, take them to court. If you don't take them to court, then it's true. That's the way prima facie is done. When somebody makes a statement, it shifts to the other side to show why we shouldn't believe it. That's law. Taught. Now, but going by his antecedents, though, in other areas, cement, tomatoes, we have graveyard of entrepreneurs that he has eviscerated and devastated, only to then turn around and raise the prices on poor Nigerians, like gnashing their teeth and suffering and dying. He has no heart. He's not a patriot. So I will respect your platform. I have to go to other things, though.
Yes, just to look around, would you believe that Prince Daddy is here? Baba also, Kulata, even to Niger. So a lot of Isaac here as well, but Isaac doesn't push often. But let's go to Baba, from Baba to Prince Daddy, Kulata, Kulata, Isaac, and then to Niger. So we try and be as rapid as we can. Baba, I'm not quite sure how deep into the conversation you are, or if there's anything you especially want to speak to, but the floor is yours.
Oh, well, let me start first. I will always watch my manners. Good evening, women and fellow panelists. I salute you all. And my fans and not so fan in the comment section, greetings. And for watchers, viewers, listeners, welcome to One Man Platform as usual. I hope you've not forgotten to click the like button, which is the most important, and don't forget to like and share. Also, I know you love this place. If I have to borrow from Rudolph Okonkwo, and a columnist I enjoy is talk about fornication of opinion, which is what this platform is all about. We contest a lot because everybody has their strong opinion and we stay in our corners. So you enjoy that? So give us our flowers. Yes, woman, I'll quickly go to the Dangote issue. I respect industry, even until tomorrow. I commend him very well. He's been conducting himself over the years admirably. But in this issue, I think it's not getting things right. When you are a businessman and you are heavily invested in an environment, your first instinct is to protect yourself and protect your investment. He has dived into the Nigerian investment environment heavily, and I think he's even gone for broke with this his refinery. And I think even in Africa, with this, I don't know if I'm right.
Sorry, Baba. You said it's gone for broke, but some people are actually suggesting that he may well actually be broke. That is what.
No,
that is what we're actually hearing.
I disagree with those people, one man. A billionaire what's a billion, anybody that's gone beyond 10 billion can never be broke except you are stupid. Except you are exceptionally stupid. And Dangote is not stupid. He's benefited a lot from the establishment. Let me just put it like that. I won't say government. He has benefited a lot. He has been part of the establishment in our country. And I think he stands proud of what he has done, because the refinery, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, I think it's the biggest singular investment by an individual on the continent of Africa. 20 billion is no yam. You understand? And I think it should be more sensible. If you look at Matthew 5:25, for instance, which most of us have interpreted anyhow, even talking about bribery and things like that, he should be able to handle his traducers very well. But in this case, it's not doing at all because they are fighting.
One man, I wanted to speak about the protest. You didn't let me speak about the protest. That's the main reason why I'm here.
Yes, we'll look around the
let me have my space.
We'll look around the. I think it just was a reaction out of you. But
I will
the
not. You know, I will not give Pansa the light of day when, no matter how provocating it is. It's made me lost my thought anyway. The Dangote team, as I was saying, these people, if you look at the dirty tricks they are using, the ammo they are using to fight him, they are trying to bring him down. But they cannot bring him down because they are all eating from the same bowl. They are eating from the same bowl. Even our president is complicit in this. I had somebody said, oh, he doesn't know anything. Tinubu is an oil man. True and true. He's an oil man. And Dangote should know better. He's part of the economic team of this government. I think there are two economic teams, and all of them, they are in both teams. All the moguls, Elumelu, the Zenith man, and all the rest, Rabiu, Tedola, and it's who is who. in the high stake business industry, high wire investment. So coming from that background, it should have made effort, even not copiously. They have their back channels. They know exactly what is happening. Even though we are enjoying it, we, the citizens, are enjoying the fight because a lot of things are coming into the fore. And if they continue like that, they may blow up the country because we could hear or things could be divulged that will so shock us that the country could just go to blazes. And I would just, for a word of caution, Aliko, please, please, and please sit on a round table like you are all doing right now and sort this out quickly. Because I don't like the way Farouk brazenly, openly, he's not stupid. If you check his CV, Farouk must have a professional certificate, if not outright degrees, as long as my arm. These guys have been in the oil industry for as long you can think of. They all joined as young graduates way back in the 80s, 90s. Believe me, check their relationship. So they know what they are talking about. But for Farouk to come and demarket the Dangote refinery in the manner in which he did, that's a bad hand he's dealing, or a bad card. He's dealing not Dangote refinery, not Aliko, but Nigeria as an entity. I will not forgive him for that, and I don't think the government should forgive him for that. Because to come out and say the products coming out from that refinery are substandard, and that the refinery itself is...
You know, that doesn't even impact just locally, it impacts internationally, because the international, everybody is watching Dangote now, and it comes out and says something like that. It's a legal matter. Why Dangote has not taken to law, I'm not quite sure yet.
You know, my consolation, one man, in that regard, the oil industry is large, but also small, in the manner that there are not many people involved in that space. Dangote, about 6 weeks ago, exported 45,000 metric tons of AGO to Europe. And Europe has the highest standard of emission in the world. They accepted that product. The foreign airlines have been coming here half tank so that they can take in our cheap Jet A1 fuel for almost next to nothing. So business is going on, but Dangote only missed something. And I wonder a businessman like him, of his caliber and capacity, to miss that. When he conceptualized the establishment of this refinery, he should have gotten a concession of his own acreage, his own oil field. But I think he just looked.
Yes, I'm still wondering why he doesn't have that.
Because he banked on getting cheap crude oil.
Yeah, but the cheapest crude oil that he can get is to own his own well.
No, don't. The cost will not be different from what you have normally. But of course, when he's getting it from NNPC directly, one, he has the advantage of the normal thing here is 60 days letter of credit, but you could get as much as even 180 days, which is like take it, refine it, sell it, and bring the money, which is very easy and cheap. Any neophyte in business can run that kind of business successfully. It's like somebody giving you a container load of electronics item. Take out, deliver it to his warehouse, FOB, ask him to sell. When he finishes selling, he brings the money. That's sweet business. And that's what I think blinded him to the fact that he needed to have his own acreage. Because if he has that today, there wouldn't be all this quarrel amongst friends.
I think maybe that would be stretching him too far, because already the cost of the refinery was already doubled from what I gather, and then him having to do his own this thing when all he needed to expect was the Nigerian state to even give him at international price. That's what all he's asking for. He's not even asking for that much of a special treatment. The fact that they are finding it difficult to even do that, it tells you that there are other ulterior motives to sabotage him. You know, and this damn Paruga, I don't even know why he's still in his job. I don't know. This type of people,
it's a mystery to everybody why it's not being started.
You know what happened?
Sorry. Accusing Dangote of wanting to be a monopoly when you have control of 4 refineries that you refuse to bring on stream. These kind of people, I'm telling you, man, these are people that drive me crazy. If I'm going to advocate violence, these are the kind of people. They are the ones killing the country. They would rather kill the country than ever, because they don't serve only their own interests, so they serve interests of foreigners. They are busy. They are telling us that they want to stop oil import. They are the ones. These same people. They are standing next to each other, Kiari and that guy. They are the ones that
did you hear what they said? He said
hold on
to them.
now. Hold on.
No, hold on. Did you hear what he said?
That we are going to hold on now.
He made a demand on them.
Can you let me talk? Can you let me talk? They are the ones telling us that we are going to be a net exporter of oil. This in petroleum products by now. These people keep lying to us. They never intended it. A few weeks ago, a group came out in Nigeria and said these people, these two, they are looking for a way to block Nigeria from being able to manufacture have their refineries working. This is local refineries, so they are preventing the Nigerian refinery from working, and they are preventing that. Now they want to block Dangote too. These people, you had Panzer, you had how AP said it too, that people within Nigeria are working with foreign interests to sabotage its own airline too.
That's not the same thing. Come on, that's not the same thing.
It's exactly the same thing. These type of people, they have to be dealt with in Nigeria. They are saboteurs of their own people. They don't even care whether their own people do well. All they care about
this is not my time.
No, sorry, just go ahead.
No, go ahead. I don't mind. I just want to alert one man to the fact that I have. It's my time
to protest against in this country. These are the people we protest against. The people that are telling us that our country should not be secure, they are the ones sabotaging the country. They sabotage our economy. They sabotage our security. They sabotage everything. Look at the country. There's barely anything left. Nigerians are running out of the country because of these wicked people. These wicked set of people that don't care about their
people. Can you make a conversation or since
forget that, I beg Jare. I don't like.
I'm asking you. Did you hear what NNPC said that Dangote said to them? Dangote is making demands on them to cut everybody else out, direct everybody to him. Listen, this is NNPC, right? The regulators, the ones who are supposed to license him. They said to him, look, you are pre-licensed.
Dangote didn't say that. Dangote was online. He didn't say that. He actually came on TV and said he didn't tell anybody to stop importing, that there's room for everybody to compete, that other people can even do their own refineries.
Okay, so there's a conflict. Yeah, but even if he said that, what's wrong with that? Because NNPC importing oil, petroleum, is meant to be a temporary measure. So if we have a refinery that can satiate our needs now, then why are they still importing? They should, of course, divert the marketers to him, because that's where the market is now. They shouldn't be importing.
Let me play devil's advocate. Even though the intention they're doing is ulterior, but let me just play devil's advocate. So they're going to say you're handling your energy security to a single man, a single point of failure, being Dangote. So Dangote can, number one, Dangote can hold your country in ransom. Number two, that single point of failure, let's assume, because tonight guy is here, I'm just going to give him, someone bombs Dangote refinery. Then what happens to your energy security? I mean, I'm just trying to I'm just trying to play devil's advocate.
No, that's what they said. They said that.
Hold on. The conversation has moved on from where you're trying to.
So I'm playing to play devil's advocate because they're going to tell you that right now. I mean, maybe the shame will not let them say that, but the reality of the situation is right now, all the 4 refineries are not working. It's only Dangote and those tiny modular refineries. And then I don't think we have enough storage facility to just say produce and store.
So essentially, you are
that
handing
was what I was going to say. So they should invest in those facilities then, so that yes, they should be buying consistently from Dangote in order to ensure
and stockpiling.
and stockpile, yes, and
Yeah.
stockpile.
So, but
yes.
they're going to tell you that. I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate, so I'm not taking government
I'm
position.
saying you're not playing devil's advocate. That's
Oh,
what they said.
Pansat.
No, hold on. That's what they
You don't have
said.
to ruin it now.
Pansat, just keep quiet. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. Keep quiet for a bit.
Idiot.
Keep quiet. Keep quiet.
That's what they said.
Keep quiet. Pansat, go and use your medication. Go use your medication.
You're gonna lie to
Keep quiet.
yourself. That's what
Go
they
use your
said.
medication. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, shut up. So they're going to tell you, I mean, I'm just trying to play their game. They're going to tell you, okay, we don't have enough storage. We don't have other local refineries. So why should we hand over 100% to Dangote? We should have at least some alternative just because XYZ. You get?
If Dangote shows capacity to satiate the Nigerian need in a spillover, then that argument is not tenable.
It is tenable because that's a single source of failure.
But we have a single source of. So you're saying they should continue to import?
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying I'm playing devil's advocate. They want to continue to import for ulterior motives, but they're going to back it up with a valid excuse. That's what I'm saying.
See, just because you want to import doesn't mean if you say that you want to supply Dangote, then if there's any problem with Dangote, then they cannot start import again. People can always continue importing. Or you can ask them to compete with Dangote on price. You want to
okay. Now that's the next thing I was going to go to. You see, nobody made any noise when Dangote started selling diesel because there's no subsidy on diesel. So Dangote can compete with imports on price and is beating the imports on price by 300 naira per liter. But with the petrol,
you know him now,
but with the petrol, Dangote probably can't compete because they're subsidizing because of the foolish. Nigerians are suffering. Blah blah blah.
It's the same thing. He will also be subsidized just as the ones that people are
no, government. Here's the thing: people that don't want Dangote to operate will not offer Dangote subsidies because they will say, we can't be enriching this guy and be paying him subsidies so we can sell petrol. If there was zero, let me just land. Wait, let me land. If there was zero subsidies on PMS, nobody will bat an eye. Dangote will compete the way he's competing with diesel and the other stuff. So that's the angle.
Sell his competitors.
That's the angle that they're playing it to maintain their own. So it's either they allow them to continue importing, or it's either they do backroom deal and buy part of Dangote's refinery. So whatever money they were making before, they can still be making. But this is all negotiation tactics. That's all I'm saying.
But the last argument you made is not coherent, because if they can import from foreign countries, so let me explain now. If they can import from foreign countries and you subsidize them, so why is it that you will not subsidize the one Dangote is doing? You should subsidize the one Dangote is doing too. The same way
because
you have to be consistent across the board.
It's not that palatable to tell Nigerians. You know the way Nigeria. Okay, here it is now.
It's not that palatable for Nigerians.
Wait. Hold on a second. Look at, for example, this guy here, Pansat and Co. That's been belly aching because of Dangote and Ibeto Cement. So if it now comes out and say Nigerian government is paying Aliko Dangote subsidy, and then from the corruption that is there plus the one that is not there, it's just going to become a narrative. How does it? It's going to sound ugly. But if you are saying you're paying subsidies to some random company,
even if they subsidize him, all that will lead to will be petroleum scarcity. Remember, they were subsidizing and they were just following it through the borders.
Another thing. If you subsidize Dangote, how do you control, based on the Nigeria that we know, I'm not talking about the ideal Nigeria, how do you control Dangote, what he exports? Because you subsidize him, it's going to say, okay, I'm supplying your needs, but part of the subsidy you're paying him, you can as well go and sell in Ghana at the normal market price.
Double your money deal.
Come on, man. You don't subsidize everything. You subsidize the one he supplies to Nigeria. Come on.
How
Nigeria that
do you
since
determine that? How do you
Nigeria
determine
that
that?
since the 60s.
You know the ones that is supplied to Nigeria versus the one.
To Nigeria, that's why I said let's talk about the Nigeria we know, not the Nigeria we wish for. The Nigeria we know since the 50s that all these IOCs have been pumping oil. We've not been able to have our meter to measure that they're getting this. We're getting 60%. They're getting 40%. Except what they tell us. Is that the same Nigeria that will be able to measure what Dangote is exporting or not? I mean, the reality of Nigeria.
Obvious now. If you take the ship, you put it in the ship and you send it to Ghana, that is exported. If you supply the tankers in Nigeria, that is local. How is that? I don't
It's
understand.
not. You're not understanding the reality of Nigeria. Yes.
You know the genesis of Dangote's problem. The genesis of Dangote's problem is because Dangote wants to go into retail.
So
and NNPC, what NNPC wants, right, is basically Dangote selling to them. They still want to maintain that monopoly and they want to sell to Nigerians. But the fact that Dangote is actually trying to go into retail, that's where the problem is coming from.
One part of the problem. Let me tell you another part of the problem. A lot of NNPC folks, they have tank farms that they're using to import. If Dangote going into retail, Dangote has his own tank farm. Their own tank farm will be redundant because you're not importing, except Dangote leases it from.
Their business.
So essentially, Dangote is going to Nigeria. Let me land my point before you shout. Dangote is going to hold the entire industry by the balls.
Exactly.
Yes, maybe it should.
And
Because hold on, let me just add this. Because their own method is impoverishing the country. Instead of, there are certain aspects of society that should be gotten rid of. This is one of those areas. And if those people are not good enough to figure out a way to go and build their own refineries, and then let's move in that direction. Let's not try to a kind of how do I put it?
You can't wish it into action.
No. You can't actually, to an extent. You have to condemn them for what they represent. They represent backwardness for the country. Instead of them, like people that are advocating generator usage in the country, they represent backwardness. You have to remove those people from the system.
You are preaching to the choir. We are preaching to the choir.
Yeah. What's your central point? Because on one hand, you're
my central point is, for these things to be to be resolved, they have to settle each other. It's not going to be this bang, 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 bang. Because look, these are real stakeholders. They are real cabals. You have to settle. They have to cut deals. Either they buy in or they allow some certain percentage of import. Otherwise, they're going to sabotage all this stuff.
You think Dangote has not tried? These people, you don't understand that there are interests out there. I think this is where we fall all the time.
Tunaja, calm down. Let's talk through this thing.
Hold on, everyone. Tunaja, hold on. Let it not come in. I think he wants to come into that conversation. Okay. But land your point, and then let's. I think bring it, and then it all comes in, and then Baba takes back. Yeah.
The point I'm making is that you seem to think that this is about sharing and this thing. There are people that have specific interests in Nigeria not developing. It's not about money now. You have to understand that.
Got it. Aizon.
Yeah, to Nigeria, it's always about money, right? The thing is that these people put the interest of them making money over the interest of the greater good of the country. But primarily, it's about money, right? Dangote is trying to build something that's breaking down the old system. And when you build anything new that breaks down an old system, you make enemies because there are people currently making money off the old system, right? And I agree with you. This here is something we desperately need to happen. Kolata, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're suggesting is a compromise where he can work with the existing entities to make it work. But I don't know how feasible that compromise is or will be, because these guys have a crab in a bucket mentality, right? They aren't looking at this as, okay, we can get half a cake
and you get what you want and everyone's happy. They're looking at it like, now this guy here is trying to put us out of business and cut back the amount of money we're making. So don't you think it's something where the executive, right, and no one really has gotten a feel for where Tinubu's stance is on this. Some people have claimed that he's beefing with Dangote, and therefore we see this issue and Farouk coming out with the statements. We don't even know. I mean, you can't really go with that because you don't know if that's factual. But don't you think the executive should step in, because this Dangote thing is something we absolutely need? So he should step in and use his office to push this into reality.
So here's one thing before people misconstrue me. I'm not saying that is what I'm advocating for, but I'm speaking the reality of the negotiation that is going on, right? You will have to. Dangote is really facing the first pushback he's going to face in his life. He will have to settle. First things first, Tinubu is aware, because you can't have that regulator guy and the DMD of NNPC sitting stand by stand when we were making the press conference, and they broadcasted that from Aso Rock, whatever TV. Tinubu is aware. Tinubu is an oil man. I mentioned it yesterday, that don't be naive. And we can't wish this away. The government, especially Nigerians, let me just say Nigerians, they don't act for the interest of anything apart from their own selfish interest. So it's a way of how do you make their own selfish interest become our own interest? Because at this point in time, the phenomenon going on with Dangote is what in economics is called obsolescent bargain model, whereby you attract an investor, you give the investor the upper hand when you're giving in the investment. By the time that investor is completing the work, then you, the host community, get the upper hand, and then you start hard bargains. It's those hard bargains that we're currently having. So whatever they're going to negotiate behind the door, just think about all these stakeholders, those marketers, those guys that have huge tank farms, those corrupt, madly corrupt NNPC that even Dangote said they have their own whatever refinery in Malta. All those guys, you cannot just. Do you think Tinubu, people that funded his elections, don't you think some of the people that funded the elections got their money this way? Is there a reason why Tinubu hasn't fired Kyari when he fired the CBN governor and fired whatever? So it's more than what we are discussing, and we can't just wish what we want into reality. They have to negotiate. It's just going to be dirty. But if they don't negotiate, this thing is not going to come into fruition. And I think they're going to eventually negotiate. It's going to be behind our back. And everything, I think maybe they started it. But I'm just trying to paint a realistic picture of how we operate. And
like what I said, I've been fighting all my life. Somebody now said, okay,
what's that?
Mr. Dangote, I heard that,
Sorry, that was Baba. I think you're muted.
No, not me.
Who was playing? Oh, no. Oh, sorry, Baba. Then back to you.
Okay. I will just speak in support of what Kolata is saying, and let me put it in the proper perspective. Let me just lay it down. NNPC imports fuel today. They pump it straight to tank farms of their friends, prominent amongst which is a senator. What's that senator now? Former YPP man. So he earns his money. They talk about subsidy. They cut, they dice it, they share whatever it is on top. Now, Dangote model is this. He refines. What he refines on daily basis is much more than what Nigeria can consume. He has his own tank farm. If government is going to subsidize, maybe let's say it produces a liter for $1 and invoice it to government, you understand? And government will now subsidize. and pay the subsidy directly to Dangote. So the middlemen, the tank farm owners, are already out of business, dead. It cuts them off totally. So this is where they have to negotiate, because you don't kill an industry because you've created a bigger one. Dangote is known for that. I remember the salt issue back in the late 80s when Dangote bought Daikon and started producing his own salt. What did he do to every other salt importer? Dangote undersell by almost 10 naira. So if the people, everybody is selling X warehouse at 20, Dangote is selling at 12 or even 16. So he ran everybody out of business. It is his pattern. So this is the fear of these people. Is it justified? I leave the answer to our listeners, because are the Nigerian people being served by Dangote protecting the Nigerian oil economy, or the people for which it is business as usual go down with all their staff, their equipment, things they put in place for decades?
But
So
Baba, don't you think that we have? I mean, there's a bigger picture here, though. You know, like these individuals that are, you know, whether it's midstream or downstream, that have this business they've been making money from the status quo, but the status quo doesn't benefit the country as a whole, right? It hemorrhages
That's what
us.
I'm saying.
Dangote's arrangement with his refinery, right? Even if I believe that there should be a diversified approach to refinery and we need to have as many as possible, but he puts us in a different ball game, totally different ball game as it relates to what we've done for decades that hasn't made sense. We can't allow a handful of people to openly sabotage something that will totally change the fortunes of not just our energy infrastructure, but our economy. I mean, this goes beyond this. These guys should not, there shouldn't even be a discussion right now about these clowns coming up saying, oh, well, we're going to lose money. Who cares if you're losing money? There's a bigger picture in play. I was talking to someone today in Nigeria about, you know, about Yari in Zamfara, who essentially is, from what people are saying, is behind this whole debacle with insurgency and gold and how he controls that whole space. And he's one of the wealthiest men in Nigeria. And everybody knows this. Right? But no one is doing anything about it. And you have these situations where you have individuals, right, openly sabotaging the nation. And we're looking right now at one person that's creating a solution. Yes, he's going to make money. Fine, let him make money. But at the end of the day, he puts us on a different trajectory. But because of a handful of people who are not going to do it, it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, Arizona, that festival will eventually come to an end. Why I believe we have to take the hit. If not, these people are so into their deals that they would rather die than give up that pipe with which they suck Nigerians' blood. When Bua one comes up, I think in Akwa Ibom or so, and that could be another 3-4 years. Maybe
No,
we'll
I don't
start.
understand. When you say they rather die than give up, what is the problem with that? Are you worried that they are going to die? Are you going to mourn for people that are killing the
No,
economy?
I'm putting it. It figuratively. Let me put it that way. I'm putting it figuratively. It's not about people just going into oblivion. Look, these people are hardened.
They are
If you
only
look,
hardened because they are empowered by foreign backers. The problem with our state is that we are all sitting on monopolies as we speak. Most of us use devices that are monopolies. We are on computers that are monopolies. nations, I think we don't understand. We talk about capitalism, but we don't truly understand capitalism. Really, we like
It
to
is
say we
you that
understand it.
do not understand the Nigerian space.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. The idea of capitalism is that people don't understand it, because the idea that monopoly is a problem for capitalism is a problem when it gets totally out of control, where it becomes damaging to even the government. But in the case of, if you look at Western economies, capitalism has always been, big monopolies has always been how they project their powers. Like we have the Royal African Company and the West Indian Dutch Company or something. That there were times when those companies were bigger than many European countries put together. One company.
Okay, let me give you a current example. I've just checked Huawei problem with America and with Canada. Are you familiar with that problem where the lady was thrown into jail?
Which one? Sorry, I didn't get. Yeah, the
Huawei.
Huawei. Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah.
Okay, carry on. Look into that and superimpose it on what is happening in Nigeria today.
Sorry, if I may, if I may briefly, it will help us. It won't help us if we keep yelling about what is unobtainable in Nigeria. We're not, the country as it is not a country of Lee Kuan Yew or Mao Zedong or something like that.
Exactly.
We need to, one thing that is happening.
Like you
Wait, excuse me.
It's about being real. You have to be real.
You guys need to chill out, man. You don't want to negotiate.
Excuse me. Tunaja, mute yourself. Mute yourself.
What is that to mute?
Mute yourself. Thank you. Mute your. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. Go and drink Gary or something.
All these backside strokers and Qatar. You are bred for.
Tunaja. Hold your lips. Hold your lips. I don't know what else. Do you want me to say to you in your language? Just keep quiet. Keep quiet.
Mechonu.
You don't know my language.
But what is happening is there's a paradigm shift. The Dangote is changing the paradigm.
Yeah, why not argue for the traitors?
So, excuse me. So it's changing the paradigm. So regardless of what the vested interests want or not, that's going to be the new business model going forward. And that's where they're going to entrench themselves. So the business as usual has changed, but it is that hard negotiation that is happening because they allowed Dangote to sink in $20 billion. So that's like I said, it's a bargaining model in economics. That's the time for them to sink their teeth, and they're sinking their teeth. So you can't avoid the Nigerian leeches, otherwise we'll be having 24/7 electricity. But this guy has done the work. It's just the last mile negotiation. It's going to be ugly. It's not going to be ideal, but it has to happen. And going forward, yeah.
Sorry, Tunaja. What concession do you think they're trying to get out of
one man.
Keep us in the same place.
One man.
No, Tunaja. Larry, yes. I think Larry might be able to tackle that. Larry.
One man.
Yeah.
You see, if you look at the genesis of this whole thing, I think Dangote, the only mistake Dangote did was he didn't manage all the stakeholders very well. This was supposed to be in Abeokuta, in Ogun State. Amosun was trying to strike a deal. The deal does not really go well with Dangote. They called him to Lagos. They gave him the land. They discounted the land. They gave it to him. But the landlord in Lagos, I expect him to have struck a very good deal with the landlord in Lagos. Now, the landlord in Lagos is now the president. All these other guys, the only thing Dangote needs to do...
They didn't see it coming.
The only thing Dangote needs to do is to go into Aso Rock and strike a deal with the main man. All these other guys will keep quiet. But because he didn't strike the very good deal with the main man, so these other guys are now taking advantage of that, trying to be mouthpiece. And that's exactly what is really causing problem to him. And I like
I think they are trying to get a concession because there's vested interest, and that vested interest wraps around petroleum importation.
It shouldn't have really gotten to this extent. It shouldn't have even.
No, but it can't strike a deal with the man in
No.
Aso Rock now, because
You
the
know what
man in
Dangote
Aso Rock,
did?
he comes and goes now. He comes and goes.
You know what Dangote did? Now, Baba said something. Probably, it was not really, probably his strategy guys. They're supposed to have looked into one or two things. What Dangote did was, Dangote used National Assembly. The PIA bill, Dangote funded that bill. And in that bill,
What is that bill?
Petroleum Industry Bill.
The Petroleum Industry Bill, Dangote funded that bill with the notions that, the local quota and all those things, it's in that bill, right?
Yes, which weighs in its direction.
Yeah,
Yes.
forgetting that Nigeria is not a country that follows some of their own law, right? Because if it were to be a very good country, right, all Dangote does need to do is to send one or two guys, ensure that Nigeria comply with that aspect of that particular law. So that is his own strategy.
Sorry, which aspect of the law?
There is a particular aspect of the PIA bill that
local content.
Local content, and Nigeria has to be given topmost priority in everything. Oil.
So that clause is there, but Nigeria is not a country. So he felt, probably they will follow the law. But it doesn't work like that. That is so unfortunate. That it doesn't really work like that, because if they had followed that law, Dangote shouldn't be having any problem. But now they are even jettisoning that law. They don't even care about any law or anything. They are basically telling him the reality on ground. So for me, I think what he needs to do is to go into Aso Rock, strike a deal, and immediately cut a deal. All these other guys that carry or
he can't cut a deal with Aso Rock, because Aso Rock is a revolving door. You know, if Tinubu is out in 2027, then does it cut the next?
Baba,
the Volpe guy did it in Intels and Necotis. Baba is out of it now. This VP, what's his name? Ali is out of it too. Yeah, he's out of it too. Yeah, he's out of that thing.
And I heard Tinubu is in. Sorry, Baba. I heard Tinubu is in. Yeah.
See, the last
sorry. This is the and then I'll be quiet, and then you guys can carry on. I think this is the last negotiations of the Nigerian oil space. Whatever happens now is going to be permanent, and they're really, because they have to give up the importation, but they make so much money out of the importation. They're asking Dangote essentially that, how are we insulated by your own structure? So they want a slide from him, wherever that slide is coming from.
Exactly what I've been trying to say.
They were there when he was investing $20 billion, and at the same time, when this thing Microsoft
20 billion of who?
Yeah, let me see now. Let me finish. When this thing Microsoft came along with Microsoft Word, when he put a lot of typewriter businesses out of work, nobody complained. Even ChatGPT is putting a lot of businesses out of work, even programmers and all the rest. You don't see them saying they want to tie the entire country down, and people sitting there. Hold on, now let me finish now.
No, I'm not saying anything now. What's wrong with you?
Let me finish now. People sitting there trying to argue for them to keep the country in the status quo. I tell you, some of these people that talk like this, you should be very careful about them. Some of them, what they represent, because how can you be making argument that they should negotiate with these people? These people are responsible for destroying the country in the first place. You are telling us that Dangote should worry about negotiating with them. In what sense? Hold on, let me finish. The last time you spoke, I think the last time hold on now, let me finish now. I'm speaking very fast because I know you people are very eager to interrupt me.
Okay.
The last person
carry on.
Yeah, the last person that spoke talked about how Dangote should go and negotiate with Tinubu. I don't have any problem with people negotiating. The problem is when you hear these people saying they should go and negotiate, they are saying negotiating so that nothing changes. That is that was Nigeria's export will carry on one way or other. One way or other, they want to negotiate so that
you're not getting
money.
it.
One man, permit me 2 seconds.
What do you think is going to placate this?
Hold on.
Now. If you think these people were interested in reducing the import of oil, petroleum products into Nigeria, why didn't they go into manufacturing refineries, this in building refineries, or even investing in Dangote? They don't want it. Don't you get it?
Yeah, we know. To Nigeria, there's a Chinese philosopher that said something. He said, "Bobomi London and Nigeria, you."
You have a very bad voice.
So if you don't know, you don't know. Now you know. Bobomi London.
You know, to Nigeria, you know, these people they don't especially care about importing oil or not importing oil. They don't really care about anything other than money and influence. So I think they understand that.
Why didn't they invest in Dangote then?
Those people, these are shadowy figures. Now, these are the shadowy figures that walk around the corridors of power globally. So they are not interested in anything other than they are not going to do any heavy work, but they are after heavy money, and they leverage that heavy money through heavy influence. So all they are saying to Dangote is, okay, you want to end this our importation slice. What slice are you going to give us to replace it? Just it's the hard last mile, as Kulata just put it.
Woman, Americans call that.
They will kill it if they get a chance.
Woman, Americans call that a shake. They call that a shakedown. That's what they call it. They call it a shakedown. And
mafia.
Yes, that's what it is. Is the extortion. Is what it is.
Why do we have problem seeing threats? When you should see a threat, you think it's just a normal thing. This is not normal. These people are not normal. If you want to do business and make money,
the kingdom of heaven is run by righteousness, not the kingdom of earth.
You don't understand. If you want to make money, you can go into refinery. Since you control the Nigerian economy already, go into refinery, get all the crude oil cheap, and sell it to Nigerians and make a lot of money. But yeah, they don't do that.
Yeah, well, you know, but that sounds like work now. That sounds like work.
But Nigeria, the thing is this.
Some other person to do, and you reap all the profits. That's what venture capitalists do. There are ways to make money without being so destructive to the economy. A lot of people make billions upon billions, maybe even trillions in America because they are doing it productively. This is why killing our economy.
Somebody is trading. Somebody is trading to their head now and make them productive. Tax break for industry CEOs, and somebody is trading that now. This foreign entity you're talking about, are they not trading? Okay, let me campaign, give me enough money. When I come in, I'll give you tax breaks. What about that?
Well,
that's
Baba,
fine. I don't have any
Baba, the thing is, we this solution, right? That's what Kolata was saying, that supposedly may be proposed. I don't know if it's accurate. It's not sustainable, right? You can't run a country like this. We're never going to go anywhere unless someone with a political will that doesn't give a damn shuts this thing down. You can't have these cabals in your nation openly sabotaging your economy because it's happening everywhere. We will never go anywhere as a country. I promise you, there's no progress we'll make.
Did it start today? No.
It didn't, but it has to stop at some point. Right?
Wait. Aizon.
Baba, I agree with you.
An illiterate auntie, but this is in the 70s. I always laughed them, but I can see sense in what he was saying. It was using Toyota Crown. And when we enter the Crown, the driver puts on the engine and take the AC straight to number 4. And this anti-illiterate say, no. Your Imbo didn't do it that. You just go to the highest. Put it at number 1. When it's getting cool, put it at number 2, number 3, before you can even go to number 4. If it requires it. So what I'm saying is that, look, it is gradual. We don't use gra in taking things from these people. You use your head.
But Baba,
that is what I'm saying.
Sir, let me say this. Let me say this to you, sir. Wait. The thing about it is, MLK said the urgency of now.
The fierce urgency of now, correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you have dire situations,
Yeah.
there is not a more dire situation than what we are currently facing. Now, what you have said is true. If the assumption is that whomever comes after Tinubu continues his policies and his ideology, which you and I know is very unlikely to happen. So,
correct.
As the executive, he must have that urgency of now. The boldness he showed us by saying subsidies done, by floating the currency, even though I don't agree with it, it was a bold move. He has to show that boldness now. Otherwise, we will never, ever get out of this rock of importing fuel because some clowns are making money. This is beyond making money for clowns. And we have to put our foot down. It has to stop. And yes, he should do it. Yes, Boa should do it. And yes, any other Nigerian that has the funding and the capacity should go ahead and do it. Because we can't have energy security is a major part of any nation's survival. This is what this is. Right? I don't understand it. I've been watching the news. I know I'm in Nigeria. I've been watching the news today and just shaking my head and listening to people talk. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Doesn't our country make any sense?
For once, I saw Babajide on TVC, and sure, everybody on TVC were looking, and these are like Tinubu channels, so they were all irate at these people that are causing these problems, because there is no way you will make the argument. And if you try to even reason with them, their reasoning is faulty. You can't tell me that if they really wanted to make money from Dangote, they could have invested. There are a lot of shady people that invested in Dangote refinery. They could have gone into, they could have built their own refinery. They could have done 1,001 ways to make money in Nigerian economy that you can control. The Nigerian government will give you full control of that sector. But do you see these people doing that? Their whole objective is not that. Their ultimate objective is to ensure the Nigerian economy doesn't perform, doesn't develop. That is why you have
let me put it.
That's an outlandish statement.
You might like to think that, but it's actually a fact. If you look at the results, you have to.
What you advocate in Nigeria is shock therapy. Ainzon is a medical person. He knows what shock therapy means. The patient could die in your hand.
You are talking about thieves as patients. We are talking about leeches.
I'm talking about reality now.
If I may, I don't like all this idealistic talk, because there's no. Excuse me, I said if I may. I don't like all this idealistic talk, because we're acting like we don't know who we are, like we don't know what Nigeria is. We're acting like there's this angel of. Please mute yourself. We're acting like there's this agent of change, force for goodwill. They're like this Superman listening to us, saying all these ideal things, and will now go and change things. My dear people, it doesn't work like that, especially in Nigeria. Nigeria is not in a mess because people don't know the right things to do. We're headed in the right direction, but it's still going to come with the Nigerianism. Is an incremental step in the positive direction, and we're going to keep having more refineries coming, but the whole thing will be structured. But you cannot take these leeches off because there's no Superman. Get with it. That's how Nigeria works. Except you want to delude yourself.
Spoken like a proper.
There's no because you can shout. I'm not finished.
I'm not shouting.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Okay. You can rile yourself up. Use all sorts of frustrated voice or indignant and all that stuff, but there's nobody that is coming to do it for you. We're adults here. We're in our 40s and 50s. We need to act like we know how to fix real problems in the real world. God,
is that how real problems are fixed in the real world? Are you
yes.
out of your mind? That's not how
You, you don't even understand the
I
real
don't know
world.
whether you are even in the real world. The way you talk sometimes, you are so a kind of like you sound like the perfect collaborator.
Tunaja, attack the argument. Don't attack the person, please. Attack his argument.
Now, Bobo Londona now.
Let me attack the argument.
Bobo me Londona.
Let me attack the argument because
Nigelo, are you?
Reason why? Because later on, when he comes back, he will say, "I'm talking like I'm not in the real world." That's why I'll go after him. Now, if you look at what he's talking about, every industry in the West or any developed economy, if any new technology shows up, they supersede the one that was there before. They don't even get to compensate the ones that were there before. They don't get
No,
to.
at times they do. At times they do. Please.
Hold on, they don't. Which one have they compensated?
Baba.
Tell me
when he finishes all this talk, he should tell us how he's going to go and change the situation based on Nigeria.
Good.
The Nigeria, okay, fine. He said that's how it is done. That's how real people solve problems. But in reality, what he's saying is that
that's the reality of Nigeria, is what I said.
Now, let me finish.
And peculiarities too.
Let me finish. In reality, what he's saying is that we don't deserve any better. We should remain useless. When other parts of the world, they know how to fix our problems. If you see a problem that is damaging to your country and there is progress coming in, you go
tell us how to fix it.
And if you know how to fix it, let me tell you, if I was those people, if they didn't have an agenda to sabotage the Nigerian state,
but they have an agenda. Tell us how to fix it.
Sorry, Tunaja, let me ask you a question. Do you know what they mean when they say life is lived in the gray areas? Gray, as in the color gray.
That.
Yeah, you understand that
perfectly. Okay. Because nothing is ever black and white. And I agree that if you want to negotiate with people that are in good faith, like let's say they got caught by surprise and the economy, their whole business is about to collapse, you can see how you can try to cushion the fall and nudge them in a different direction of the industries. Like if you know you are into energy production and you see that there is an innovation coming on, somebody wants to build a refinery and all the rest, maybe you should think about doing that. If you are not interested, invest. You don't have to do anything. Let Dangote do all the heavy lifting, and when he makes money, just take the money from him. But they didn't do that. If their interest was just about making money. Let me finish this point. This point is very, very important.
Let me ask you.
Their interest was about making money.
No, let him learn that point. You have that interjection. Baba rounds up. We've not heard from Prince Daddy.
Because there are two arguments they make now. The one that I'm hearing here is we are trying to be counselors for thieves of the Nigerian economy, the cabals. If those people were interested in making money, then there are 1,001 ways to make money in Nigeria. If you want to negotiate with them or give Dangote can give them shares, all kinds of things that they can get. They can get that. That is not a problem. What they truly want is to ensure Nigeria doesn't develop. If you make mistake and think it's something else, then you're not seeing with your own eyes why 4 of our refineries are not working. Ajakuta still is not working. And not only us, West Africa and most black nations around the world. If you don't see that, you really don't know. You shouldn't be talking for your people because you are just like
Larry Bauer
that collaborated with the British when they were in Nigeria. Because you can't see. You can't even Lugar said it to us. Lugar said it that we don't have insight. We don't know how to perceive threat.
Or you know, honestly.
And Kolata is number one at that. He doesn't know how to perceive threat at all.
You know what I'm picking up. To Niger. Anyway, I won't say what I'm picking up.
Everything I say is based on actual facts and actual diagnosis of what our people are like. And Kolata represents that perfectly. Even that's 100 years ago.
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. Give a very short answer to this, and then we go to, and then Larry has a say. Baba rounds up, and then we have to hear from Prince Daddy as well. Let me ask you this, and I want an honest but a short answer to Niger. Are you intimidated by Kolata?
Jesus Christ! You see what
don't burst an artery.
No. What annoys me is when I see our people suffering, and when I hear people like him talk. They are the ones that make it worse. You see how they laugh? I see this is a joke. Don't worry. Maybe it's your own children tomorrow that is going to fall faith. You think you are protected somehow because
I'm not laughing.
Because you don't have empathy.
Your tone elicits me.
You don't have when this is my tone. I don't care. At this stage, I don't care about if I make a fool of myself, because what I care about is.
I didn't say that too.
No. I don't care. All I care about if our people do well, it doesn't matter. Kolata is nothing. If the only thing it represents is people that are perpetuating, kind of carrying on with the same kind of graduality. Let's do it slowly, like things are going to change if you keep doing it like that. No, it's never going to change, because you are not seeing their true interest. If somebody comes to your house and says, I'm here to kill you, then you want to negotiate with him about what food to eat and all the rest. He's there to kill you. That food is not going to change his mind.
Larry Bawa.
Tulanja, you know what me I would just say? Now, put yourself in Dangote's shoe now. At this present point, Dangote has enemies that are not hiding. They are outrightly out, and they told him they are going to destroy him.
They've been waiting for him since.
Because this enemy, they won't let him sell in Nigeria, and they won't let him export, which means that he might actually lose everything. And now, Dangote wants to use the Eyama, or what's this earpiece guy called? He wants to use that approach. But that approach will not...
You mean go to the public, Abi?
Yes, that's the approach the guy used. And it was fortunate because the whole Southeast, and a lot of people, you know, he really got the support from the South, and the government does not have any choice than to do the needful. Now, this is Dangote using the same strategy. And that strategy, for me, it's either he uses this strategy and this strategy destroys him. Because these people you see, they are not hiding. This is the first time I'm seeing a top government official coming all out to completely destroy him. And if you look at Dangote for like 3 days, Dangote has been explaining and explaining and explaining. I have not seen Dangote explaining and explaining and explaining. Almost for like 3 days now. Dangote has been trending for like 3 days now. And it's been Dangote explaining, re-explaining, and explaining. Even on which day, you know, all of them were in a party. They were in this Saraki's party. This Saraki's
Mother's burial.
Saraki's mom, yeah.
Yeah, and you know what I did in that party? I basically, because of Dangote, watched that party. You know, particularly when Chief Bajabi Amila came. You know, Bajabi Amila was trying to pamper him, like he should take things easy. They took some time to talk, you know, and I could see the whole thing. So for me, I think what Dangote needs now, it's so unfortunate that Dangote is in this situation. It's a very, very delicate situation. Your enemy are all out to destroy you. And that's why I'm more like, yeah, he needs to take that trip to Villa, go to the north, get some key guys in the north. And because the key guys are not even speaking for him, that's the problem. There are
Larry, that's a mistake.
Collaborators and cowards now.
Wait, Larry, that's a mistake. No, Dantata has gone to see Tinubu twice in the past. That's the Dangote's uncle. No, that's a very quiet, powerful man.
You know what I mean by, you see, I know those ones who do on that G, right? But this kind of thing, because if you really want to get this thing from those people, there are some key people in the north that needs to put this thing on their head. Dantata is Tinubu's ally. He can go behind. You know, it's a normal thing. Oh, let me send this person to go and beg this person on my behalf. Right? That might not really solve it. The only advantage that Enyama, don't let me spoil that man.
Oyema.
Yeah, the only advantage Oyema had was that at that point was almost after election, the obedient side and some people from the southeast were doing all sorts of things. Even Keyamo was on, the pressure was too much.
Keyamo was on his side 100%.
So the pressure was too much for Keyamo. Keyamo does not have any choice. He just has to do it. But in this case now, in this Dangote's perspective, if Dangote decides to go far to that side, Dangote will lose a lot.
Larry, let me ask you a question.
In what way? Nigeria will lose. Let me ask you a question,
Larry. Did Dangote support Atiku?
I don't know.
Okay, let me weigh in a little bit on that one. From the rumors,
that's what I'm hearing here.
From rumors, I heard he gave tepid support to Tinubu, and it was more on Atiku's side because of the kind of support Atiku had in Aso Rock.
Correct.
So I think that's the genesis of the problem, because as soon as Tinubu got in, Dangote has brought Bill Gates to Tinubu twice. He's brought his uncle. So things don't, I mean, from us outsiders, oh, I'm not an insider by any stretch, things don't appear cordial like that.
Man, this is our leadership. They are just useless
Yeah,
bunch of people. They never think about their people. It's their stupid politics. Oh my God, this is crazy. This is just stupid. If this is how people they want running your country, you guys are doomed, man. What kind of human beings are these? Who cares? I will bust artery. People are dying out there. Who cares?
Your boss actually, and Tinubu will still be there.
So let him stay there. He too is going to die. Move on, Jare. We all have one life.
It's also unfortunate. I pity Dangote.
I don't know how you people are so like you are going to live forever.
No. You know the problem, because why I pity Dangote a lot, because the handwriting was really on the wall. Dangote saw the handwriting. Immediately Tinubu came in. The number one problem that Dangote has that is ready to hold Dangote to head is Abdul Samad. Right? And we all saw how what Tinubu did. Tinubu leaned more towards Abdul Samad. And at a point, a lot of people were asking questions, what's happening to Dangote? So it's not like it's new to Dangote. Dangote knew what he was going into. Because when you see a president, these are two key guys. Either Abdul Samad, either you are with Abdul Samad or you are with Dangote. Buhari was more with Dangote, less with Abdul Samad. Tinubu came in, brought Abdul Samad closer, right? But lately, I've not seen Abdul Samad. He's just gone back to, I don't know what he's cooking, right? So Dangote saw this thing. The handwriting is everywhere. It's not like it's new. He saw the handwriting. He knew what was happening. So that's why for me, I think at this point, because I want Dangote to succeed, and I so much love him because what he has done, it's really key, right? Because this is more like you're taking us out of problem. But at this point, what does he need to do? He can't go rogue.
Larry, Dangote will succeed. The paradigm has changed. But the reality is the people that are making money will still make money. The earlier we get with that, the better. You can shout, oh my God, this guy. Hold yourself now. Jesus. Yelling is not going to change Tinubu or change the people. By shouting and saying, don't you know the right thing? Don't you know the right thing? This is the right thing. You should invest. You know that. There's nobody that doesn't know it. But the reality is, Tinubu is not going to turn to Superman, nor is Bajami Amila. In Nigerian game, everybody is out to get a cut. Dangote will have to shave for his work to proceed, and he's going to succeed. I pity him. Don't think I don't have pity for him. But I'm very, very realistic. Hold on now.
Let Aizo interject. I think
I'm just very realistic about the way Nigeria works.
Kulata, you said something just now, and I swear to you, what you said is what I was saying to someone yesterday, but in a different way. And this is something I think Tunaja needs to come to terms with. Tunaja, I agree with you, right? There's a fight in this country that needs to happen. It's not going to be a nice fight. It's going to be a very bloody fight, right? Between these hacks, that the establishment cabals are hacks that have kind of carved out part of the country for themselves to the detriment of the nation, and someone that needs to come in and really fight them, right? That fight needs to happen. But what you realize in Nigeria, when you talk to people, if the number of people I've talked to had serious debates with, and they've said to me, this guy, this is your idealistic, this thing, this idealistic thing that we don't live in that reality. It's almost like the corruption of everyone out to get a cut is in the DNA of most of the people you talk to. It's almost like everyone has been compromised. You understand what I'm saying to Nigeria? It's bizarre. When you talk to people, the average person, someone in the government, someone who's trying to get a contract, someone who's the way they switch allegiances. Well, today I'm Peter Obi. Next thing you know, oh no, someone I know is going to connect me to a minister under Asiwaju. Oh, I'm for Asiwaju today. I've changed allegiance. I don't care. It's bizarre. It's almost it's scary when you see it. So to Colata's point, everyone is out to get a cut. Yes, everyone is somewhat compromised, including the average guy on the street. Right? Loyalties are bought very easily. So there's a fight that needs to happen. We just haven't come across the person with the political will to have that fight, right? To try it, because it's not going to be a pleasant fight. It's going to cost the person politically. Forget it. So anyone who's politically driven is not going to have that fight. And that is the reality that we're looking at right now. Tinubu in this situation, he can do the right thing, but I believe there's something holding him back, because as the president of Nigeria, he can fix the situation tomorrow.
Exactly.
But there's something that's making him not be as aggressive in flipping the scales for Dangote. I don't know what that is, but there's
That
something.
is exactly what I'm telling
Okay,
you.
let me round up so we can.
I don't understand. This stuff is to be easy. I'm not against people making money. I don't know whether people make money. Capitalist systems, billionaires are everywhere. Maybe even trillionaires, you find them. That is not the problem. It's whether you allow the society to grow, industrialize, and develop like other nations do. My concern is that there are these entities in Nigeria. They to be fair, they are not even there to make enough money. Because if they wanted to make more money in Nigeria, it's in their interest to make sure Nigeria develops so they can make as much money as Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and all the rest. If anything, they are trying to keep Nigeria's capacity down. That is my problem. And whatever they negotiate, I don't care. They can negotiate that I'm going to give half of his liver to Tinubu on a platter. I don't care. As long as that foreign exchange, the importer you are importing and spending our foreign exchange on comes down, as long as Nigerians get crude oil and Nigeria's this in currency appreciate, I don't care whatever they sign. Anything that, as long as we are progressing, let them make all the money they want.
Okay, to Nigeria. Let me just round up. But I will not round up without saying this. In the lobbyist corridor in the Congress, because you talk about the West in most of all of this, a lot of things are buried in appropriation. And that, of course, disturbs the progress of that sector of America's industry. Now to Dangote. For Dangote, I respect, I hold in awe industry and those who operate industry, the industrialists. But for Aliko Dangote, the hen has finally come home to roost. Is getting his own upcomers. He grew up in the industry. Come up, thank you, but I got my tongue locked up somewhere. You understand? He's being fed his own medicines. So that's why I say I'm enjoying the fight. And somehow they will sort themselves out. Let him negotiate himself out of the brouhaha and have his peace of mind. Give to Caesar what is Caesar. One man, I yield.
My biggest fear is that
all right, brilliant.
One of our refineries in Nigeria, they might kill it, and we are all
they can't kill it. The investment is too big, and it's private enterprise. You know he has creditors and whatnot, so there's no way they're going to kill it. But let's see if Prince Daddy is there. Prince has been quiet all the way through. Prince.
Hello, woman here.
Wow, you mean you've been there all this while?
All along, yeah.
You couldn't call time on all this noise making. I thought maybe we lost you to. Good
you know,
to have you.
When Kolata and Sunaja go at it, it's got to stay out of it.
You can't come in between. That's why I was saying, I was asking him almost jokingly, but maybe through what's spoken in jest, if he was intimidated by Kulata, he only has to hear his voice and he will go.
Don't be
Like,
silly.
my goodness.
No. I'm against things that are affecting Nigeria. That's why I'm talking. If Kolata talks a lot of nonsense sometimes, I don't care about that.
Praise Daddy.
What do you mean sometimes? All the time, some people will say everything
sometimes he comes on and actually says the
Are
right
you
thing.
looking at the screen? Are you seeing
I can see them.
commerce bowing to power?
Yes.
That's Adeleke, that's Dangote. Between the two of them, they can bury anybody, but they can't bury power. Look at the chief of staff, as like everybody is standing up for him.
You really did think these people are powerful, eh?
Oh, they are.
People don't know power. Then.
Come
You
on.
don't know power when you see power.
I know power when I
Daddy.
see one.
You don't
That's
know
I'm
power
still
when you
alive.
see power. I don't
Daddy.
consider any Nigerian powerful. Right?
I don't think we will hear from Prince Daddy today.
Countries that are like beggars around the world. You
Adaron London American, I'm a Londoner. Prince Daddy, please help us comment on. Help us comment on our Londoners' approach using Avengers, superheroes to come and save Nigeria. Like, you negotiate, you start exporting. You help us analyze the world according to Tunaja, the Avengers world of problem fix solving. Thank you.
And I was listening to tonight, just being idealistic, about how things should go.
Why do people
But
keep saying that? All I say is based on evidence. I don't know why they say I'm idealistic. It's based on evidence. He's the one being idealistic.
I'm not against what you're saying. Actually, I agree with what you're saying.
Let me mention this to Tunaja. Tunaja, I've seen you moderate, okay? And what you're doing now, I've seen you mute people for less or keep them off for less. So please.
I know.
Let our brother talk, I beg. Okay, I beg.
I'm not stopping him. I'm just exchanging with him.
Okay. I was going to say, Aizana and Colata's point, that's business as usual. Everybody takes a cut. You got to be part of the system. Right now, I can't say I fully understand what is going on with Dangote, but Dangote's issue is not about getting the cut. It's trying to displace some people or dislodge some people in the industry by its activities. Therefore, it's not going to just fly like that. And that's when we were talking yesterday, right? I was saying, look, Dangote doesn't know that how the business works. You can't just show up. It's like the mafia, It's like the five families and the Godfather. You have to go into the room with the mafia, the bosses, and negotiate. You can't just come and displace people like that. It should know. If anybody should know, it should know. You would think. Rashomon was saying the other day too that in many years ago it was in the oil and gas industry. So this is not his first time around. He's been around the block in this industry. Okay, so the question is, what is going on right now? Well, obviously he wants to vertically integrate. That's why he's buying all those gas fuel stations. Really, he has fuel stations. He has a refinery. How come he didn't think about the oil well? Really, are we the one to tell Dangote what to do? He didn't think about that. Well, if he didn't, then it caught me by surprise. I think he would know that this. If I have my own oil well, I have my refinery. Vertically integrate and boom. But if he didn't think about that, he wants to rely on the NNPC or whatever the organization is to provide him with all the necessary crude oil. Well, and that goal is to import. A lot of money is being made there. It's a mafia kind of a setup. It's for the big boys at the highest level, and that's what I was saying the other day. It was a couple of days ago that even what you call him, Tinubu himself, he has to tread carefully. He can't just show up and just say you do this and that. Somebody said earlier, Tinubu can just fix everything by tomorrow. I doubt it. He can do it. This is not kind of thing he fix in one day. Even Tinubu himself have to go negotiate and get things in order and make concessions. It doesn't work like that. This Nigerian businessman it's in deep. And by the way, the video you showed, these are powerful people. These are the people. These are what you call shot callers. They call the shot. They run the show. So you
Short
can laugh at
callers.
them or mock them.
These
They are the
are
powerful
servants
people.
of Western people here. You calling short callers. These people can't stand up. Whenever they face a threat, they turn their backside and give them their people. What these people are not powerful.
Well, if they're not, what are they
Tunaja,
then? What are
let
they?
him flow a little. Let him flow a little bit, and then we'll come to you next. Yes, I think you may. Oh no, we come to Kulata next. Actually, after Prince Daddy, I'm off. Tunaja can then do his own whatnot.
Don't worry, I'll mute Kulata permanently. I'll make sure Kulata reports to
No,
Zimbabwe.
we go all run. No. All of us go run.
Anyways,
all right, Prince.
so yeah, I mean, I hear all the analysis. If Dangote is trying to do like Onyema did, go to the media, and somebody give I guess a good point about the the aftermath of the election and the momentum of the obedience, and that space is what made Kiyamo and the government did do something about Onyema's deal. Maybe so. And Dangote is not is not a guy from the streets. These are his people, so to speak. These are the people he hangs out with. He knows the powerful. What is there to know? Yeah, I mean, with Tinubu, he didn't. I mean, maybe he didn't support Tinubu during the election fully, but I say though, I'm not for the protest, but there comes to a point that there has to be an exception to things. That's just how things work. Even the Bible, there's an exception clause in there. Um, Dangote must not fail, especially if what he's doing is refinery and his business benefits the Nigerian people. Then it should not fail. If it fails, I will point finger directly at Tinubu for it. So I don't think we should be playing games with Dangote. I think Tinubu should do something by negotiating to the benefit of the Nigerian people, that is, and and come to a resolution. That's what I foresee. Dangote must not fail because the private business owner and is going to make all the money in the world. I don't care if he becomes the first or the second richest person in the world. To me, it doesn't matter. I believe that people, when they put, for every effort, there's always a window of opportunity that's opened and new realities are discovered. This is the case. Dangote is the man that put the money forth to build a nice, beautiful refinery, and he must not lose his investment money, and he should succeed regardless if he's going to make all the money in the world. So I'm for Dangote, okay, succeeding. I think Tinubu should get up and do something. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, what the deal is. I mean, I think obviously it's more than I know, but it should get on it. I mean, it
Prince,
should really get
I have a
on it.
question. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you recall when Mohammed bin Salman took over the Saudi royalty? Um, do you recall what he did when
Um,
he took over?
putting his brother in jail or something, house
Yeah,
arrest.
yeah.
No. He rounded up all the princes and locked them in a 7-star hotel.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ritz
So
Carlton. Yeah.
yeah, he put them under house arrest essentially, and the reason why is because same thing with these cabals. They were all powerful cabals in this Saudi environment that were doing different things, and he put them in house arrest and gave them an option: either you comply or you can go another route, right? But he had the will and the balls to do it, right? And I get what Kolata is saying in terms of, come up with a compromise to make this thing work for now. It maybe it's a short-term compromise, and then maybe you can come up with a long-term plan. I get that. But with certain people, and you know this, there is no negotiation. They don't understand our language. There is no, we'll give you this now, maybe no. You just have to come down hard on them and have your political will and shut them down across the board.
I'm
And
sorry. I mean, I understand your example, but I don't see that Nigerian space being that as the same as the Saudi space. Not at all. Tinubu, Tinubu is the president. We know that of a southern or the southwestern extraction, but he does not have the leverage as such, and I think he knows better. I mean, see, apart from they trying to create chaos in the country, they can undermine Tinubu in so many ways. They can. It's not the same. It's not the same.
Like
These
what? Like what?
people are
Like
powerful.
what could they do to undermine him? I'm curious. Give me an example.
Oh, you know the usual stuff. They can foment unrest with terrorism. You're gonna see a new breed or level of terrorism that's gonna show
But
up. And these people, do you know how much weapons these people have in their
Prince Daddy,
storehouses
they're
somewhere?
fomenting,
You're
they're
walking
fomenting.
into the area
Wait,
that
wait,
I'm
wait,
talking
wait,
about, that we need to
Wait.
secure our country.
Prince Daddy, they're fomenting unrest already, right? They're planning a mass protest, majority
Oh
from the
no, no,
north.
that's child's play. No, that's child's play. Forget
Right?
about that protest. That's child's play.
No, but even at that, you might say it's child's play, but it's primarily from the north. They have people that are coming together. They're places that have been attacked since Tinubu came in. So it's already happening. There was a bomb blast that happened, was it in Bornu, right? A suicide bomber.
Yeah.
It's already happening. So my point is, you might as well do what you need to do anyways. And the reason why I
No,
say this is because
but I'm
let me
sorry. Is
give
it
you an
Larry speaking?
example. No, this is Aizon. Let me give you an
Oh, eyes
example,
on.
right? Yeah. Um, Jonathan did this nonsense. He danced around, trying to keep everyone happy. And what he was dancing around trying to prevent, they did it to him anyways. You understand me? They got him out of office anyways. So Tinubu might as well just exercise his political will and
But
do
eyes
what
on.
he
Well,
The
feels.
question is, the
sorry.
question is the military behind Tinubu? Tinubu cannot do anything in that country
Of course,
unless
of
he has the
course.
full support of the
Aizon,
military.
Aizon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you know about Tinubu? Like, when we guys talk, we say the ideal, but who is Tinubu? Because don't paint your wish on a man. It's not going to happen.
Hmm.
Tinubu is a deal maker. That's the person he is. His politics, getting in power, he struck deals
Yeah.
with all manner of people, doing all manner of businesses. Of course, we know what that means. They have deals, they have negotiations. He's going to look after. I mean, I don't want to talk like I when I talk, I want to acknowledge what exists, what obtains. I don't want to project my idealism on something. I'm not a kid to start projecting my idealism on something that's not going to happen. I'm not going to make Tinubu into the guy I want him to be because that's not who the person is. Not the person.
Let me ask you this, Kulata. Based on what you're saying about him not being the person, did you guess that he would have his attorney general take the states to court and give local government autonomy?
Yes, I knew I was going to do that.
But there was no deal making in that. That was a bold move,
That
right?
because that's what is I mean, because that's what is planned all along, even in his manifesto. But the act
Yes.
of doing
The
the
Go ahead.
act of doing all these things is where the dirt is. The Dangote, like I don't be worried for Dangote, it's gonna export. The deal
No,
will
no,
be made.
my worry is not for Dangote, right? My worry is that in this country, I won't say that country because I'm here now. In this country, you have too many people, not non-state actors, right, that control a certain space at the expense of the country. And you have an executive that comes in that
Well,
pretty
quickly,
much
as
has
on
a
to
rubber
your
rubber
example
stamp.
about the governors are we call transient powers.
No,
We
I'm
talk
not
about
even. But Prince Daddy, I'm
we're
not even
talking
talking
about
about the
the
governors.
permanent political class,
I'm
the
I'm talking
PPC.
about I'm talking about the governor example was an example of something he did, right? That didn't
That's what I'm
involve
saying.
deal
Tinubu can
making.
do such a thing. Tinubu can
He
do such
didn't
a
make
thing
any.
because the power is transient. These people
Yeah,
come
but
and
he
go.
didn't. But the point is, he didn't make any deals there. He went
Well,
in
he
and
didn't
did
have
what
to. He didn't really have to.
he
He
went in
didn't
through
really
his
have
attorney
to.
general. His attorney general took it to the Supreme Court and he got it passed. The point I'm making here is he
I saw a point of
you
Well,
correction. He's making deals.
people are sleeping where you are, Abi, so.
why is that? Because I'm
That-
not yelling.
That's why he's giving
No,
bedroom voice.
because yeah, you are doing under the duvet voice, under the duvet voice.
No, yeah, it was it like 2 a.m. here. Everyone's asleep, so I don't want to wake people up. But what I'm saying is, he has the power to do certain things because you can't run a country with non-state actors openly coming out and saying they're going to sabotage something. you don't have a nation. And even if you say, okay, this is what Nigeria is, and yes, we need to accept it, at the end of the day, we're never going to go anywhere if we just continue to accept the status quo. He has to do
No, no,
something at some
I
point.
no. This is
And
power
it's not
on display.
idealistic. It's a question of chaos versus order, right?
No, this
And you
is
have
power
to
on
do that.
display. These are the powerful displaying their power in the open. They can't do nothing about it. That's power right there. That's what you're seeing is power. At the core of it, you're seeing power on display. When people can come out and
Power on
state their
whose
position.
part? Power on whose
Huh?
part?
Oh, whomever those people that coming out and challenging the system and Dangote and Tinubu has to be quiet. He's telling with the say Tinubu can pass the local government autonomy. That is different from the people that truly hold power in that country, people that control stuff. Okay,
But
again,
who allows them to hold this power, though? You see
but
what I'm
I'm
saying?
sorry, but these people they've been around forever. It's like they've
It
been around
doesn't.
before the
Okay,
independence
but it
actually
doesn't
appears.
matter. Listen, if tomorrow, God forbid, we get a military dictator, I'd like to see just how powerful these guys are,
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
I'm not saying
They're only
they're
as
not as
powerful
powerful as
as
we project them to be. That's my
what
point.
they are powerful though.
And the strange thing about it, if you compare these people to other people, they are not even powerful at all. When they come to the West, they are like babies for all these foreigners. It's like,
Well,
why do you
to
people just
Nigeria, they are
ascribe so much
powerful
power to
in
them?
Nigeria. In the context of Nigeria, we're talking about obviously in the West they're nobodies. We're not talking about that. In Nigeria, I'm telling you, uh, these are very powerful people. They are very powerful, and they didn't. These people they've been around for a very very long time. They've been around. Okay, they know the system. They control stuff. They the movers and shakers, and they, I mean, I'm not praising these
On
people.
who
I'm
they
just
are
telling you the
dealing
way things are.
I get what you are saying. It depends on whom they are dealing with. If see, my take is that the moment you start elevating people, you are now diminishing the people that can deal with them. Because you have to look at it from the point of view that these people objectively they are not even that powerful. You are looking to make your nation a lot more powerful. In other words, make yourself even more powerful than they have ever achieved. So they are not, they are the ones keeping us down. Their power, I even want them to be more powerful if they can. But somehow these people don't even want that. They want to remain in the sewers because they are there serving other people, other women's husbands overseas. That is the problem I have with them. It's not because I'm against powerful people. Powerful people are good for every nation. You know, that's how I see
See,
it.
I say, unlike other people. See, Tinubu is a master strategist. He is, and to be at that level as Tinubu, you have to be patient, and Tinubu is patient in a lot of ways. He's taking his time because sometimes when you try to make change swiftly, you can destroy and disrupt a lot of things necessarily, and Tinubu knows that and that's why Tinubu was not stupid and risk a lot to choose a Kanuri person as his VP when there are plethora of northwest northerners, especially from the northwest, that could have been his VP. See, the man is gradually working his way to not to divide Nigeria, but to give autonomy to different regions and eventually to the states. And that's the only way that we can actually free ourselves from these powerful people. So if each state or region becomes powerful, now they can deal with these people deal with these people by themselves. You know, push them out, put pressure on them. Instead of making the whole thing a national issue, it becomes a regional thing. So that's what Tinubu is doing.
But the same thing will still happen there. You see, until the people decide to elevate themselves, because you have to be strategic about these things. Like this Dangote one, the people should make sure it goes on to work. I think the assumption is that it's going to work. If everything is going to work and our foreign exchange demand reduces from the point of view that we have enough in because of the Dangote refinery operation, I'm fine with that. I don't care who is in charge. But my worry is that they may succeed in killing it too. Like they've killed the four refineries in Nigeria and they've killed Ajakuta State and they've killed so many
Well,
major
it's a,
projects that Nigeria wants to do. That's my
I've
biggest.
said it before. The Nigerian system is based on inefficiency. It is the interest of the powerful people to make that country inefficient as much as possible. There's nothing new here. So when you guys talk about sometimes I just crack up. There's nothing new here. Jakarta industry, they spend millions of dollars. I mean, the refineries that never work, they've been trying to work for the past 4, 10 years. They're not going to work. It is in the interest of the powerful people to make that country as inefficient as much as possible. And that comes Dangote with a super duper refinery trying to do magic for the Nigerian people. No, no, no. Slow down, Omi. Slow down.
So
It don't work that way.
would you describe this to have enemies?
Hold on. Let's mix it up a little bit. Prince Daddy, let me take you to the space. Sorry, Tunaja, you come in a little, but I wanted us to go away from that a little bit. Shoyinka, I intend to keep quiet about Tinubu's administration for now. I'm not sure if you heard the readout, but if there's one thing we know about Shoyinka, it's a very stubborn man, and the second thing we know about him is a man of his own thoughts. So when Shoyinka first, when Tinubu came into situation, Shoyinka went on a visit to the Tinubu household, I think somewhere in Lagos. And when he was coming out, the journalists, as always, they asked for an assessment, and he said, "No, traditionally I don't comment on administrations until they've lasted for 1 year." So 1 year's been and gone, and a lot of the drum beats around Shoyinka's space now is that where are your commentaries and what is your assessment? So the journalists finally managed to pin him down on the. Do we say it? Do we call it a celebration or a commemoration when somebody turns 90? But also certainly felicitations for his 90th. So they snuck that question in that okay, you promised, are you going to deliver? And he said, well, you can go and whistle. I'm not going to be bullied into commentary. So why do you think Wole Soyinka is a bit reticent to give us his thoughts on the Tinubu administration? And do you think the trinkets that they've been wrapping around his neck, all these roads and national monuments, including the theater, do you think that somewhat dulled his voice in terms of criticism of the administration? So what are you making then of Soyinka telling people, asking him to fulfill his promise to go and whistle?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, man. Well, you don't pay evil with good, right? Kind of a deal. It's not. You just mentioned it. They just renamed the National Theater in his name, right? So, I mean, Tinubu's trying to be as friendly as possible, not because he's afraid of Shoyinka talking, but he's a Yoruba man, I guess. So you can't just come out blatantly and just be nasty for no reason. And that's what's being measured right now, I would say. It will eventually talk, but there's been a cordial, exchange of pleasantries on both sides. So, yeah, what can I say? It likes to talk. It likes to criticize, so to speak. The government, that is. So it's going to eventually say stuff, maybe more constructively than it would at.
Do you think it's been compromised? Do you think it's been compromised? Because if he makes any commentaries about the Tinubu administration now, those commentaries have to necessarily be critical, because the government is going through a bad patch in terms of public engagement. So all this hardship, etc. So it'd be very difficult for him to paint a rosy picture. But then the Tinubu administration has been especially nice to him. So do you think it's been bought off somewhat, not with money, but with trinkets? Has it been bought? Has his voice been stifled with all these?
No, it can be bought. We know that. It is a free man. It will eventually talk, just like I said. But because of the pleasantries that's going on right now, it doesn't want to come out being ungrateful. It doesn't want to come out being ungrateful. Again, you can't pay evil with good. Tinubu's been nice to him, the administration, so it's just, I guess, taking its time. That's what is going on right now. And not to mention also maybe the fracas with the obedient side also, it plays a role in it. And personally, just like I said before, when you had a show about evaluating Tinubu's first year performance wise. I said it's too early, and quite frankly, we don't have enough to do that. To have a good measurement of his performance. It needs at least a full term, and really 2 terms, at least 6, 8 years for us to be able to judge him. But of course, we can criticize his policies or the things that he's doing, so he can change course, or go on a different direction in approaching certain things. But but right now, one year to me, it's ridiculous to have to evaluate him, given all the challenges he came into, and the policies that he had to implement or undo. Okay, so it will not be a really good measurement of his ability, and his capacity. So, but but you said Sheikh has said it that he wants to give a 1 year evaluation of him. So he has, he said it, so he has to come out and say something. And just like he said, at this point in time, unless it goes really deep in his analysis, anything he has to say right now will be very critical of Tinubu. Just like you said, people are hungry. The naira is going down the drain. There's nothing to the average Nigerian common people. It's not looking rosy at all. People are suffering. I can't say rightfully so, because there are certain policies that are uh, necessary really for Nigeria to be to have a better future. If you want, let's put it that way. They are necessary right now, and that's what Tinubu is doing. Instead of him, I mean, he could have just come in and just kicked the can down the road, just like all these past leaders have done. But he came in with 2 pairs, really, and it was bold, and started doing things, implementing policies, and kudos to Tinubu in a lot of ways. Nigeria is not like your average Scandinavian country whereby you can just do things smoothly. There's always an opposition everywhere, of course, but in the Nigerian space, you're always stepping on toes at every point. Okay, if we had a really streamlined society, Tinubu will be fast tracking a lot of things, but he can't do it. He has to take his time, and when it takes time, people suffer the more, and things go bad. So that's the challenge. But again, when people are hungry, they don't have time to care about policies. All they want is food on the table, and the price of fuel going down, and price of Gary going down. That's what they care about. So yeah.
But Prince Daddy, if I may contribute to your submission there, I think our revered Professor Sheikh has an arsenal of rich verbiage to frame Tinubu's government, even in the present circumstances. But I think the professor doesn't want to give the obedience, the satisfaction of hearing from him, having been under their battery for so long a time. He is a man of his own, and nobody can control him. And respectfully, he is also a rascal. He knows how to dish it out, and he knows how to receive too.
I think that maybe people misunderstood him right from time. He accomplished a lot in terms of the whatever you call this thing, literature award, for whatever it's worth. To be fair, personally, those type of things I don't value too much. I value what betters our people. The language he got the literature for is a foreign language. For me, that is not. I don't read that very highly.
What about the content of the literature?
That is good. He's a poet, and he's a good writer from that point.
So sharing the content of your culture to the wider world, you have objectives.
Yes, the idea is that the literature is a form of a promotion of other people's language, even if you are perfecting it for your own people. So,
Naija, can you speak your language?
To Naija, man.
Let me finish my point.
It's a dialect now from Star Trek. How can it doesn't speak any language? It's a dialect.
The point I'm making is that where we have to start from is whether the person is authentically our own person. And I don't think, when I look at Nigeria with a different eye, when I was in Nigeria, I was like everyone else. When I look at it in a different eye, I started seeing gaps everywhere. And even this thing, Wole Soyinka, we talk about all the time. The idea is that we never understood him until maybe now people are beginning to see that he does have biases. Because remember, all the people that he has encountered in office were either dictators or the one that emerged from dictatorship. And so it's easy for him to criticize those ones that was not on his side. But if you look at the people that were on his side, like the people like Tinubu that were the part of Nadeko and all those things, they were his own clique. Whether you call them corrupt or not, they were his own clique. And people thought he was perfect. You know Nigerian politicians, how they behave, or intellectuals. They are very disingenuous. They will say that this one in one moment when they don't like the person in office.
Sorry, Shringas, he said before the election, he said no to Tinubu and actually opted to vote to support Obi. So I'm not sure about that argument.
I don't know about supporting.
Shrinka dislikes Abiola so much, bordering even on hatred, but he fought for June 12th.
Yes, he fought for June 12th because he hated Abacha more. See,
no, he didn't hate Abacha more. He hated the idea of dictatorship. That's what he hated.
Maybe he did. Personally, I look at it from the point of view that, are you aspiring for your people's progress? You have to look at those markers. And I feel like if people like Wole Soyinka are the best we have,
If fighting for democracy, not aspiring for the people's progress.
It's not about democracy. Personally, I don't care about democracy or capitalism and all the rest. When you are fighting for your people's interests, you would think elastically. It's not about any of these systems. Anything that elevates your people's ability to determine their fate, without feeling that they are
that's democracy. That's democracy. That's what enables people to
one provides it. Then history has not suggested that it's only democracy. As a matter of fact, history has suggested that people, even in the world today, like China, Russia, that are doing just fine, it's not democracy that is providing that from them.
They have democracy, of course.
And the interesting thing is that when the Americans went to China to do business with them, what did the leader of the Chinese say? He said he doesn't care about where the progress comes from. And that is elastic thinking for you. He said he didn't care. That's why he was willing to do business with Americans. He was a communist. But he knew, because you have to have leaders with insight to understand. No, see, the leader, I've forgotten something. I forgot, you guys.
Xiaoping.
Yeah, Xiaoping. He was the one that said, it doesn't matter where the progress comes from, as long as he elevates his people, he is going to do it. And that's what he did. And look at where they are today. You have to think elastically. It's not about the system. The systems are just a kind of ideology. But in the ideal situation is what
the systems are the structures that holds a civilized society.
True. However, you know for sure none of them actually applies the system strictly. Most of them, in the so-called democratic capitalist states, they have a lot of this thing, communist or socialist programs in there.
You were talking about elasticity just now.
Because they are elastic. Yeah. They are elastic. That's why they have socialist systems within this thing. It tells you that all these things is just slogans. In reality, is what elevates your society. That's what you should focus on. I agree. The act of democratically electing people, the systems are a little bit different. And the truth is, generally around the world, people power is emerging no matter what system you have, whether it's communist system or capitalist system or all of them.
Where is that manifested?
It started from Europe. If you want to look at Europe from the time of Napoleon, he was the one that first created the republic, where all the monarchies were losing.
No, you said it's emerging. Look,
imagine.
You're saying people's power is emerging, but
yes,
there is no emergence taking place. I don't see. So if you are talking about Napoleon or Bolshevik, those are anomalous. Those are anomalies. You know, there's no norm that is. I was trying to explain to you guys on your streams, but you guys don't listen to new ones. I was trying to explain that power never really gravitates beyond the center and is always passed around within that center space. There is nowhere. There's nowhere that the people are in power or have any real say on anything. I don't know a country where that obtains.
In Switzerland, it does it. You see, the reason why I
It's
say that,
Switzerland. Look at this
the
guy.
reason why I say that is because if you look at before maybe 15th century or so, most of the leaders of all countries tend to be monarchies and all kinds of things. That's absolute power, actually. So it started moving from that towards form of democratic system, people-based system like socialist systems and all the rest. The point I was making regarding Solinka was that if he's one of the best we have, you wonder why we are where we are. We don't have people that think elastically from the point of view that we have to structurally keep elevating our people. We have to be getting stronger, technologically more advanced. We just have to be doing better every generation. But you don't see that. And
no, we do see that. That's not even a thing to say. The Nigerian space and everybody they've evolved quantumally even over the last 5 decades. The election, even our selection of leadership process. If you remove the fog, that's 2020. That 2020, the last election last year. That was probably the closest we have gotten yet to a people propelled sort of electionary. So a lot of vast sweeping changes and a lot of results that was just out of tandem with what convention is, which is indicative of a system that is making quantum leaps. So you cannot say we've not evolved when all of the evidence suggests that we have.
I think you are okay. Let me put it this way. Objectively, from what you are saying, it is true. We have mobile phones now. We didn't have mobile phones before, which means
no, not mobile phones. I'm talking about evolution in terms of the relationship between state and the people.
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Yes.
So I'm getting to that. So we used to have dictatorships often before. We have state powers and even governors that have immunity. Then you have this thing.
One man is 1021 where I am. I want to see.
All right. No. Sorry. No, it's not getting triggered.
I've been going to bed too late. No,
he is pushed for time. Let's get back to Prince Daddy. After Prince Daddy comes Kulata, and then you take it up. But back to you, Prince Daddy.
Okay, yeah, a couple more minutes. What else is there to talk?
Kulata,
what's the next topic?
Sit down.
Maybe it deserves to be shut down.
You see, you shouldn't have granted him that because I was saying something important here. He decided to shut it down because he had.
You will take over and continue.
There's no need for all right. History don't pass. Let's continue, I beg.
If you don't have any to offer, Kulata, sit it out.
Bolshevik revolution, Chama Mao. I beg, let's move on.
Sleep under your bed, Kulata.
And what happened to Chama Mao at last?
Hold on. Let's do it this way too, Niger. Let Prince Daddy speak to us about the upcoming protest. And then after Prince Daddy, I will acknowledge the super chatters. Kulata takes over.
No, just wait, because I don't even think I have too much to say anymore. But
all right.
Because I have to go to bed. I have stuff to do tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, back to you, Prince.
Okay, so Kulata can go ahead. The space, the protest thing. I guess it is official. They have to protest on August 1st. Okay, that is fine. Just like I've said before, I think the protesters should individually, as a group, protest in their own states. Okay, but even better, they should go to Abuja and protest. That's the seat of power, and that's where they can make more impact. Okay, and get attention of the government officials, especially Tinubu. I don't trust this protest. Just like I said before, and many others, it's going to be hijacked, and there's going to be a lot of destruction because the nefarious people amongst them, they want to make the most damage or impact, so to speak. So I think they're going to go for the kill. I don't trust them. I don't think the government trusts them, nor anyone does. So go to your states and protest. And by the way, I'm not in support of the protest, But I would be in support of a protest whereby people come out and protest on behalf of Dangote, actually, to get to make sure it gets all it needs to get a refinery working and see how the people can benefit. A protest that's focused and deliberate, not this shadow protest because they're protesting in Kenya, and now we have to. And just like somebody was saying the other day, when did it start? When did Nigerians start being followers, and especially following Kenyans to do anything? That's almost shameful. So, that's the one, man. Thanks, Collector. Can go ahead.
Man, well said. I agree with that 100%. By the way, focused.
All right, brilliant. Kulata, you're up next.
I don't even know what topics because we've exhausted Dangote topic.
Yeah, we've done Dangote. There was one which you may or may not have an interest in. Debt service cost go up 75% of GDP of revenue, which as a headline is alarming, but against where it's coming from, a real positive news.
I think it only alarms people that are not aware of where we are. And honestly, this shows the successful side of Tinubu, taking it from 96% debt service to revenue to 74%. Don't take that in isolation. He's also added a couple of billions into the reserves. We've also cleared the 7 billion backlog. We've also paid more debt. And from a macroeconomic standpoint, the tide is starting to change. The unfortunate part of it is he was playing politics with the northern interest, the farmers that didn't want import. Otherwise, while all this stuff is happening, they could have allowed easy movement of food to supplement the lower production while they try and settle the farmers, settle the conflicts, and settle everything. So people will not be hungry. So at the macro level, yes, things are turning, but it's not getting to the people yet. So the earlier it takes care of that food feeding crisis, just get food plenty throughout the country and support governors like Governor Bagu. That guy is going bonkers. He's claiming another 500,000 hectares of land or something. The more you support the likes of the Governor Bagu, the more you kick the ass of the Southwest governors that are kind of like abandoned farming. I don't know what is wrong with our governors, apart from maybe Ekiti State. Those are the things that affect the normal people. But I'm happy that I'm seeing results at the high level. Like our fiscal picture is improving. Now, there's some areas that will, because a long time ago when we were talking about how do we solve this problem before we pay the debt, we were talking about short term, we need to borrow, we need to raise interest rate, then medium term, we need to pump more oil. So I think we're getting to that medium term now. There needs to be, I know there are a couple of oil leases coming up, and there are also some drilling that will happen. I read somewhere where close to 600, 700 barrels, 600, 700,000 barrels per day will be added. But I don't realistically, that may be a 2-3 year thing. So it may not be fast enough. But that's kind of like the medium term plan. The immediate plan that will help us is this Dangote shenanigans, but they're already at it. They're going to land somewhere. I know where they land. Eventually, we'll still be exporting. Making forex. Whether Dangote imports crude or it doesn't import crude, the refined product coming there, the balance of trade, the balance of it is going to be more forex coming in from Nigeria. It would have been awesome if all the crude came from NNPC, but that's not our reality right now. A lot of our crude has been leveraged for debt. and there's nothing we can do about it apart from try and get more, pump more. But that pumping more, like I said, may take the next 1 to, I mean, realistically, to get to 2 million barrels a day, that may take 2-3 years. Because where they are, I just think it may take 2-3 years and all. So things are turning. This food importation that they removed the, what's it called, will see impact. From what I'm hearing, actually, prices have started to stabilize, and in some cases, like tomato, prices are coming down. I heard there's a bumper harvest of potatoes. So things will cool off. We've probably seen the worst of it. So things will start to improve. But for people to feel it, please get food. While
Now
all this
let me ask
macro stuff, let me just finish this. While this macro stuff gets sorted, but let the people feel the impact with food.
Yeah, the question is about this revenue. Are they talking about total revenue or just internally generated revenue
No, total revenue.
from oil and everything?
Yeah, our revenue receipts.
But can it possibly be? Because if the revenue in a quarter is 1.7 trillion, Nigeria should be making more than that in a quarter. So it doesn't make sense. It appears to be 74% of internally generated revenue, because crude oil alone can exceed that. Don't you think?
Our crude oil receipts, a lot of it is not coming back to us anymore because it's used to pay debt. And some of them, hold on, what did I say? It doesn't even make sense. Well, a lot of I just know. Let me see. What are the numbers? 1.76 million.
1.76 trillion.
No. That is retained. That's how much they retained.
Of the 1.3 trillion out of this, and that's what they used to pay.
In Q1 2021, debt servicing consumed about 74% of Nigeria's federal revenue, amounting to 1.31 trillion out of 1.76 trillion retained revenue.
Yes.
So they're talking about retained revenue. So is revenue after if it's retained revenue, that is, if it's retained revenue, that's kind of like your fund balance. That's kind of your fund balance after
all the expenses.
After removing everything, yes. So that's kind of like
when you see that headline, it gives the impression that it's our total revenue we are spending 74% on debt. You see, that is quite alarmist.
It's alarmist, but it's retained revenue. If you look at it, I mean, if you just read the headline, but when you look at it, it's retained revenue.
I think people should be given more clearer information about these things, because instead of just making it
but you have to be explaining accounting now. Who cares about accounting?
You just tell them that, okay, of our total revenue, this the amount we spend on this thing, debt servicing. That will be a lot less than, it's not going to be anywhere near 74 percent.
Yeah, but the way they've been reporting is the way they've been reporting it. Like, you just can't change. If you change that, then you'll have the like of 5.
Here in the West, that's not how they report it. They report it based on the amount they spend versus the money the country spends.
It depends. I've seen in the West where they report it based on tax receipts. Like
exactly,
in America,
actual revenue that you have as a government. That's what you do.
But this Naira metrics of a place, this platform, sometimes they publish rubbish.
Sorry, Kulata. Alexander Gomez, Isaac Ojo, that's Chioma right there, and that's the Kulata himself before he came on the screen. That's Ayo right there. Tope O breaks the chain, but she welds it back very quickly with that, and then Tim Ajek breaks the chain again. So whoever wants to weld it back. We've established a minimum bar. Thank you for seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the donations. I'm sure Raja, one man appreciates it. So, but Kulata, that number, I think we it's good that we share it with people so that they understand what they are hearing. Because when I heard it the first time, I think, oh my God, all our income from oil and everything is going to 70. We are using to service debt. You see how alarming that could be.
It could be alarming based on the headline. It's actually retained. It's retained earnings, retained I mean, forget this. The way they should maybe qualify it better, right?
Yeah,
Because it's your net earnings,
yeah. That's how
not
it's supposed to be. Instead of just telling people that that's after all our spending, this is how much we spent on.
after you've deducted cost and all whatnot. That's what's left, and then they use 75% of it is used to pay service debt. Before it used to be 96%.
96%.
Yeah.
Which technically almost any government has control over, because they control their expenditure. They can decide to spend more or less and then use more to pay their debt.
Yeah, but a lot of the government expenditure that can be easily controlled like that are probably capital expenditure. But when it comes to operational stuff like salaries and all that stuff, except you fire people,
True.
or you stop building roads and all that stuff.
I hear that, and but the idea that because when they were saying 97% was being spent on our national debt, and suddenly the whole world is going to go crazy, I just felt that it wasn't. If you look at it based on this definition now, it's not true. We were not facing total bankruptcy. You could easily adjust certain things within your expenditure. Then some things you used to pay for, like now, if you have bills that you pay every month and it's about to bankrupt you, you can adjust some things that you don't necessarily need and keep some things, and before you know it, you're back to square again. And that alarmist thing, I don't think it's a very defining.
No, but Nigeria has never been in kind of like the way Ghana and Argentina. I mean, where we've not been in a position where we could not service our debt, for example.
Yes.
We've been a bit. In spite of all the corruption and all that stuff, we've still been a bit conservative when it comes to our finances. It's just under Buhari that they went bonkers printing money like it was about to expire.
You are right there, and I ask myself sometimes that of all the areas the
when
Nigerian government
was going around
made money,
asking for
they
debt
didn't do.
forgiveness, what was that about? Is it because we could pay our bills?
Yeah, the debt forgiveness, that was another time period. At that time, if you remember, oil was $18 or something like that, something ridiculous like that. And we just got off the military. Those military guys just kind of like fleeced the country, because then they knew they were going. And Abubakar just said, boys, Aigbe, all of them, you guys clean shop, we're leaving. And then they cleaned shop. So when we came in there, things were rough for Obasanjo. And luckily for us, Bono U2, that guy in U2.
Yeah.
Is UT still, are they still, anyway, that's a different story. Bono and some other guys started campaigning for debt forgiveness. They had a campaign. Was called. Someone can Google it.
Yeah, I've forgotten what
Do
it
you
was.
know it's Christmas, or do you know it's Christmas?
They had one something African, whatever they did. That was impactful, and then we got debt forgiveness, and useless Obasanjo. I don't know why it didn't. I don't know why they even allowed us to pay all that debt. We probably could have gotten money and used it to invest. We just paid debt just for us to rack it up back again. And
10 billion,
they give us
big billion at that time to use it to pay totally. I think
it was a bad financial decision.
Let me ask
hindsight
I'm
using.
Let me ask the question, because
was it not discounted?
Yeah, let me just ask this question, because I find it very odd that on all the areas we accuse our government officials and everything of being corrupt, the area they didn't show that level of corruption is in taking a lot of debts. And the reasons why they don't do that is also part of the reasons why this country hasn't developed. Because if you look at other countries, most of the money they spend stems from debt, and they build it up knowing full well that they will never pay it off. But it's a way of hiding them printing currency. But our nation is not in that game. How is it that a small nation with about 6 million people or so, like Singapore, owes almost $1 trillion dollars, and yet it's still richer than Nigeria? But Nigerian government, as corrupt as they are, they don't want to borrow.
First things first, Singapore, there are many things. Singapore, first of all, the economy is expansive enough. Then again, their credit rating is good. So borrowing them money is cheap. They borrow money on the cheap. For us, if they're going to borrow us money normally, they will give us ridiculous interest rates. And if they're going to give us cheap interest rates, they'll make the term so long that at the end of the day, you'll end up paying these alleged low interest as high interest. And then they're going to, it's World Bank that will give you that money. They'll put all sorts of conditions that will.
And are you saying there's a prepaid penalty to the loans they give us?
Prepaid. I don't even know if there's prepaid. It depends. There's if it's the development
If they
loan,
give
I
us
don't know if there's a prepaid.
20-year loan, can we not pay it up earlier? I mean, unless there's a stipulation that says we can.
But if they give you at 1% rate, like it's ridiculously low interest rate, why would you want to rush to pay it off earlier? Like if it's like 1% or something or 2%, you don't want to rush and pay it now. I mean, what's the point when you have other maturing loans coming?
You don't have to rush, but I thought you said in the long run we end up paying
Well, the thing is, in the reality of things, they'll give us that money and people would thief that money. We won't use it for what we're supposed to use it for. On the long run, it won't create any economic activity that will make us repay, and we'll still end up repaying over the long term.
So Kolata, what is our total debt?
I don't even know. I mean, something close to $100 billion or something.
Yeah, from what I can see, it's been around 100, and that's $91 billion. So, in other words,
okay, it's gone down. It's gone down. It used to be 100.
Yeah, if we wanted to pay off our debt, we can pay it off in just a couple of years if we really mean business. But somehow we allow this to paralyze us. We can't function. The reason why I'm asking this question is that these our leaders are supposed to be corrupt, and one of the ways to make a lot of money is to be able to get billions upon billions of dollars of debt.
Okay, I was gonna say tonight. Hold on. I was gonna say you said that made that statement in error. See, if they could borrow that easily, they would. So don't think they're doing a favor by not borrowing. That's totally wrong assumption. I would say if they could borrow that easily, they would borrow. They will borrow everything they can.
But it should have been easy now, because all they needed to do is take their oil money and take their the income from the country. They don't care about the people, don't they? Do they?
But that's what we're doing now. Do you know that we literally borrow with crude now? That's what Buhari has done. That at the end of the day, our crude, a lot of what we sell now that is supposed to be revenue coming back to our pocket is drastically reduced because we borrowed against the crude.
I agree with that. What I find contradictory with the behavior of these so-called corrupt people is that you can manipulate it in such a way that you take a lot of money from the people, put it into the national coffers, pay off these small debts, because we owe relatively small debt when you think about it. These will have a lot of money.
But the manipulation is what Tinubu did. Our debt is local debt and foreign debt. Our foreign debt is probably 40-something billion or for something billion or so.
Which is even less.
Or so, but our local debt is way more. So devaluation helped us with our domestic debt. Didn't help us with our foreign debt, but helped us with our domestic debt, which is the higher debt stock. So that's one of the things that just dropped off close to 10 billion of our stuff, because with devaluation you make more naira from the few dollars you sell. So your local debt denominated in naira becomes cheap.
In other words, you cheated the local.
So in other words, in other words, we didn't actually pay the money back. It's because of the redenomination of the naira. That's why the debt
redenomination. Yeah, it's not like they literally went to pay back and all. So the debt value in dollars is now lower.
So they didn't pay nothing. Okay.
No, I saw Rufai was arguing on it. I'm like, what's wrong with this guy? Like, no, I mean, they didn't pay anything. It's just when you convert it to dollars, it's right off. Yeah.
So what they did was devalue the local currency, having or more than having the actual amount that they need to pay for debt in terms of, because now they have a lot of currency. So in other words, they damage the local lenders. Tomorrow, why would they want to lend?
Yeah, but the thing is, at the point in time that we're facing the devaluation, we almost had no choice with the devaluation because we had too much naira printed moving around. That's why Emefiele tried to change that naira at some point during the election. They wanted to force their way into it. You can't now. That was not successful. And inflation was going gangbusters. But then the inflation is not a single story. It's multiple stories. The supply side, which is the too much money, and then the cost push which is the combination of insecurity, combination of fuel that got more expensive, combination of our bad infrastructure that was adding additional cost to our locally farmed goods. Because if we didn't have insecurity, if we had better farms, if cost of transportation, if everything, then the cost of producing, manufacturing our agricultural produce should be lower. But because of all those things, is high.
In financial terms, is too much money in Nigeria's economy the same as too much money in America's economy? Do they equate to be the same?
No.
That causes inflation?
But they hide it in form of debt.
It's the same in terms of like on the software. I mean, it's the same. Too much money chasing after fewer goods is too much money chasing after fewer goods. But in terms of
you've not
tools,
covered our trade surplus.
our trade, we now have a trade surplus now because we devalued. Because we devalued, we're not importing as much goods. We're exporting because our exports are cheaper.
Okay, so the valuation is not a sustainable economic practice. Okay, so far there's nothing I've heard that shows that we're doing anything good at all. Okay, simply reducing our local debt because of the valuation is not helping us because if we have to cough up more naira to pay off foreign loans in dollars.
There's no, I mean, there's always pros and cons, right? So it's when it comes to almost anything, there's always going to be the good side and the bad side. It's just at the point in time you had to make a decision. You had to look at which one was overwhelming in favor. There's no right or wrong.
Kulata, don't you
And
wonder
I
why
think also that the local debt can always wait because most of them, they are all dubious debts.
Oh God! You see what he's saying, but hold on. You see now, let's flip the argument because we spent a long time arguing about these cabals in oil, but these local lenders that lent the government such huge sums of money, the government just sabotaged them by reducing their value by 50% or more, and you don't see anybody negotiating and tearing the whole country apart. Even Dangote lost money, his company lost money. Nobody did that, but somehow these oil companies, because Dangote wants to sell oil, we have to go and negotiate with them.
It's not, look, see, like I said, in economics, let me read that model. It's called obsolescence bargain model. In essence, I will attract you. Obsolescence, some crazy word. It's obsolescence, but it's please ing. If anybody can pronounce it, I'm an Ijesha guy. So the obsolescence bargain model. Whatever, if I'm saying it right, you guys can Google it. I don't care. So the main thing is it's for multinational enterprise. You attract a multinational to your country. You give them all the incentive, red carpet and everything. But when they've now put money inside, they've sunk their money, the bargaining chip changes. When you were chasing them, they were the bride. But when they've now invested in you, you now go and change the terms of the negotiation. You try and steer the negotiation to your favor because they're already in. That's a similar thing they're doing to Dangote. And the thing is look, a lot of these oil guys that we talk about probably sponsored Tinubu's campaign. That's just the reality. Tinubu himself, who knows? I don't know his business. Maybe through O&O, his nephew's company. They may be doing some shenanigans. There's a strong likelihood of it. And then when you also look at it in another way, even if you want to look at it from the purist standpoint, like I said, if you want to say, okay, energy security, in the true sense of energy security, it's a bit risky if you put all your energy security in one man. But I know that our financials kind of like says, forget about that nonsense, that we need to move to Dangote. True. But in terms of
what you said, you also remember our energy security is in the hands of foreigners right now. That is even worse.
Yes, it's in the hands of foreigners. True. But at the same time, that's bad. But do you now want to outsource it? It's not my argument. I'm just playing devil's advocate. You now want to say, okay, I put it into one company.
No, you don't want to. You want to encourage other companies. I think there are other people that wanted to come into the industry too.
Yes.
And the federal government has foreign.
But the way Dangote is set up, let's be true. The way Dangote is set up right now, it will be difficult for another refinery to come on, except government makes policies right now to secure future refineries coming in. Because if Dangote takes over everything, manipulates everything, then there's no incentive for you to now invest in another refinery. And there's some refineries currently getting, like Bua's refinery supposed to come upstream. When? Maybe in a few years. So why will Bua, that is Tinubu's bundler, invest more in his refinery if Dangote takes over everything?
But isn't that the point of a capitalist system? If a system, a provider is in place that is not serving the people well, it creates a vacuum for upstarts to come up. If Dangote is doing a good job, just like Amazon is doing a good job of delivering cheaply for people, then there's no need to navigate to another area. So I think the capitalist...
No, you're going to stifle investment because you're supposed to have the place opened up. So if Dangote gets first mover advantage, right, he's going to enjoy first mover advantage. But if his first mover advantage or pioneer status is at the detriment of further investment in that industry, you as a regulator want to make sure you prevent Dangote dominating everything. You don't want it to happen. Or you want it to be, if it starts that way, you want to be able to break it up.
And the Nigerian state has the capacity to do that. They have 4 refineries. And there is other people that have smaller refineries in Nigeria that are coming on stream too. There is somebody that wants to start building a new one. So personally, even that.
Yeah, but if you give Dangote everything, you can't. I mean, what's the point of your further investment?
How do you mean give him everything?
Look at it now. Dangote wants to be the sole distributor to the sole distributor to NNPC. And then he now has an operation now that, because is kind of like forward integrated, meaning he has not just refinery, he's bought a ton of gas stations. So
okay, so what you are saying now, did Dangote say it himself?
No, that's his operation. Baba, everybody here knows.
The accusation that they are accusing him of. He said it himself when I saw him, when he said other people are free to come into the industry.
Yeah, that's easy to say now, but when he's already taking over,
you believe that?
He's already taking over everything. You can't come in anymore.
I agree with you. It's not that simple, but there's no him. It's not him staying there saying, "I need you to give only me this thing." As a matter of fact, his argument was that, why are you selling it more expensive to us?
See, Dangote's argument is this: why are we NNPC source all your products from me? And NNPC right now is the sole importer of the sole importer of PMS. Diesel, you can import diesel wherever you find it because it's fully deregulated. NNPC is the sole importer of PMS right now. So you're saying, okay, NNPC, you guys just buy from me and buy from me alone. So when they're buying from him, if you to Niger, your own refinery is now going to come up, you're talking to NNPC, one thing or the other. We have constraint in even crude. They've already given limited crude to Dangote. They have to find a way. But Dangote can drive his price down to even prevent your business from taking up from starting. And that's his tactic. He's done it before.
Yeah, but that's the nature of capitalism. If you don't want capitalism, then start with your own socialist system.
No, it's not. But the thing is, you don't want unburdened capitalism. But at the same time, right now, look, don't think I'm arguing in favor of the government or anything. I'm just laying it out because I think we need more Dangote now because of our forex situation, our financial situation. I prefer that we do stuff with Dangote. But I'm looking at the real issues too, that what's the unintended consequence of giving everything to Dangote?
No, I don't see any serious unintended consequences. The reason why I keep saying this is because many other nations, great nations in the world, have created massive monopolies, like monopolies bigger than nations. They do that, and
but there are antitrust laws now to mitigate against it.
Those are just for words. Why is
Well,
it that
Have
you forgotten Zuckerberg paid hundreds of billions in fines in England and other countries?
Hold on now. Why is it that Microsoft controls this thing, PCs 72%?
Kolata, your concern about Dangote is I prefer to give everything to Dangote.
No, it's not my concern, Prince. That don't get me wrong. putting myself, like I'm trying to put myself as a regulator that means good. Nigerian regulators don't mean good, so don't think I'm confused. I'm just trying to put myself, like, assuming I was a government, a legit government, and I want to do good, and I'm handing over this entire industry to this man with his, with his sharp practices, and I also further want more players to invest. Some already are in progress. By giving him everything, am I not stifling all those other people that have already sunk money coming? Number one. Then number two, am I not risking too much by just placing this guy? Because if someone bombs his refinery, then we're screwed.
No, do you hear what he said? He said, okay, you are arguing that he is saying that he has never said that himself, that they should stop the import and supply him everything. So in other words, they can also supply to any local refineries that are this thing. He's just saying that don't be bringing imports in. It's going to save Nigeria foreign exchange.
I know. I'm with you on that.
Besides that, what we are not even looking into, this refinery was 2 years late. So apparently, when an NPC was ready for the refinery, the refinery was not ready. So most of those contracts were forwarded to other sources. We're not looking into that. So when by the time he arrived, NNPC had committed elsewhere.
You can commit, but don't commit too far. You commit knowing fully well that this refinery is coming on stream.
Well, it's already done. You can break. Look, NNPC is not a good player, so let's not think anybody is batting for NNPC. They're not a good player. But if you give them an excuse to make, they will make that excuse. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not like, it's risky. I can understand if I was a government thinking, man, giving this guy it's too much power to give one person. How do I structure this in a way where I don't give this guy everything 100%, so I allow other players, or I also want to have the option to pull out so this guy just doesn't feel comfortable and start taking advantage of my situation.
See, you could do that in the meantime. That's grant him whatever he wanted in the meantime. Then when you have your refineries come on stream, Dangote is very much aware of it. When the refineries come on stream, then you can compete with this in Dangote. As a matter of fact, according to Babajide say, who is Dangote then? Dangote is nobody if we get our refineries. He can be selling. Remember, whatever he sells, if Nigeria has a share in there, Nigeria will make profit. No matter how much profit he makes, Nigeria will keep making profit from there. If Nigeria hasn't
but the way these guys are acting, does it look like any refinery is coming on stream?
That is the problem, and that's why that's why I really like what Babajide did today. He said they are making an argument that Dangote is going to be a monopoly when they have 4 refineries.
When they have 4 refineries, like how is that a monopoly?
Not just 4 refineries that they've killed, that they promise is going to be coming on stream. So it means they don't.
It's self-indicting. They don't have any plans. It's self-indicting.
So I was like that I've never seen that guy that admitted. He was like so admitted. I was like, I was so impressed by him. He said, it means why are you getting upset with Dangote if you have 4? It means you never intend to get those ones working. And we spend billions of dollars on them already. This is why it's pertinent that people support Dangote, because this NNPC people, they are some evil set of people.
If they're not evil, why would they go and be working with some refinery off the coast of Malta that intentionally mixes bad grades with good grade and then bring it to Nigeria? Because you're not going to test it. When I was in college in the 90s, there was one foul-smelling petrol that they were selling. That thing was stinking. And there was fuel scarcity that was under a batch or something that will pipe the petrol.
Abacha wife imported that fuel that time.
You know that fuel? That thing was toxic. I think some people probably died.
Sting your eyes even.
I've never seen petrol smell that nasty in my life. And you know that time there was fuel scarcity, so you had to buy petrol in jerrycan and put it in your car so you can take it to campus or something. But to pull it from the hose, my God, if that thing enters your mouth,
your throat will burn.
Your throat will, Jesus, that was nasty petrol, God.
How come I was in Lagos at that time? How come I didn't notice it? Maybe I forgot. I don't know.
This was when people were sleeping in fuel stations. Your car will got damaged, so you have to use the worst car in your garage to go buy fuel, or they line up to buy fuel overnight. You'll be chasing your drivers with torchlights in the line.
I'll never forget that petrol.
We've lived a horrible life in the past. I don't know why people are thinking this is the worst we've ever lived.
No, this is not the worst we've lived. No.
That was the point I was making previously. That objectively we are living better now. Just like people, individuals now probably live better than kings before, because they have tools that kings didn't have before. However, objectively, if you look at it from if you want to compare it with other people in the world, we are falling further and further behind the rest of the world. The rest of the world is advancing way ahead of us. That is the
to Nigeria. Do you know this period I'm saying? A woman who owned a fuel station, I heard her clearly during that period, thanking God that it's been long. She's been asking God to bless her, that God has blessed her that period when we all are suffering. In the midst of that hardship, she was thanking God. That's Nigeria for you.
Wow. But you see, I think this is why when we're talking about Wole Soyinka and some of all these leaders we've had and talk about how powerful they are, it's like if Nigeria was a great nation achieving a lot, making great strides in the world stage, I can say, yeah, these are bruisers. They can take on anybody in the world. They can stand on their own. Yes, it's not like you're going to go and start fighting China or America and all that, but at least you within the power level that you are supposed to be, you are punching within your weight. Even a little bit below your weight is forgivable. But where we are right now is well below that. And hence, when I look at these leaders and they are calling powerful, I'm like, these are house boys for some of the smaller countries in Europe, that they will be scared of them. Because those countries can come in here and do damage to us. Even Israel can do damage to Nigeria. It tells you that these people are not aspiring for their people, and you have to ask yourself, where was Wole Soyinka when all this deterioration is happening? Where were all these great men in Nigeria when all this, that bad petrol was coming to Nigeria, our power stations were failing? Where are all these great men? And that's why, for me, I don't see them as powerful at all.
Oh, they were fighting. If you remember, there was this professor, is it Agbala Jobi, in University of Ibadan. I think that guy with not always combing his head. Kulata, you remember that professor?
Professor Agbala Jobi, I remember that name.
It was more rabid than Gani Fahimi.
Anybody more rabid than Gani Fahimi?
Yeah, Agbala Jobi, I think is his name. Professor.
Oh, I didn't know him.
Yeah.
I know about Bola Ige, and
I'm not too sure of that name, but he was an AOist. He was in University of Ibadan. Every day, is in Tribune, writing one thing in sketch. He has even led a one-man protest. Very stubborn man.
Oh, I remember that man.
With this eye that's always blinking.
I remember that man.
But
He's probably dead now.
Nobody remembers them, and their ideology doesn't spread far enough within the nation. I feel like if you want your ideology to go far, you need to go all through the country. Like, for better for worse, we may not like it, but Abiola did that for Nigeria. He was able to. His own was not ideology, just injustice, and he affected all parts of the country. And I wish we had someone like Gani Fahimi that was all over the country. I'm maybe shocked how Gani Fahimi was almost just only Southwest. Given he was very loud and everything, he was just Southwest. He should have found a way to spread his ideology all over the country. By now, who knows?
I don't think that will have helped us, honestly speaking. Nigeria, there are two solutions for Nigeria, right? One of them is the obvious one everybody talks about, which is kind of like regionalized. Because we need to try and find homogeneity and control and have people govern themselves within their homogeneous space. But it just falls apart in North Central and South South. That's the biggest problem. And I mean, Northeast too, yeah, kind of, but at least they are galvanized. Northeast still falls apart. But they are more galvanized by culture and religion. But that's one. The next one is
Southwest
greed.
is also divided, though. You guys were the first to be divided in Nigeria.
Southwest used to be divided. We fought for 100 years and we made peace, and then decided that it was not going to happen again.
You guys were the first to start. After you started,
No.
the South started, the Southeast started. So you
South,
guys first.
Southwest. I mean, we have Southwest is very from culturally we're united. Politically, you have the conservatives and you have the liberals, and just like any society, we can coexist. We're not even divided by religion.
That's why they call it
So
Wild Wild West. With Bafemi
we're not even divided by religion in the Southwest, just to show how united we can be. But the
Yeah,
next,
what
Kulaka,
was Costola division,
sorry
man?
to
What
disturb
was
you.
Costola division in the South?
Professor Awojobi.
is our Joby
Yeah, it's Awojobi.
is late,
I
Abi.
know him.
Later, a long time. During that period, what about go Binu Kupapani? He just vexed die. When
I
the
know
thing
the
was
guy now. I've looked at this picture. I know the guy. I know
How
the
come I
guy.
don't know him?
Awojobi.
Prof.
Yeah.
Awojobi.
Ayo Awojobi.
Your daily Awojobi.
Stubborn
Ah,
man.
okay.
Who began to find me?
How come
They
I don't know
fight.
him?
Nothing happened.
Actually, the guy is from Ife. Maybe that's where I know the guy.
Oh, come on, man. I think this in Ganifa Emi has a bit more name recognition than this
You
guy.
don't know this. They had it then.
I mean, everybody had their time. Ghanaian maybe because of the 90s and yeah. But anyway,
Gani Falana, all of them.
going back to what I was saying is so the other part is to use our greed, right? Is to use our greed to run an effective capitalist society. And to channel that, it means you have to take a lot of things away from the government. And that's where the biggest problem is. Take everything away from the government and try and put it in the hands of businessmen that are competent. Now, it's going to create a bunch of rich people, and we'll have a ton of poor people. But then you will need government to now be effective to tax, to regulate, to play their role. But the resources will be effectively managed. It will turn around, turn around, turn around. It will create a middle class. But the poor will still be the poor, like wretchedly poor. They will exist, but we will have enough middle class that we may end up being like maybe a better version of India. Like average
Why
GDP
can't
maybe
why can't you
$3,000-4,000.
aspire more than that? Can you tell me precisely
No,
why you
because there's a reason. Look, all this ideal stuff, everybody knows the
no,
ideal.
that's what I'm asking. I want to understand why
Yeah, but is the when you understand the nature of our people, and there are many factors leading to those. I mean, those the nature, and you know that we should do this, we should do that, we should do this, but you can't enforce your way to these folks. It's just not possible. Like it's impossible. I can't even go to my household and force my will. It's not possible. So the thing you can lay out is a system that works, and people will work within the parameters of that system. And when you look at us as human beings, we're not exactly the most productive people on earth, especially when we're in our spaces. We're not. So the best you can do is if you have almost like a capitalist slave driver, or you have effective, or you have what's it called? What do we call that? Regionalism, where they can practice a bit of socialism, because socialism works where there's more homogeneity. Socialism does not work when people are not alike, because you say you are giving to these people, you're giving to black people, you're giving to this, you're giving to that, Yoruba, you're giving to Fulani. They'll say, you're giving all the outside people. If you practice socialism in the country like Nigeria, then they'll say, the North is taking everything because they're the poorest. But if it's socialism within the North and socialism within the Yoruba people, then it's within the Yoruba, so it may work. That's why socialism is very effective in countries like Scandinavia. They're all alike, so who cares? But in America now, you say, no, it's all the black people that are getting this. The welfare queen. In Nigeria, you say Malo, you say this, you say that. So that's why if you can't do that, then let's just sell everything. I mean, let the resources be in the hands of private people and everybody sort themselves out.
To be fair, the Soviet Union was very diverse, including Russia today. And okay, let's see.
It broke apart.
that one broke apart, but Russia is also still quite diverse. So one of the
Russia
things,
is not practicing socialism right now.
yeah,
I mean,
the reason
Russia
why
is actually more homogeneous after
I
breaking
get that
apart.
part. The reason why it broke apart has nothing to do with the fact that it is socialist. It lost because the power they were competing against was stronger. It's just a matter of struggle. And okay,
There's a reason why they did not get stronger, because it is at one point in time they had the technical advantage.
no, they were hemmed in. I would not want to go into that discussion first. See, do you know? I think I've been on a panel. I don't know whether you were there when I talked about the Jane Elliott experiment. I don't know whether you've heard about it. So
Never,
this
not heard
experiment,
about it.
okay, good. And I think it's important that you understand the concept behind it. It's called the blue eye, brown eye experiment. The idea is that in a classroom, she was like a teacher. So she, in this classroom, she told all the children with blue eyes that they are superior, they are better people, they are more
I've heard
intelligent.
about it. I've heard about it. I've heard
And
about
then,
it.
yeah, exactly. So then the brown eye people, you tell them they are not anything, they are criminals and all the rest of it. So a kind of all the negative traits, you give it to the brown eye one. So eventually, when they observed the performance and the behavior of the students that they said they had good
It lived
traits,
true
blue eye,
to, yeah.
yeah. So they started treating the brown-eyed ones badly, and their performance started improving. The blue-eyed ones. So most of the positive stuff started happening for the blue-eyed ones. Then when they reversed it, the same thing happened again. The brown-eyed ones started doing better.
It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy kind of.
Exactly. So
I
that
know I know. I just didn't remember his name, but I know what you're talking about.
apply to your way of looking at Nigeria. The way that applies is you have to take that switch off. That what other people can accomplish, you can accomplish it.
Okay,
Because even if you
let's
have problems, you have to look at navigating.
okay. Let's say you want to do that. Let's say you want to do that. So go to Kebbi State and try and reinforce them and say all sorts of positive things about them and all whatnot. Then I'm going to tell you that, look, dude, my priority is to memorize the Quran first. So don't waste my time. Let me first memorize my Quran. And then the next thing is my priority is to send my kid to Al Majiri to go and learn more. So the culture, the problem is the culture. I'm not picking on people from Kebbi State, for example. Okay, let's just say Southwest. My priority may be that party, that the Amala we go chop for that party, my gift pack, my this. We have to close down the road for 3 days to party because that's their priority.
Yes.
So there's some cultural limitations.
Okay, good. You see, what you see as those cultural limitations, I see as there are ways to work around this. You see that mindset, you have to loosen it because your objective is to elevate those people. Don't try to think that you can't, because people have done more for their people.
No, listen. There's no central galvanizing when a multicultural society, and not only that, the people leading you, they're using the multicultural stuff to divide and conquer. So we don't have people agreeing to want to do the right thing. That's the biggest premise. Nobody wants to,
but that is your own. It's up to you. You are the man that wants to aspire for your people. So your job is to
in my own life, in my own personal life, I've sponsored many kids through college. My mom raises orphans. We all contribute. I know I'm doing all the good things, but as far as I can do, but it's a drop in the bucket. It doesn't mean anything in the large scale of things, because even some people that you help, like some driver that you help, you give money, goes to marry wife number 2 and then tells you that, oops, I also gave someone belly. Like, you have to understand the reality. See, it's not like I don't know all the ideal things, right? But I know human beings, especially I know Nigerians. It's going to take a lot of paradigm shift here and there. You almost like, okay, in 2016, I had access to the governor, right? I wanted to foster one thing, increase competition across schools, like put prize money, and then let this school compete, that school, that compete, because I know that competition breeds competence. Like, and I also thinking like even it's not going to be an individual competition where I just give one person money. I want to give a whole class. So the class that gets the highest average grade and all whatnot. Good ideas. Shoved it, I mean, sent it around and all whatnot. But at the end of the day, nobody cared.
Yeah.
That would have been very effective in my state.
Yeah.
And I was willing to pay to the extent I could. And I reached out to a few rich guys. Nothing.
Yeah. So why do you think nobody cared? Because they don't have the vision you do?
Because it's not even just that. If you, for me to even open my mouth to say I want to do something like that, they say, so how much are you going to give me?
And then you think your way around it now. Why don't
That's
you
the
offer them something?
peculiarity to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Do you know ordinarily, if your street is bad and you want to repair it, the local government will not cooperate with you. They want you to give them the money so that they can do it. And they will show you part of the laws that back them up, that you
Yes.
cannot, as a citizen, do the road yourself. That's Nigeria for you.
People
Yes.
don't want to do the right thing.
So, like what the gentleman just said, if the local government wants to build the road, as long as they build it, I don't have any problem. If I want the road built, the purpose is to build that road. Yeah, give them the
How can
money.
you
I
give
don't
your
care.
money to them to go and build when they can't even do anything? They will end up
Exactly.
doing shoddy work and pocket the balance.
What you would tell them is, if you truly want to do this road like I do, let's hand it to the people that are going to build it. I don't have any problem. You will be
They
in charge.
won't give you. They will not give
They
you the
will not.
permit. You will not
They
get.
will
You
not.
will not get any road built.
Then you have
You put one gravel there, they will call police for you.
okay, they did try to do that with Akpoche, but they failed, didn't they? So sometimes it depends on who you approach and win. So you will lose some and win some. I agree with you on that. But I think you have
It's
to
not
start.
just that. Have you heard of investors trying to invest in Nigeria, bringing money in Nigeria? The people that are going to face are going to tell them, you want to invest? All well and good. Okay, so how much is my cut?
Standard.
Yes. That to be fair, that is part of the landscape. It's something we understood. You have to make arrangement for that. That's why you have to think ahead, prepare for those sort of
They're
situations.
not just, how many people go to Nigeria wanting to do the right thing? They leave frustrated.
You know why they live
Yeah, you
frustrated?
are right. Kulata, I have a particular one that happened. I have one that happened to my friend that lives in the UK. He had this business, he was working with some innovation firms, where a government funded innovation organization in the UK. And they wanted African countries to benefit. Do you know 50 million UK pounds? And this guy contacted somebody at the African Development Bank to help meet people at the Ministry of Agriculture to be able to put in this thing. And don't forget, you know very well that Nigeria has been on AGOA, African Growth Opportunity Act. You remember? You know that Nigeria has not keyed into it today, and so many other
Okay, the
things. So
Agua.
he was saying, okay, let's see. Yeah, Agua, let's key into this one and see if you can benefit from it. Do you know the person that left the African Development Bank after he pressed some button, they went to Nigeria? Our useless, and that's why I normally tell people here. You see, before you point the finger at Tinubu, Buhari, the kind of nuisance that we have, that they are our brothers, they are our pastors. Some of them are pastors, some of them are imams, some of them are sheikh, they are ustaz, some of them are our tribe people. They are from our state, they are from our house, or street. They said the directors, so people that are support, they are not even the main political. We do not put them. They were the ones that were asking for court. You know very well that before African Development Bank president got his second term, you know the opposition that he faced, that they were having issues with him about the ethics and ethics
Of
committee
course.
and some other things. So
Trump did not want him there.
I think yes, no, you know that he has already warned a lot of guys that are working in Nigeria, that are working with Nigerians, that they have to be very careful. The guy said, "Me, I'm not there." They were asking for a cut out of that money.
And it's not only Nigeria that's going to be benefiting from that, but for that particular 50 million pounds deal, because that deal must favor UK, the UK economy, and also favor the participating countries from Africa. Do you know that Nigeria could not get anything from that? The man left and went back to Abidjan, to their headquarters, went back after they frustrated his life. They frustrated his life. The matter did not even, not the many, so many that doesn't get to the presidency itself. They will kill it in the ministry. Right in the
If you
ministry.
go to Nigeria today and you say, I have $1 billion and I want to build road from, let me just say, I want to build road from that crosses Delta State or something. They will, as soon as you get there, they'll say, okay, I beg, weigh my own court. You don't want to build free road, though. Don't. I'll give you the road. No, my money. They'll say, "Where my own court?" Otherwise, what do you think you want to do for here? If you go to my Osun State, it's gonna be the same thing. It's just, I think that's why we need to understand the kind of people that we are.
It's a peculiarity.
Something else.
Do you know? Wait,
now
let me shock you again, you guys. Why is it that you pass this road from your work home, everything smooth? When you do it the next morning, there is a pothole. How did that pothole happen?
Some people they messed it up so they could collect money.
They've gone there with G gas and everything and dug it up, so that road will be given again for.
The road is not designed for some kind of heavy duty vehicles that actually go over there.
No, Nigeria.
No.
You don't know Nigeria.
I wish you understand our country.
Saboteurs in charge.
Okay, let's talk about this second Niger bridge. They built it. Some people went to start unscrewing stuff, anything metal on that bridge.
I saw it.
They've taken it. Can you believe it?
Only in Nigeria that can happen.
This third mainland bridge that they just finished. They cut some guys.
Even realize. No, the sleepers. Are they not removing some of the screws? You see, did you not see that? They were removing. Or Lagos Ibadan, they did some in Abuja for the very first time in our entire life. For the very first time in our entire life. Something that is bringing people to our country.
That's why I don't blame government. There is hardly a household in Nigeria that doesn't have the 3-phase electricity. Residential that's supposed to have only one phase. Everybody has 3 phases. How can the electricity system work? When we are not in an industrial estate? Everybody, once the light is off on one side, change what they call switch. They will go and change it. So how can the regulator work?
It's a shame. It's a shame for us. You know what? Where I am, where I am here in the Gambia, they did not burn anybody. They did not burn you. Where
are you? Gambia, Abi?
Yes, I'm in the Gambia. You cannot touch the electricity infrastructure.
Or
it belongs solely to the government. You can see. You claim worth. If they discover that, see, is it the way they will come? They will finish you.
Because it's their money now.
They will not allow you. Number one, the last guys that I heard did that nonsense. Probably some Nigerians wanted to try something like that. They said they removed their what?
Nigerians in Gambia?
Yes. Somebody told me that somebody like that they want to do it. Yeah. Nigerians are everywhere. You also have to know that we have a lot of intellectuals here that are also helping to run the country. Where we don't see Nigerians, professors.
Yeah, Nigerians
are everywhere. You have a lot of guys. You have a lot of professionals here doing the job.
No, I'm talking about that they are going there to try and. I'm not saying
some people. They're going to some people
sabotage.
Yeah, right. Yes, it's sabotage. You wanted to sabotage. You see, there's something like you want to try and tickle light from somebody and go and use it somewhere. If they catch you, if anything happens, everybody waits. The only thing you can touch in this place is when you have anything within your own, starting from your own, not from your meter. Inside your own house, you can call electrician. In fact, you cannot even call the electrician. You have to go through your landlord. So you see, small countries in Africa are arranging themselves, but we cannot arrange ourselves. Nobody touches the pole outside. If there's any
You are
chance
going too
something
far,
happen to your life,
Dorothy. When they want to cut your light, if you are not paying, they just remove the wire under your meter. You will see it hanging. You dare not just push it back. Your neighbor will report you.
they
In
report
other
you straight
African
away.
crime.
So,
You
so
cannot
that's
touch
so.
anything.
So that we don't get stuck in this. The thing is, to change the average Nigerian mentality is it requires a lot. And the worst part of it is you can't say the solution that works for the Southwest is going to work for the Southeast, is going to work for North Central. It's different. That's why people that advocate for all this restructuring, I mean, having what's it called, they have a point. I'm not going to argue with them. They have a point to an extent. The alternative, they have a point because okay, now if you're going to change the knot, like you have no choice but to use the religious leaders that are influencers to try and influence positive behavior. Now, could that have a negative reaction? Yes, it could, because while you convince a bunch of religious leaders just to show that okay, while you're going to memorize the Quran, you can go to all these Islamic schools that like the ones in Malaysia where they teach them Western and everything. Well, I mean, you still read your Quran and all that stuff. You can now have another person that will now say, those are infidels. My way is the right way. And so I will take the radical Afghanistan approach. And it's going to have followers. So and the kind of politics we play is a popularity game. So we are stuck in a rut where each governor or each politician will need to use whoever has the followers. And the people that have the followers, the ideology that will reign is a lot of it is negative ideology. So how many influencers do you need to deploy to kind of like follow the right path and to keep everybody aligned in the right path? That's in the north. In the southwest, how are you going to get people to start doing work with their hands, farming, and I mean, getting people that go to school to kind of practicalize it? How are you going to influence that? And not everybody goes into Yahoo business. In the Southeast, how are you going to get people from maybe doing the wrong thing in terms of like fast, making money fast, damning all the consequences, putting yourself in danger? So the country is just divided throughout like that. That you can't just say, okay, this is the right thing, because the right thing doesn't mean the right thing to everybody. So it's all negotiation.
I think you have to a kind of, for want of a better word, create a form of ideology that will spell out the vision that you have. And obviously you encounter people like everyone has described. That's why you plan for something. You plan for all those things. If you have an objective to go and do something, don't allow the naysayers block you, because
No,
all the way
it's not necessary, but
something,
it can't be from a
always had
central
them.
figure.
Pardon?
It can't be. Look, if you're going to plan this out, maybe you, as a nation, like assuming this was a Nigeria's national priority right now, because the division helps politics, unfortunately. But if this was if we had like a central planning body that we deploy intelligence and all that stuff to change the behavior of people, like the way CIA does and all whatnot, for whatever reason, even if we're going to do it effectively, it's going to take decades for we to get to the point where, yeah.
But why would it take decades when Nnamdi can do it within a couple of years?
What Nnamdi is doing has been something that's been there since 1967.
However,
they are not you. They are not you. They are not you.
Yeah, what he tapped into was some resentment and some feelings that people have. The same thing that most Nigerians.
That one is easy.
That
negative feelings is easy to
did you read there was a country Did you read There Was a Country? Go read that book, and you'll know where all this thing came from.
My thinking is
Kulata, I served in Enugu. You get it? There was a day somebody told me, in fact, was it not even my boss that told me that you guys are not the one that don't allow us to secede from Nigeria. So to the extent is still there.
Biafra is the wrong example because it's been something that's been there
So
since the 60s. So you can't.
So it's easy to stir up negative perceptions. Is easy to stir up than positive vibes. That you want to push people that okay to be productive. And do you guys saw something today when Nigeria exported through AFCTA today using our ports, national export. You started exporting. I think I sent it on 2-3 days ago that Nigeria to start exporting some materials. Dangote is also one of those guys that are exporting, and they did that today. Actually, they exported about 40 containers, across board to different products, food products, pizzas, SIM cards, chips, stuff like that. Today. So, and I think like it's almost like the first time that we are keying fully into that AFTTA.
I've not seen anything like that.
I'm not sure. I think you were saying something about not having a single figurehead. That is why you need a form of ideology that the people believe in. You have to spell out a future that is good for them. If you look at most of like the Bolsheviks when they emerged, they used to have serfs in Russia, and the same in France and many other countries. So you have to sell a vision that is better than what they have now to the people, and in the context of actually practical, helping things on the ground. Personally, if I want to do something, I'll factor it all in. And if say somebody goes to Nigeria and tries to do something, this is an important point I'm trying to make here. If somebody goes to Nigeria and wants to do the right thing and maybe they fail, that is not discouraging. If anything, that is what you should expect to happen. Because you shouldn't expect just because it's you fail, okay, yeah, you take it personal. Personally, I won't take it personal. I've done things in Nigeria that I've not made a penny from.
Resources are not unlimited.
It's not unlimited, but what is the purpose of life anymore? That is, for me, I don't see much in this life.
Then you should be in Nigeria trying to practicalize what you're saying, and then
I'm not making money.
No, we can. Then we'll be able to see the success. See, the country right from the get-go have had divergent ideologies. The core north. I mean, everybody knows this is like the same thing everybody repeats from platform to platform. So why am I even wasting my time? Because we have divergent the way what people, especially that that look at Islam, not regular normal Muslim, the poor people, they see poverty as piety, and the leaders take advantage of that. The South says something else. So you can't get them, because if you want progress, I don't think is Western. I just think is development. But once you see it as a Western ideology, I mean, the thing just turns to something, because the thing is, we're in the kind of politics we play is not some sort of central authority. The incentive for the leaders is to divide you. It's not to unite you.
So ethnic and
so any sort of division will be blown up to win elections, and that is not changing. Except you have a military guy that wants to do the right thing.
But that is what I'm saying now.
In a democracy, you are Muslim, they'll tell you, those people in the South, they want to make you kiniko, and in the South, they'll say, so it's just going to be like that.
Have you not done it? Have you not done it with the Samoa agreement? Have you not done it? They
look
tried
at Samoa
to
agreement right now, like
and the thing did not fly. They use it.
I don't want to
They
pick.
use it.
I'm not picking
It
on the
flies.
law too.
It flies a bit.
When they pick the livestock law too, look at the way they're freaking out in the South too, like, without even trying to understand the rationale or anything behind it.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. The South also say, oh, you are created. They are something for them.
They
We want
created Fulani ministry, blah blah blah,
Fulani
blah blah blah. I
ministry.
mean,
But this is
except we
something
don't
that
want
is
to
supposed to
practice
work.
this democracy and we want full dictatorship. Otherwise, you can as well forget it.
I think Zita is around. If we can give her some space.
Let's hear.
Oh, Madam Zita.
Let's hear from Zita. I was so much delight to hear from her.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
Okay, I thought one man was just making a abstract comment that he don't normally does. I don't know whether there's a Zita here.
No, she's been around, I think, about 30 minutes now.
Yeah, let me
Really? Zita, talk now. What's wrong with you? Where have you been?
Is it AI?
Now.
Okay.
I think yes, AI.
No, AI always, any panel I host, the underrepresented minority is always allowed to have their say. So, Zita, whenever you want to say something, feel free to interject anybody. They will not come out and stop you. So,
Zita, Zita, what were you saying about Aolo yesterday, sir? Is she on?
She's not on now. She's probably gone to sleep or something. Who knows? But when you return, Zita, you are free to come on and join the conversation. But as we were saying, don't you? Ideology for me is at the core of it. And you said something about Northerners being, all they care about is true. But that is your job now to form a message that bypasses some of all those preconditioning. You have to be able to deal with it. You can't just look at it and say, okay, how do you think they put it that message?
So when you say you form a message, who are you in the scheme of things?
In the context that, like, instead of, like, say the way you put it from the point of view that they
No, I'm trying to paint. Let's look at the way Nigeria is, because I fix problems for a living, so I like looking at real situations.
Good.
So in the Nigeria that we're talking about, who is that person that will do this?
Like anybody can do it. Like, I can do it if I have the
You cannot.
Why not?
You can't, because you don't have the resources, nor do you have the reach.
No, I don't have the resources. That's the only difference. If I had the resources,
but that's why I'm saying I don't like dealing with hypotheticals, because, like I said, in my real world, I deal with real things.
See,
who in Nigeria right now will galvanize?
1 in 20,000, 1 in 22,000 Nigerians are millionaires.
No, those are theory. Let's look at the Nigeria that we have and say, okay, this is the closest person to that ideal.
Hold on, try to understand where I'm coming from. I said 1 in 22,000 or so Nigerians are millionaires in dollars. So what that tells you is that if that 1 in 22,000 believes in this ideology, either they themselves could fund it to spread, or they will do it themselves.
How did they make money? A lot of them rode maybe by riding on the backs of these people to suppress them in the first place.
Like I said, 1 in 22,000. It doesn't mean all of them will share the same thing. Some of them might deviate. There is no system where you have all the rich just believing in one thing.
Polata, let me bring in a new perspective into this. Now, just like what you have said, you are right in terms of the incoherence of the Nigerian space in terms of ideology. Now, this local government autonomy of a thing, because the ideology will still be there for a while. It might take some time to get it sorted out little by little.
But that's not an ideology. That's not an ideology.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not an ideology. The ideology is still, I said, it will still be there. But with time, it will be shifting little by little. Look at the education sector in the north. They are at a point they were not even ready to do anything. At least now they now know that they can send their children also out there to go and study, even though they will come back. They might not stay so much in the west like we in the south, but they will still come back. You saw them coming back. Now this local government autonomy now, because look at it today, they gave out a particular money. I don't know whether you saw stuff on the internet. The money they gave through KS, NG KS, each is a particular part of a World Bank facility of about $750 million US. So they're given to all states across board. And you see, Some of them collecting 30 billion, something billion, and especially some of them in the north and few in the south, sha. But else the state, virtually all the state got it. So, but they define the number among the got. Some already got some before. So some then they get the additional reimbursement. Now, when money is
What
able
I
to get to the, it's like
sorry,
a
go ahead.
kind of a resilience. It's just to build resilience to help the people to do palliatives and some of the human capital development stuffs they can take care of. They can take good care of that with that particular money. Oyo State is using it. I can see Oyo State. At least I cannot track anybody. I can track Oyo State using that money to do some certain things for the youth, for the SMEs, or a little bit on agriculture and some other areas, health institutions, health insurance scheme and stuff.
So
Now,
so so
this
so I mean, I'm trying to like rather, I mean, on the bigger scale, on a larger scale, economic development can get people closer. Like ideology, even in America, people don't have the same ideology, right?
guys into what?
Any
Into
country in the
line.
world.
Into line
Yeah,
one way.
like economic development at the local level.
Yes, because
Yeah,
at the local level,
that will push some change. But you're not going to have a unifying ideology and you're not going to make people start doing the right things, right? It's
yeah,
just
of
going to
course, but
make
it will help. It can
people,
help a bit.
yeah, it will help
A
a
bit.
lot, not even just a bit. Because okay, policies, let's take good policies well implemented
We saw it
and
now.
good
The
structure.
okay.
For example, the student loan, based on what was released or what was discussed, they said most
The poverty
applicants
index
for
in
the
the rural
student
area.
loans, that a lot of the applicants for the student loans are from the north.
Imagine
That the
that
southern
no.
people didn't apply for it, but the northern people applied for it. So that means there's a dearth of funding that we didn't know about in the north, that they wanted to go to school, but they just didn't have the money. But meanwhile, we just kind of like call all of them out Nigeria, right? That's a
Mm-hmm.
policy thing that's going to help.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we will never get the same ideologies. It's not going to happen. But
I think
We can never get. We can never get. But
not all nations have, not everybody in the nation signs up to an ideology. You just have to have the leading minds, and not all of them anyway. The winning, in other words, the winning group believe in its ideology. And as long as it's going to lead to the betterment of the people, and the people themselves are a kind of in a state that are sympathetic to that ideology, chances are that you will succeed in implementing that ideology because the people will be biased towards favoring it. Like if you want to build, create farms in the north, create 24/7 electricity, maybe even create
okay, Zita is here now, Abi. Zita,
is that Zeta?
Now well done.
where have
Yeah.
you been now?
Madam
Yes.
Vita, well done. No.
It's a
It's
long
been a long
story.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, a long time.
I don't really
Really
know
miss
what you
your
people are.
platform.
Yeah. I don't really know what you people are talking about. I just dozed off when I came in, but I keep hearing ideology. What's the ideology all about?
Ideology is a way, it's a vision for what people aspire towards. The reason why ideology is very valuable is because it doesn't rely on an individual. If something happens to that individual, the belief in that ideology still remains. In other words, anytime the leaders can't fulfill what that ideology is trying to fulfill for the people, people are more likely to gravitate towards that ideology because now it's challenging the leadership in that country. Are you going to deliver this ideology, or we will keep moving in that direction? So that is how that's why it's so powerful. You can't kill it. The only way to kill it is to fulfill it and do better, and they kind of do better than the ideology. Hence, and it's funny, we never have that in many African countries. We never did that like other people did.
Okay. You think ideology is the problem of Nigeria?
It's part of it. If you don't have it, it's not necessarily the only part to freeing the country, but it's one of it. If you want to get the country out of the mess it's in, there has to be a form of ideological change.
Actually, the problem of Nigeria is not ideology. Because I overheard somebody saying that they did student loan and they are saying that most of the people that asked for the student loan or registered or were approved for were Northerners. You see, in Nigeria, I think the problem we have, for you to talk about development, there must be a kind of togetherness, unity. I'm not saying like 80%, maybe probably 60%. But one thing happened and it led to the other. In Nigeria, what we are suffering from is that most Nigerians are frozen back in time. Let me say it again. Most Nigerians are frozen back in time. When somebody is using something that happened in 1970 or 1965 to treat a person or to handle or to talk to a person who was not even born when that thing happened, then that person is frozen back in time. He doesn't see any other thing except this. Oh, it's the Northerners. They are the ones. They call themselves kings. They say that the owners of Nigeria. When did they say that? Probably in 1965, probably in 1970, probably after 1970. What they did to us during the Nigerian Biafran War, when did the Nigerian Biafran War happen? Probably 1960 something. People are frozen in that period, and they don't see beyond that period. They can't see what is happening now. They don't see that the world is so messed up that ethnicity in a country somehow is fiddling away. They don't see that. They still see that ethnicity, they still see that thing that happened because they are in that time. I think that's the problem Nigeria is having. For all these policies, beautiful ideology, for them to happen, I think those eyes need to melt. Because I know when I come in contact with an Igbo person, I come in contact with a Hausa person, come in contact with Yoruba, Bini. Whenever you want to talk about the Nigerian development, you bring this story. And sometimes I do, but you were not born when this thing happened. How come you are feeling so bitter about a particular time? Why are you in that time? A question they cannot answer. But it is what it is. That's why I said somehow some certain things need to be taken care of in Nigeria. Not by me saying it. There should be certain laws passed. Consequences will follow it if anybody towards that law. I mean, strong laws and strong consequences. Something the Kengali man did. Something like that. Or
Is
even
that
something
possible
tougher.
in Nigeria
Yeah, it is possible.
to
You are
not
saying
see
it's not.
tribes?
Listen, you are still repeating what I just said. You are saying it because you know some people are still back in a particular time.
Yes.
With a law and consequence, it is possible. Because law can only be effective if there are heavy consequences that back that law. When Mr. A do, you hammer him. B do, you hammer him. C do, you hammer him. It go end. It will just fizzle away. But I can show you the bitterness in Nigeria is unimaginable. It's totally unimaginable.
But you know,
Sometimes I don't
from
want
what you
to.
just explained, you just confirmed what I was talking about. You said that you often tell these people, you were not there when this stuff happened. How do you think that feeling got to them? It's based on ideology. It doesn't. It's transmitted.
Let me tell you, I used to hear those that are Christians, they used to say, faith cometh by hearing, and hearing the word of God. But I used to tell them, no, it's not only the word of God. What you constantly hear becomes you. Let me say
That's
that
true.
again.
No, that's
What
true.
you constantly hear becomes you. But I will say this because I don't have much time left. I don't know why the elders have decided to be lying to our younger ones. Let me say it again. I don't know why our elders, probably which includes me, have decided to be lying to our younger ones. And they don't ask questions. When you start telling them those lies, you are bottling them up. You are freezing them. They don't ask you questions because it's that question that they will use to break through. Before you know it, they become a captive of what they don't know. Let me say this. When you discuss with some people on earth, more especially some Nigerians, you will see that they have been ideologically captured, so much so that they are so aggressive, and they are aggressively anti-common sense and truth. Aggressively anti-common sense and truth. I know somebody will say, Zita, why are you not coming here? Well, I had some situation, family, I lost my younger one and everything. That's not by the way. But before then, I stopped coming here. Because somebody in the comment section was ideologically captured, so much so that he became aggressively anti-common sense. That when somebody said ordinary thing, oh, is that so? You get angry. Somebody tell you the truth, you get so angry and hate the person. That's somebody who is in captivity. And from captivity, you become frozen. And when you get frozen, you see a 13-year-old boy getting so mad for something that happened in 1959. And you were like, wow. You say, wow. And you say, history. Really? History? History is a narrative that people push instead of the fact. That's why I don't dwell on it. Just as the media is busy blessing people with all manner of information. But let me go by saying this. I will not be surprised. This is a global platform. I will not be surprised to wake up one morning and find out that all the media houses, when I mean media in general, just as the name says, media, newspaper, radio, television, YouTube, Xtube, WTube, YTube, DuckDuck, Google, they are on fire. And their anchors and their owners, their corpses littered in the streets of the world. I would not be surprised. Because these people have frozen some people back in time. And if they get out of that ice, there will be consequences. I rest my case. That is the problem.
Thank you. See, my take is that the ideology that is being passed around is the negative ones, and we don't have the positive ones out there. And this is my concern about
Exactly.
our elders in Nigeria. They don't share, they don't give our people any positive outlook on the country. They just do everything incrementally. Let's negotiate this one. Let's maybe build a power plant here. Let's build one refinery here. Maybe one hospital there. Maybe create a ministry for livestock. That will help. It's just one thing. There is no overarching ideology that they are driving the people towards because they don't have
And a vision statement.
yeah, there's nothing like that. They can't even rename their country. They can't make native language official languages. They can't this thing stop wearing colonial headgear. They rename their national anthem to the ones foreigners they give. These people are not leading. And this is why you have to have a strong ideology, like some of these I just stated now. If you incorporate your ideologies into this, who would not want that for their people? Who will not want that?
To Nigeria, you
Their
are
people
missing the
make
point
money.
Zita made.
Okay, what did I miss?
It's much more than ideology. It's about people being fed poison.
It's a form of
Poison and
ideology now.
poison packaged as sweets. This is the problem. And if care is not taken because of the so-called freedom, so-called, I put it so-called freedom, the whole thing will blow in our faces. That I
You
think is the
understand
essence of
what I
what you're
was saying.
saying. Say
Thank
again?
you. You understood what I was saying. You
Exactly.
see, you are talking about using language, changing the language, changing the headgear, changing. Those things don't just come. Just like the one in Burkina Faso is kangarooing himself talking rubbish. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. You're gonna write your own book in your own language, right? That biology, you're gonna write it in your language. Or you think it's all about language, is all about speaking it. That math, you need to write it in your own language. It doesn't work that way. Language is an identity. Is not actually the problem. It is not the problem. Language is not the problem. Headgear and all those things are not the problem. It's the lies you are feeding somebody. Like somebody stole money from the government. There is a penalty for somebody stealing money. And then the penalty is to be put on the person, and somebody come out and say, is it because he's a Yoruba man? It's because he's a Hausa man. If he had been a Benin man, would they have done that? That is what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
And before you know it, chaos.
Let me engage her directly because all these people that are acting like these thing, bodyguards. See, I take your point. You see, now you are doing it again. So I take your point, but the point you are making is basically similar to what I'm saying. You need to counter that narrative. If one side keeps feeding these people poison, and you are saying those headgears are not the problem, the language is not the problem, the this in which other one that raised that is not the problem. See, naming your country, those things are indications whether you even have your own self-consciousness. You can't walk around using some other person's name, or like you have a team and the person, you belong to Chelsea and the person is wearing Barcelona shirt and everything and says it's part of your team. They will think, are you out of your mind? You are not even in the right mindset.
No, let me give
You're
you an
wearing another
example of
person's
what.
jersey and being part of my team. That's not how
Let
it
me
works.
give you an example of what I'm saying. Let me give you an example. First of all, when I started, I said, they lie to our younger, or rather, we lie to our younger ones. And unfortunately, they don't ask questions. Because when they throw a question, we lose balance. But for some reason, they don't ask questions. I don't know why. Is it that they don't know what to ask? Or they
There's
are
a short
just
attention
so,
span.
or they're just swallowing.
Exactly. They don't read.
I don't understand.
They don't want to label themselves. They don't want to label themselves. They want quick and easy way. And when you want a quick and easy way, you only listen to what they fed you through the internet. And once they fed you, you don't go check for your own research or do your own research. Nobody does. These young
Most
people.
of the things,
That is
most of
just
the
that way,
things.
and they just slip into that way entirely. You hear them saying all this platform. That's what they believe in. Whatever you tell them at home, they will take it. So whatever they feed them outside there, they just slip into it. Because you ask some people, why are you going this way? They will say, my friend said it. It's all over the internet, and that's all. It's over. You do your own research. I don't need to do my own research. I just believe whatever they fed me, and that is the truth, and that is the right. You ask so many questions. They don't even ask questions. Like you are right, Zita. And
Let me
you
give you an example. I will give you example of what is happening now. So you will understand what I'm saying, that number one, they are frozen. Number two, they don't ask questions. Riot is going on in Kenya. We know why those people are fighting. Riot broke out. After every, the people stick to their guts that this is what we want. And do you know what their president said recently, 3 days ago? That is the United States that is fueling the riot. For somebody like me, I will ask him a simple question. Is it the United States that told you to put tax on sanitary pad for women? Simple. United States, did they tell you to put tax? Put tax and put tax until you even put tax on sanitary pad. Are they the one that told you to do that? Obviously, no. So why are you calling them? But most people will buy that argument and say, I think a United States. And I said, were you doing the right thing they came? You open your mouth, you tell this lie, because to me it's a lie. And some people will believe you. You started the trouble. If somebody decide to put fire, why did you blow like firewood? The person help you blow up. Why did you start the fire in the first place? If you know that somebody is going to blow it for you, why start it? Our younger ones should ask us questions, so because they're not asking questions. Sometimes I pity them. I don't know if you people have been in their forum before. Sometimes I pity them because some of them are caged. How can you be attacking me for what happened when I was not born, when you were not born? I'm even older than you are. I cannot vouch for the story. But you are vibrating, you are angry. So when you talk about slavery, you talk about colonization, you will see some people, the way they discuss it, the way they talk, you could see the anger in their voice. You are discussing what happened when you were not born with so much anger. So all the things they told you, you just threw it inside yourself. No question. No single question. Because I'm sure if you ask some few questions here and there, you'll be relaxed. At least you have a picture of what happened. You will know that it's not exactly as they are telling you. But we don't ask questions. There is trouble, though. I'm telling you guys, there is trouble.
See, my take is that if people are discussing it, especially colonization and slavery, one deserves, one should be angry about that, ashamed, and feel a sense of empathy for the enslaved, and feel a sense of empathy for the next generations to come, because they have been put into this mess. This is why 40 out of almost all 40 poorest nations in the world are all dark black countries in the world. Even when they are not in Africa, they are still poor, like in Haiti and other parts of the world. We have a legacy here that we that's our inheritance. We like it or not, we can try to run away from it. It's just our inheritance. We have an inheritance that involves hard work to get out of the mess we are in. Somewhere along the line, some people are under any illusion that that is not the case. Make no mistake, you have no choice. If you think you do, it's an illusion. The other option is other people do with you as they please, and you will be lucky if you get away with what your ancestors suffers. Have anybody even bothered to wonder what it was like the day the Benin Empire fell? Has anybody bothered to wonder what it was like when Ijebu fell or Lagos fell?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes. Go ahead.
I should. Lagos is, I think, the 5th or the 6th largest economy in
Yes.
Africa today.
Yes.
And we sit down here and wonder what it felt like when it fell 100 years ago.
Yes.
Really? I
Yes.
should do that.
You see,
yes. Hold on. You expect me to do that?
Yes.
Why would I do
Expect
that?
to do that. The reason why you do that.
Well, no. You see, in
You
life.
asked the question.
Wait, let me finish. I'm just trying to give you direction because you keep telling me, yes, I should do that. I want to give you direction to answer me.
Okay.
For everything, I'm saying, for everything you won't do in life, you must have a reason. It's only a fool that does not have a reason why he's doing something. So that being said, can you tell me why I should sit down and begin to wonder and imagine in pain of what happened 100 years ago when Lagos fell? And today, Lagos is about the 6th or 7th largest economy in Africa. I should live in the pain of 100 years ago. Can you tell me why I should do that?
One reason is because it's an illusion to measure heights among dwarfs when there are giants out there. If you measure heights among dwarfs, you're going to miss the giants, and the giants will return, just like we were when we became colonized and all the rest. We were big amongst ourselves, but we didn't realize there were giants in Europe. Smaller countries, but giants nonetheless. They came and they did with us as they pleased. You may not know it. A lot of women went through hell. A lot of children went through hell during this period. So
Excuse me.
there are
Excuse me.
consequences to not anticipating where you are.
Excuse me. I should be angry. You are saying
I'm not saying you should be angry.
Okay. Well, I should
be aware.
imagine. You know, you said, imagine what happened. When you tell me to imagine, like picking the story as it's being told, maybe a very, very good historian that wrote it in a way that it will be imaginative. So you are not telling me when I read such story, or being told a good storyteller who tells me the story in a way that it will be imaginative. I will start imagining what went on, how children are running around, how they're killing people, how they kill this and everything, and they fell. Obviously, what you are telling me is to be in the pain of that time. Because if I imagine it, I will be in pain.
See,
it's a simple ABC. If I imagine it, I will be in pain. But let me tell you this. If you say that, what's that thing you said that there are giants in wherever?
Yes, there were giants in Europe while we were busy measuring height among dwarfs.
Let me tell you, life on its own is a roller coaster. I repeat, life on its own is a roller coaster. And no reasonable human being will want to be on the low. Everybody wants to be on the high. But one thing is sure, everybody will not be on the high. So I will not concern myself. This is what we feed our younger ones. I will not concern myself of imagining what happened 100 years ago, instead of occupying my mind on working towards keep aspiring to get high. These are two different things.
Okay. Yeah, true, Nigeria. Before you answer,
Listen, when you discuss slavery, colonialism with most Africans, you could see they are still sucking. It shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be
okay,
that way.
okay, Zita, true, Nigeria. Before you answer the question, let me add my own question. Can you drive on an autobahn looking at your rear driving mirror throughout?
Good. No, you cannot do that. Obviously, you're going to crash.
Exactly.
Because the purpose of going back to the past is to observe the patterns through history. Because if you don't know history, what do they say? You're bound to repeat them again because you will not
Okay.
have insight. And mark my words, those things are actually far more consequential than all the micro stuff you do. If you don't
Okay.
understand the bigger
Can I
picture,
interject
you will
a little
fail.
bit?
So let me just finish what I was saying. So the idea of going back is to understand what has happened in the past, how we fell, the mistakes we made, and not to make them again. Then
Okay.
you project into the future in such a way you can now compete. It's like somebody preparing for Olympics, but only the people that they have to compete with are non-entities around their neighborhood and the countries around them, not knowing that people overseas and far off have high levels of operating in performance in that same sports. So if you don't know that, if you are not aware, you cannot prepare for that competition. Make no mistake,
Can I
the
ask you
world
a
is a
question?
competition.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
We are in an
If
Olympic
you
game
if
here,
you are
and we have
being
to compete at the highest level.
okay, hold on. Everybody wants to compete at the highest level. You made a very fundamental statement this morning. You said that if we know, we learn from our mistakes so that we will not make it again. But when I came into this platform, the first thing I said was that they lie. So when you are being lied to, how would you know what exactly happened, the mistakes that were made? This lie was passed on from one generation to the other. How would you know when the people in question that were there when it happened could not say exactly what happened? We are too ashamed to say where they missed it, that it happened. So how would you know what happened to learn
But
from it?
we know enough of what happened. You don't
So
necessarily
what
have to
happened?
know everything.
No,
The
so
people
what
that
happened?
we know that we sold people into slavery. We know they stole some people into slavery. We know they had the Berlin Conference. We know there was a colonization war that took place after that. We know the kingdoms that were defeated and how they colonized Nigeria. And we know how long they ruled for. And we know when they left and kept our people to govern us.
Can I quickly
Okay.
chip in here,
So
please?
we know all that. And those are facts.
Let me quickly chip in here. So, to Niger, what the narrative you are painting here is one of the reasons why Africa will never develop. Every country or every continent have a history. If these Europeans, if they look at their history 100 years ago, they will never come together to be an EU, to form a common front. If you are still selling this kind of narrative to African, mind you, you cannot be an isolation in the global community. Whatever you do in your country, you need export, you need bilateral agreement, you need a lot of things for your country to grow. Because when you even progress in your country, what about the SSS? Are you going to keep it somewhere? Are you not going to use to make more money? So what they are trying to tell you here is this. The narrative that have happened several years ago, that all of us here, maybe we are not born, or only few people were born that time. And you kept on selling this narrative to people, something that had happened 100 or 150 years ago. You are poisoning their mind against the other side.
Which other
And
side
when,
again? Which other
uh,
side am I pointing the mind against?
I'm not talking about Nigeria as a whole. I'm talking about the whole world. For example, let's say,
Okay.
Even in
let me tell
Nigeria,
you
they
straight ahead.
poison their mind from each other. Try,
Yes,
they're poisoning their, even in Nigeria,
yes. So
they're
when
doing a
you
very good job, honestly. They're doing a
yes,
very good job poisoning the mind of those young ones. That even when you tell somebody truth, that is the one that really it runs down my vein. You tell somebody truth,
What
the
truth did you
person
tell the
knows the
person? It's
truth,
your truth.
and the person is so angry. Why are you aggressive to common sense and truth? Why?
Even
Oh,
curse
because
you
maybe
out.
because you are calling it truth when obviously it's not even the truth from objectively from what they see in the real world.
I
Can you
think I
consider
think
that?
I think true like that to me personally, I think this issue you guys are discussing here today it's nothing to really write home about because the world kept on changing. Modernity have crept in. People are looking at about even not going to office using AI technology or what form. We are not joining that league, and you are still taking us back 100 years thinking about what happened to our great great
They're
grandparents.
frozen. They're frozen.
So it
Nobody
what kind of
saying
benefit?
you are
What kind of
frozen. You see,
benefit?
you people have
What,
started this. You see what
no,
you
no,
people
no,
do
no, no,
is
no, no, no. Listen, listen,
no, no,
listen.
no. You see, now you started. Now you
Listen,
won't let
calm
another
down.
person
You have
talk.
been
No, no,
talking.
no, no, no.
Calm down.
We've been exchanging civilly. You have to allow people to add to the conversation. We talk, you talk, you talk, you talk. That's how it works. What I'm saying, don't start this straw man argument that we want to live in the past. Remember, I talked about you have to paint a future, a vision for the future. If anything, some of you are the ones that don't want to paint a positive vision. You just want to complain and complain and complain. The
Oh,
truth
so
is that
you
the,
are
the, the,
twisting
the
it. You
the
are
point I
twisting.
made, they don't start a straw man argument that I'm saying we should be looking to the past. I say you have to learn from the past so you don't make the mistake again to repeat it. That is a
Oh,
well-known statement.
What of if the past is a lie?
no, no, no,
What
Tunaja.
of
How
if
do
the
you know the
past is a
past is a lie?
lie?
Everything I've said is a fact
No, no, no.
about the past.
When you look at the context of Nigeria today, why is this mistrust among the major tribe and other tribes? Why are all this trouble? When you look at it, at the end of the
Because
day,
that is not new.
history
It's
is
everywhere.
no.
There's division
Can you
everywhere.
calm down? Can you calm down? You make your point. Let me also make my point.
Okay.
So when you look at what is going on in Nigeria today, we don't talk in unison. Everybody have their own ulterior motive. The trust is not there among all the tribe in Nigeria, even especially the major tribes. The trust is not there. Has been the bane of our underdevelopment. If we're supposed to have forgotten and move on with what happened to us like 40 or 50 years ago, at least today we see a lot of our people moving from one region to another region, and some of them were happy make their fortune there.
Do you
But
know
if
why the trust is not
what is in their mindset, listen, if what is their mindset is what, okay, let me look at the past so that I can judge the future, they will never move an inch. Because
okay?
when you look at
Let me
that
ask
part,
you so I can
when you
speak
look
again.
at
Let me
that,
just ask you so you can speak. Why do you think the trust is not there?
that is because it's what they were poisoned through different region. What they hear from their great grandfather, what they hear from people that want to use them for one particular purpose for that particular purpose. For example, look at that. The people will say, "Oh, because you are a Muslim, don't go with a Christian. If you are a Christian, don't go with a Muslim. Or if you are a Muslim, don't you remember what their great grandfather done to you?" That is not what's supposed to be at this generation. We are in modern life. People should be able to talk about what is the progression for this country in the next 10 years. That's what you should be talking about. Not if you want to go to the past, we can go to the past, but we must tell our people the truth. It's not like fighting the war of 50 years ago and you want to fight it now. What are you going to gain from it? That
Do
is the
you
question.
do, do
What is
you
the
do,
benefit?
do you
What is the benefit of what you are going to gain if you are talking this way? What do you expect people that lost, even Israel and Germans, they have already forget their trouble. They move on.
Remy, let me put my own perspective in it. To Nigeria, you see, did slavery happen? Yes, it's a fact of history. Slavery happened. Did the civil war happen in Nigeria? Yes, we fought a civil war. You know where the poison is? If you pick 10 people and ask them the reason for slavery, there will be 10 different poisons. If you ask 10 people the reasons for the civil war,
God
the
bless
10
you.
people will feed you 10 different types of poison. That is why we should not dwell on past issues. They are there. No doubt about that. But those poisons are the ones that are inflaming passions unto tomorrow. We have to avoid it by all means. That's why I say we cannot drive through life looking at the rear view mirror, because we are going to crash. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just respond to this. Let me read this statement. And it says, somebody of this race type is a happy, thriftless, excitable person, lacking in self-control, discipline, and foresight, naturally courageous and naturally courteous and polite, full of personal vanity, with little sense of veracity, fond of music, loving of weapons for his ornamental purposes. Thoughts are concentrated. This one is very important. His thoughts are concentrated on the events and feelings of the moment, and suffers little from the apprehension for the future or grief for the past. So, who wrote this stuff in his book as a report on Nigeria? This is Lord Dugard writing it. And what he is saying there, he's not saying that they themselves are, they have this baggage of being taught, like staying in the past or lacking of apprehension of the future. In other words, when he says lacking in apprehension of the future, not planning for the future, not having any threat, doesn't see any threat in the future. So that's basically how he's describing the way we perceive the world.
Or what if tomorrow might bring apprehension.
Apprehension is danger, fear. So we don't fear the future because we don't think that there is a danger coming. And it's part of our heritage, because we lived in an area of the world that is full of abundance. So we are not cultured to fear the future. While in that
balance
region,
it with grieving for the past. Balance it.
Yes, with grieving for the past too. We don't grieve for the past, which is another problem, because you don't picture the past, you don't link everything up and say, you know what, there's a pattern here, so that I don't go and fall into the trap my forefathers fell into. I should avoid this trap. So that is why you go back. And one of the reasons why, what are the
to Nigeria, you are not getting that phrase, grieving for the past.
Yes.
Grieving for the past, in my own interpretation, is looking at the facts.
Okay, look at
swallowing
what he said.
The poisons of it and acting up on it today.
Yes, but when you don't grieve, the grieving process, what it does is it kind of marks it into your psychological landscape, so that you don't make mistakes, so that you remember. It's
then
like
when are you going to be healed?
You have healed. You can heal while still recognizing what's happening in the past. Like me now, I can think of the past. I'm not grieving, but I go there to learn from what happened. You don't always grieve when you go to the past. You learn from what has happened. Sometimes it can actually be a good thing. It can be nostalgic. So what I'm trying to say is that if I didn't go to the past, I won't realize some of the mistakes we made when we're selling human beings that could invent the things Oyibo were giving us. That was a mistake, because that wasn't a fair trade. We're trading something far more valuable for less, and we shouldn't do that again now. Guess what? We are still doing that now.
Exactly, we are still doing it.
That is why we are all jackpot.
We are still doing it. You're jackpot. Tunaija, can I speak something? Do you know that I normally have problems with some of our? I normally have some problem with some of our the African diaspora, especially Nigerian diaspora. Just like what Madam Sister is also talking about. Some of them Do you know that I encountered a friend of mine one time that told me that you don't need to invest anything in Nigeria. You don't you actually need to invest anything in Nigeria.
Oh, your audio is gone. Sorry.
Invest
I hope
in there. Who you invest in there? The scare that happened in the UK when everybody started bringing up different immigration policies to stop people, to separate families. Even for this government, the government that came in just now, that probably is trying to probably do something to freeze up some of those policies. The fact is just that I know to Nigeria, probably might be misunderstood. We should, you normally talk about the past, but I know you are also progressive in nature, in your mindset. We must engage the world in a win-win situation, and not also locking up ourselves. Just like Madam Zita also said, we must look for a way out, fearing the future. If you look at it, the way we have managed our resources in the last few years, it actually did not actually talk about that. Well, the last time I saw Norway, the way Norway planned for their future, they have the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. The Saudis, the Qataris, and co. You see the way they have been preparing for the future. But what do we do? It's just now that we are starting to do something for ourselves. And today, do you know that today I saw Nigerian sovereign wealth fund help Nigerian businesses, 3 Nigerian tech businesses with $200,000. I said, this is wonderful. I saw it on Punch. I said, this is wonderful. This is what you are supposed to be doing. And as also be preparing for the future. Plan to take out as many Nigerians as you can using policy tools, the right policy tools. Should we talk about the slavery? Fine, small bits of it we can talk about, because the Americans still talk about their history. Everybody knows here that you cannot live in America and you not be American.
Enact the history all the time.
So, but that doesn't mean that we should not be stuck in it and lies. I have a red line for lies. I have a red line for lies. And when I engage some of our people that are even living in the diaspora, you will be shocked that many of them still are stuck with what Madam Zita was talking about. They are still stuck in that world, in that old lies. Old lies. They are living in the Western world, but they are still stuck there.
Sorry, I don't want to mess your name up. What is that name? Darati.
Darati.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, see, the thing is, you see, most of the people in the diaspora, like the Americans, they are still in the midst of basically colonization and the kind of enslavement, whereby the people that have done those things to them are right in their face, showing up. In our own case, we don't see them, so we think it's over. That is our mistake. Anybody that is technologically, militarily stronger than you is a potential threat to you. They are not your children. They are your rivals in this world. That's how the world works. There is no use of an antelope trying to find a win-win with a leopard or a lion that wants to feed on it. There's no win-win scenario there. And that is the truth. That is the nature of the world. You have to prepare for that. You have to prepare your own family.
I will give you examples. Sorry, to Niger. Look at all the Scandinavian country or Nordic country. Who are they fighting with? They develop at their own pace. Their countries are quite peaceful. They are not in the
person
national
that is mentioning Norway. I hope you're ready to pay 22% income tax.
So that tax is the one that is paying you now.
Yeah, no, what I'm trying to say is that even
I understand, but at least they give it back now. At least they still give it back now. Mr. Remy, even those Scandinavian countries, I know Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Finland, and co. They Denmark, they pay a higher tax, which I'm very, very aware of. But they still find a way to return it back to the people. Find a way to still do that. So that's it. And that's why they're the happiest countries in the world.
At least those countries, they are not looking at this person is my enemy. I'm going to fight a war with that one. I'm going to protect myself. They are developing at a relatively peaceful manner. When your country is peaceful, then your country develops. But when you are trying to look at, okay, I want to go and
bye
compete.
bye, yo. See you now tomorrow. Bye bye.
But if
Thank you for joining
thank
us,
you,
Madam
Madam
Zita.
Zita. But if it is still the
Madam
whole
Zita, we really appreciate it.
if it's still
It
the
was
whole
good. It was a soothing voice.
the old way of I militarize myself. So once I militarize myself, I'm more powerful. Then I cannot go to that war. It's nothing done that way. Totally. I think likely everybody as a Nigerian will want our country to develop, and we know that it's not development at the pace we would like. But we can also not say that we have not seen a pocket of development for the last 24 years. And
Of course, we have.
and nobody will open their eyes again and let your state, let somebody come to your state and destroy your state because they want to protest. Protest is good. It's fundamental human right for anybody to go out there and protest. But we know in our own climate, we know what happened, especially at this particular situation we are in Nigeria today. I can guarantee you that if such a thing happens, some people have the ulterior motive that Yabasira, I'm going to loot all his job, all that 50 kg rice, all that blah, blah. That's what people go for. And those people also use money for their business. The aftermath of it, who will give them the money to do the business again? And so far you are going for
hear what you are
something.
saying.
No, let me finish. So far you are going for something and you are not putting a face to it. For example, when Nigerian Labour Congress, when they went on their protest, we already know who is their leader. These are the people that we really know. So if anything goes wrong, if like Showore come out now, we already know him. So if you are going out there, put a face to it so that our people will know that you are the leaders, not something you do not put a face to. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying they can go, they can do whatever they want. I don't, but I also think that at the end of the day, is for bad governance. So everybody should go and protest in their various states. And every state also have their own local law. So if they said, okay, my state, this is the place you are going to protest, this particular area, you cannot move around. That is their state law. Just stay there and do your protest. That is how it's supposed to be done. But you going out there to destroy the peace of normal people who does not want to join in any protest. They just want to do their own normal business. Go to my shop, open my shop, do my business. You can't force people how to do whatever you want to do. This is life. Everybody have a right to either do or not do. Everybody else have the right to do or against.
You see, this is why we shouldn't
So
take too far. You were talking about Scandinavian nations in Europe. So the thing is,
no. When I talk about them, I'm trying to tell you that they don't care too much about militarizing themselves. They just want development for their people, and they do it in a peaceful manner because the countries are stable and peaceful.
No, you
And
are
once
wrong
the
though.
country is peaceful, then you
But
can do
where did you
whatever.
get that impression? You see, that is. Oh, sorry,
What do
Darati.
you mean impression? Are you living where I'm living?
Oh my God! Calm down, calm down. We can use the numbers. There's no need
Which
to
number do
argue
you
amongst themselves.
which
See,
number do you want to
let
use
me
here?
explain now. Let me explain what I'm saying. They are more militarized than Nigeria, for sure. Even if they are
Which country is militarized more than Nigeria? Which country?
the Nordic nation, the
Are you
Scandinavian
kidding?
nation.
Are you kidding yourself? In which
Okay,
way?
now let's go for Denmark. Okay, Denmark. Let's start. Denmark is a Scandinavian nation. Denmark population. Let's see how much they are. Do you know? For somebody that is there, 5 point something million. Okay, just about 6 million. I'll average it at 6 million. And then Denmark military size. So now let's see. Let's compare them. That is a country about 5 million, and their military, from what I can see here, is indicating that it's around 2020. It's around 15,000. So that is
55
about 5
million,
million. Yeah.
15,000.
Hold on. No. Hold on. I'm just going down. I'm going to the Danish army now. Let me go to the actual page where they have the data. I'm just looking at headlines there. Now let's go to where they have the actual.
You just gave me a number now. You said
No,
their
that,
military
that was
is
no, that was not
15,000.
accurate. I'm just giving you
Oh,
headline.
come on.
Now let me give you the total number. Let me give you the total number. The active military is 25,400. The reserve is 63,000. This thing. Now that is a population of about 5 million, 6 million people. Let's make it 6 million just to be generous. So you add the total together, 25,000 plus 63,000. You're looking at about somewhere around 88,000. Okay, now now we do 6 million divide by 88,000. 88,000. What do you get? You get a ratio, one soldier to citizen ratio of 68. Do you know the ratio between one soldier to citizen in Nigeria? About 1,500.
Look, man, look.
That's why I say they are more militarized than we are, but you don't pick up on that.
Can you calm down, please? Let's calm down. Look,
okay.
These places, they are not like that. You said 15,000 to about 6 million people. That clearly shows you that this is not a militarized. You cannot compare.
It's not 15,000, it's 25.4 thousand. 25.4 thousand.
Whatever you are going to say here, you cannot compare Finland with UK or America or North Korea or China.
Go to the next country. You will find the same pattern. You see, even when you see the data, you don't want to believe it.
No. Which data? Sometimes I am telling you.
Nigeria. You are still doubting
it. Okay. No, I don't want to argue with another person.
Now you don't want to argue.
Remy, he has just shared the data. And when you say a place is militarized, you look at the density, the concentration of military in a particular area. If, for example, you say maybe a geography is militarized, you are looking at maybe the number of military men per relative to the size of the area in geographical size, or maybe in numbers relative to the population density. So what Nigeria have just done is to look at the population density and then relative to the number of military men. And I bet you if you decide to bring out the geography now, maybe land area relative to the number of military men, you discover that that place is still highly militarized. They wouldn't wait now, Remy. They wouldn't put more military than the capacity that the place is required, just to show that they are militarized or not. So if, for example, a country that is just about 10 million has a military size of maybe 500,000, you will say it's not as militarized as Nigeria, whereas it's more militarized. You understand? Because number of military relative to the population is higher. So I think that's just the fact that is there. They wouldn't put more military than they require now.
And this is the problem. I've been talking to you. Would think I've been talking to Remy for over a year, and he should have known these things by now.
No. Whatever you say here, you mentioned an average soldier of up to about one soldier to about 63,000 people. That's what you say.
No.
When you do your math,
that's not what I said. I said in Denmark they have active 25,400 soldiers and reserve 63,000 soldiers. So if you put all of them together, it's 88,000.
But you cannot say that. You said active is 25,000. The rest are maybe
the reserve. The reserve is still part of the military. Don't you get it?
I got you. But when you said reserve, it does not mean that they only call in reserve when they need that help. Maybe
when they're at war. That's when they call it.
They are not at war. They are not.
Yeah, but they get trained. They are still part of the military.
Look. Just like, for example, when you said, for example, even in Nigeria now, we don't know what is the reserve of Nigerian army.
We don't have.
We don't have reserve now.
We don't have reserve.
You don't know. We don't.
We don't, except you want to consider, even though we consider.
I really feel like I failed me.
We consider the retired as reserve. Do you understand? Some young retired military officer.
We consider retired. That is quite funny. We consider retired as reserve.
We consider them as reserve now.
We never call them back when we need them. When Boko Haram.
Okay. My point is very simple.
Don't they call them back when they need them? Sorry.
Hold on, Tunaja. My father
was called back during the Civil War now.
Okay, that's Civil War now. Come on.
My father was called back during the Civil War. If there is a problem, they call back the retired. Yeah.
Now they don't.
My point I'm trying to make here is very simple. My point is simple, like this country, they are not at war with anybody, and they are not looking at going to war with anybody. What they are interested in is providing value for their citizenry. We are not thinking about okay, let's put more money to defense and whatever it is. The most important is that that work-life balance in all these Scandinavian countries and that peaceful environment so that everybody can thrive at the same time. People can realize their
But now
dream.
you begin to see how they did it. I'm trying to get you to see how they did it.
No, no, you cannot talk, you cannot tell me that is not how they do it. That is your own perception. So I rest my case. Anybody can talk because I don't want to be.
This is not a fight
I
you are
don't want to
sparking.
be. No, I don't want to be. But I have other things to do. I don't want
Do
to
you know
be.
what I don't enjoy about some arguments? If you make an argument and if you see a fact, don't say that's your own perception. There are facts, something
I
true
do
is
not
true.
see. I do not see fact in what he's telling me. The reason why I
No,
would
no,
not
no.
see the fact is because
Okay.
I will go back, do my homework, and another day or another time I can pick it up with him because I know
There is better to
like
say
this kind
that.
of topic.
It's better
But
to
for
say
now,
it than
I
to
give
say
you
that
free card. Pick another country. Just pick another country that is not black African.
no, don't worry. There are so many people on the platform. You can engage all of them. To forget about me. Okay? So I don't want to talk.
he's afraid of picking it.
No, I'm not afraid. I'm
You
not
know,
afraid because sometimes I will see the relevance, the importance. What is it? Sometimes to me there's no substance there. So sometimes I don't want to bother myself too much. But I will go ahead and do my own research. And whenever
I hope you really do.
I know you like this kind of
because
topic,
I want you, me and you
I
to start
promise
seeing
you.
eye to eye.
I promise you, I'll pick it up with you again.
Please
But
do,
for now, let other people also talk. You can go ahead and he's there. Patrick is there. Maybe he can engage you. Okay.
I think our focus should be on what is the country doing? How can we hold our governors, these guys are collecting big money now to do anything? How are the people holding them accountable?
You see,
Punishing our people with the right information
another thing. Let
to
me tell
key
you
into some policies back home.
something that I saw recently. I was discussing with my friend in Ilorin. I was asking him about the protest. What does he think? He said, he worked with me. He was my subordinate in there. He said, Oga, let them protest too. He said, let anybody that wants to protest. He said, people don't understand how things are. He said, but what he wants is he wants protest in the states. Let everybody go and protest to the governor. He said, for example, in Kwara State. He said, for example, in Kwara State, before Tinubu came in, the allocation they were getting was about, I think, 2 point something billion. He said, do I know that currently Kwara State get 8 billion every month? And it's not as if
These people are evil.
it's not as if his cost has changed because he's still paying the old salary, and the salary, the wage bill is the major part of his bill. So he has surplus because he's still paying the old salary. Some other costs are still the same. Say so, and so that guy has so much, and he can't see anything that is happening in the state. That's apart from the local government fund and everything that he was getting. So that they should go, each person should go to their state to go and protest. Each person should go to their state. How can you be having as much as close to 40 billion in Delta State, or be how much they say Delta State or River State collects? And you can't, that's a lot of money now. That's a lot. And you can't see it touching
Exactly.
that. That people should
Batoski,
protest
Batoski.
heavily. So you can see that.
Today
You
I
can
saw
see that.
something on.
But let me tell you, let me just close it. Do you know that the challenge we
Continue,
have?
continue.
The challenge we have is that we are picking on the legislator. We are saying we need to cancel this National Assembly. The problem, the pressure we are putting on the legislator, if we put it on the governor, we'll get the better results. Because that's where the
I
money
tell you,
is. And those are the monsters. But all of us are saying cancel National Assembly.
are the
They are collecting
monsters.
this now. They are
I
collecting.
dislike them with everything.
The governors should be the one getting those pressures. The governors, they are so powerful, apart from the money. They are so powerful. If, in short, a governor is better than a vice president. If they give me governorship
It's not his mate.
opportunity and give me vice president opportunity, if I see that my vice president is strong and agile, I'll take governor. I'm telling you, the governor is more powerful, he's richer, he has tendency to make more money, and politically, he has more say than the vice president. He has more say now. If he doesn't have more say, Why was it easy for governors to displace Oshibaju when he was running for
Hmm.
primaries? You have not said that vice president now. Look at a former governor got more votes than Oshibaju in the primaries.
Hmm.
That's the point now. So the governors are the real powerful people, and if there's going to
That
be
is a threat.
they should go and protest in their state. So I'm expecting a protest in a state like maybe Rivers. I'm expecting a protest in all the states of the southeast. I'm expecting a protest in Delta State. I'm expecting protest in Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Kwara,
Ogun.
Kogi,
Even Ogun.
Ogun. Oyo is trying. You know, all those
Oh,
states,
yeah, he's trying.
where their
But
governors are
they still need more pressure.
yeah, all the states that their governors are not doing it to Ondo, they should protest there. And Tinubu was trying to tell them that go and hold your governors. Go and hold
He
your
already said
governors.
it today. See, everything that Tinubu is doing right now is to make sure he opens up his word.
You see,
Yeah,
that's what they are
open
going
up
to
and
say, so you
expose the
don't come
governors.
after them. They are saying that so that they divide the people, so you don't come after them in the middle. Because they allow all the stuff that is flowing down the stream happen. Like all the stuff happening to Dangote right now, is it not the center is coming from? Yet it's going to affect Lagos State. Did you see Shonwolu coming out to complain? Because he doesn't have any mouth to talk against what the president is doing. So they are saying this so you don't come after them. Who is the one that
What
put
is the government doing about Dangote? What do you say? What is the government doing about the Dangote?
No, they already had meeting today now. They already had
it not?
meeting today.
Yeah, is it not the one that
They had
employed
meeting today, all of them.
the Farouk Ahmed guy that is there bad mouthing a national this in
That one will be
the
settled among themselves in the long run. Okay,
a,
it's just
a,
a
a good
normal.
leader
They had
a
a
good
meeting
leader
today.
doesn't play to media gallery. It's like even Nigerians, once we hear anything on the media, you want the president to just make a statement and jump at it. All
yes,
these things that you are
actually,
here,
that's what they call transparency. If you don't know,
is no. He has to investigate and know the truth. You
like you
can't
don't
just
know.
yes.
Yes, of
What
course.
are you
Is it
saying?
going to stop the
Is
power of
that
the parastatals? They are parastatals and they are ministers. There are so many people that are holding important positions. It will just take decision like that. That's not a
The
good
minister
leader.
already met with them today now. Lokobiri met with Dangote. I saw it myself with my eyes like this. It was all over the news. Lokobiri met with
a
Dangote,
good leader will
MPRA,
give them,
met with
he will
all of
call
them today.
them, Dorothy, a good leader will call them and say, you guys go and settle this thing. Then it's only when they are
Exactly, that was
unable
what
to
he did.
settle it, that's when we take action. But Nigerians were always impatient. I don't even know. So immediately you hear that you just sack the what Nigeria want that okay, you sack military. Hey, that guy has done well. Then we'll put another person, you say sack him again.
See, this stuff has been around for weeks now. I think about 3 weeks or a month ago, I had this program where there were organizations in Nigeria that came out and said these NNPC leaders don't want the Nigerian refineries to come on stream, and they are coming to protest. These people represent 400 and something ethnic groups in Nigeria. They are saying that these ministers, from what they've seen from them, they are not looking to get the Nigerian refinery working. And then they also added that they are the ones targeting Dangote. And it turns out that it is true. They too are targeting Dangote to make sure it doesn't come on stream. Remember, these same people are the ones that
I'm very happy. So you now to Niger, you are talking passionately about Dangote. You wanted Dangote to work. You are part of the people that used to badmouth him. I say it's Nigerian money that they used to do it. It's trying to be monopolistic. Is it doing this? Is doing that? I don't even know what you people wanted.
Hold on. Calm down, Arrow. I have never badmouthed Dangote from the beginning. You know why? Because I compared him to all the other useless rich people that we have in Nigeria. He at least is offering value. He's giving people cement.
I think you have forgotten.
Most of them are not doing anything. They are just there
you
raking money.
him a lot, okay? You
No, I
forgot.
don't. Then you don't know me. Then
I
don't know
know
me.
you.
I focus.
Okay, only one person. Ask
Oh
all of
my
them now. They are in
just
the
argue what
platform.
you want. I have my reasoning for why I support someone like Dangote, Oyema. People that are actually doing something valuable. Whether they are making money, who cares? They are supposed to make money. This is how capitalist system works. I've always defended Dangote compared to the other rich people in Nigeria.
To Niger, let me explain the scenario that is going on. Actually, all these people at NNPC is also a form of cash cow for them. They are also making money importing fuel. And this is normal human being reaction. It's like, okay, he's building a refinery. Let's see whether I can complete it. Well, let's see whether I can even produce. But the reality on the ground is that this guy started selling diesel, already exporting it to other countries. They knew.
And jet fuel.
Well, yes, they knew. And their fight now is that how they are going to negotiate so that, because Dangote is not the only refinery in Nigeria. There's some other modular refineries. What Dangote wants, listen, their major fight is this. Dangote want to control everything. Everybody must buy from me. And they don't want it to be like that.
Exactly.
They don't want it to be like that. There are also some smaller modular refinery and other ones that are building. So they don't want to give all the market.
Let me tell you, Remy, their problem is not even the modular refinery. Their problem is to stop importation completely. Those guys in NNPC, they don't want to stop importation completely. You can see the way that outside guy was talking, that if you give it to him, it's not good for national security, it's not good, it's going to encourage monopoly.
That is an argument. Why would you?
It was just talking rubbish. It was not just talking rubbish.
Unfortunately for them,
him. That man should be sacked. Why would he put the Nigerian security in the hands of foreigners?
Unfortunately for them, Dangote is already 4 steps ahead of them, because you cannot come to negotiate without nothing. Your 4 refineries are not working. The modular refinery,
exactly.
What is the capacity of them? So it's already 4 or 5 steps ahead of
Remy, it's part of what we used to say. To Nigeria is here. When we used to say that all these labor union that they are very useless, NLC, TUC, Pengasan, and all those things. The people that are collecting,
they are the ones that destroy us.
In the refineries, they have staff, they get promotion doing nothing. They go on overseas training, producing nothing. Billions of naira every year are budgeted, and they are just collecting the money. Why did they go on strike, or did they go on strike because of that on one day?
Let me tell you something.
You know the funniest part of it. In that refinery, in that refinery alone, they have a housing unit. Sorry, Patrick, just 1 second, they will come in now. In that refinery alone, that Dangote, they have 50,000 rooms for Dangote workers living in that refinery. That's what we call a man that planned very well.
Let me tell you one funny thing that I'm trying to say. You know, there are people who have been employed under that Warri Port Harcourt refinery. Since they started their career, they have retired. The refinery has never worked.
Work one day.
They're just making money.
They got a job as ET, and they have spent number of years required for you to work and retire.
You know the funny thing, they said some of Patrick. They said some of them will even go, and then they will claim what's they called now?
Overtime.
This one that overtime. They will still claim overtime and get paid for it. Maybe they are watching movie. I don't even know what they do. That they are still taking overtime. You know. Let me tell you. If you look at it, let me tell you, to Nigeria, if you look at that country, if you look everybody in that country, let me tell you, give that country to Angel Gabriel, it will have problem. Believe me.
I don't think so. We think Nigeria is too deep. It's when you don't understand the nature of the problem. That's why it looks so deep.
So you understand the problem. So because I don't know how old you are before you left Nigeria, and how many times you have stayed in Nigeria. We that we work as a civil servant, we rose to level 17. We knew what happened in Nigeria. You can't tell me that you know Nigeria more than
I'm not saying I know it more than I do. You see, sometimes two people can look at things and they see differently from a different point of view. I look at it from a more macro point of view. So, and from what I understand, those aspects are more consequential to societies. All the stuff you are seeing, yes, it's true. Those things are true. My own truth is also true. If I look at it, I know that, okay, these are the things you need to tweak and tweak and tweak. If you have the resources, if you do those things, you will see that the society will change. It's
Simba
not,
is
we are
telling
not
you.
the first society to be transformed.
Simba is telling you that look, Nigeria has happened to him, and he has also happened to Nigeria. He has worked in that system.
This
Do you know how
Patrick, you
long
are
it
funny.
do you know how long it will take you to become level 17?
I'm working. I'm
You
working in
don't
this
know.
system.
You don't know. You does
Don't
not
make it look
know.
like I'm
That
not working.
means
I'm
wait
working in the
now.
I mean,
system.
you put in more than 20 years of work.
That
20.
means
My sister is level 16.
he has happened to Nigeria, and Nigeria has happened to him. So he's telling you what is there. His family is in Nigeria. He goes to Nigeria regularly. So nobody say people they tell him about Nigeria. You understand what I'm
Yes.
saying? He has his business in Nigeria. So it's not like you and me. Me now, I've not been to Nigeria in the last 8 years. So he's telling you what is happening there. And you are trying to put things together and
You,
looking at from macro. You are
So
looking
just
from
Patrick,
because you
macro.
see, just
Patrick
because you
earlier
are
on,
you don't have
Mm.
solutions.
Shebi
to
we're
Nigeria,
at after our
Patrick,
Abi.
earlier on, you were talking about Kwara State. I think I was hearing you. Okay, and you were talking about their location. What that guy said was totally right. You understand? But what I can see presently, in fact, I can tell you boldly that Ilorin as of June last year was not the same Ilorin as I'm talking now.
So he has improved.
There is a lot. Last year, when I was in Nigeria last year, June, July, if I was the state I met Ilorin, Ilorin used to have good road network. You
Yes.
stay in Ilorin now.
Yeah.
You understand? There were potholes everywhere. I was not thinking that this economy is so terrible. But now, can you imagine that the guy is not only actually mending all those potholes? He's actually putting another layers of. If you get to that Unity Road now, all those shops that you see by the side of the road, they have removed all of them. If you see Unity Road now, you will think that you are on a road in America. Widen, very smooth. You understand? All those post office area now, they have already blocked them. They wanted to put another layers on them. All the giveaways, all those it's the guy to me. No, I can say
Simba, what about
which
Taiwo?
bridge.
Because
That
I
post
know
office
that.
now, you know that bridge that Soraki created now, around post office. It has limited the extension of that place now.
Okay, they are presently. In fact, that is only what they are doing it in phases so that people will have places to go. Now you cannot go through. You cannot go through Unity now to get to Challenge. You can't go through Unity to get to Challenge. Now those places that they are working on it, they are already blocked. All those A division area, the Challenge. So the only place you can take now is under the bridge in post office. By the time they finish that one, they will close that bridge, and they are going to all those shops that you see along the road in the post office. They have removed all of them.
Really?
Do you understand? To widen the road. He's doing a good job presently in Lorry. I can't say of other areas, though, but that is what I witnessed.
That place is good because there's always enough setback. There's already enough setback. If you go from post office,
We have this habit. That's where I used to. The guy is taking. If you see the kind of demolition that is taking place in Lorry now, he couldn't have done that if he's not doing it second time. You understand?
Yeah.
Now the guy is not contesting for anything. He can do anything now that people can shout and say, whether you shout or not, now he's not looking for your vote now, and that's why he's taking all those bold steps to do whatever he's doing now. Because that is why I use even the kind of democracy that we are practicing, things that will benefit people. Because our people, they just want somebody that will just leave them, everybody to be doing whatever they like. You understand? Yes, the allocation is, in fact, to me, Ilorin road now, essentially road was better than what I saw as at last year. I can't say whether he's doing work in other towns or in Kwara, but I will give him 80% for Ilorin.
Simba, good afternoon, good morning, anywhere you are. Don't you think people pushing for one time of president and governor, they know what they are doing?
If they can
Do you
just give them one
what do you
time,
think they
6
Yes.
years. In fact, it's going to, yes, you will be able to be brutal and take decisive decision that will actually help.
Coming back, you don't send anybody. You do what you want to do. You do it. 6 years president, maybe 5 years governor, done one time.
Let me tell you another thing. I think the issue is not whether term or no term. I think the issue is whether it's in the person. Some people give them that 6 years. They say, this is the only time that I have. Oh. I don't have another one. Let me chop what I want to chop. So it depends.
You know, Patrick, there's nobody that will not eat, that will not chop. You understand? But you know, our politician allows a lot of things to go because we want to seek a re-election. Whether they wanted to continue as senator, they want second time as governor, they wanted, you understand what I'm saying, even as a president. And that is why you see all these threats all over the place. Hey, this guy is doing this thing, so that I will not vote for him, will not return him. That fear, that palpable fear will be there in them, so they will compromise a lot. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that is, yes, and that is why you look at all those countries that are practicing monarchy. They don't listen, they don't need the vote of their citizens, and that's why they can take decisive, brutal decisions. And that is, we see that most of the countries that are monarchy, the things are working. The citizens are compliant. But the so-called democracy, look at it, the pocket of democracy everywhere and there, is it really working? And I know I've asked this question that you should, apart from the so-called Western world, tell me one developing country that's practicing democracy that is working. You can't mention one.
Simba, you mentioned that
because
the guys
they understand the system, they can use it to undermine you when you are practicing the same system as them.
Simba, I want to ask you a question. Simba, you said the governor was demolishing a lot of houses in Ilorin for road construction.
You know, all these shops that people used to put along the road, you know, you know, when you have if you see a road, that should be like how many meters? Is it 15 meters or 20 meters that you set back that you're supposed to have?
This guy is doing this thing. Nobody put it in the news. Nobody say he's destroying me because of so tribe or so blah blah blah. But if it's Lagos, why did you always put ethnic coloration into it? I don't understand. And you want good things for that. And when there was flood recently in Lagos, you started shouting, "This is Lekki, come and see water," or something like that. Why is it like that?
Let me tell you one thing. You know, when Amosu came, he demolished a lot of houses.
Yes, he does. He does.
Do you know the first thing Amosu did? Amosu went to Itaiko. That's where his father's house is. Agbole 1 year. And he created setback and demolished his father's house. In his compound, some people, you know, those who that they bury people inside compound. He told them to remove the dead body and go and rebury. He gave them time in his own father's house.
That's a very good example. At least I've destroyed my own land. So what next?
That was the first place. That was the first place he walked. He extended that road, three lanes on both sides. Put AC.
Actually,
after that place, everybody was there. Everybody.
He turned around.
Anything can happen. They know anything can happen. They just. If you say mark your house for demolition, you can't go and beg it. He has just demolished his father's house.
So what do you want to say? He turned around Abeokuta a lot. I went to Abeokuta during his time. I saw a lot of overhead bridge. In fact, a lot of road construction. That city was never like that before. It was totally in a mess.
All the people that have houses by roadside, everybody was crying. Only those of us that are living inside and say that are not really bothered. You know, this guy demolished everywhere.
So, for example, look at Agege area or Jaw area in Lagos and some part of Itiria and the rest. These are places not well planned. I think the Lagos state government should just go and build a new settlement for them and move them out there and reconstruct all those areas. But if you want to do that, you will be seeing the people will be shouting, a small house, they will be laying claim of 100 million. I beg. See, this is Nigeria.
No, if you Remy, if you are looking at demolition, Haregbeshola demolished in Oshogbo during his tenure. He demolished because if you have been to Oshogbo, you know
I have been
Oshogbo
there
Road.
before.
Oshogbo
Nothing.
Road used to be like Ado-Ekiti Road that is so narrow because you know it's an indigenous town. You understand? For him to open up that Oshogbo to look like a state capital, he has to and he demolished a lot of houses. But you know, I think what used to happen in Lagos is a deliberate thing. They just want to be putting ethnic coloration to whatever Lagos State is doing, and it's deliberate. I think they should not leave even that one should not even be a news again. Anything they wanted to do, they should just do it. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of state governors are demolishing, but you will not hear because the people that are doing the one in Lagos, they are just doing it deliberately to give Lagos a bad name. I don't know what that guy has really done to these people that made them to hate him like that. I don't know.
Would you hate him?
You know what I'm saying. So you want me to talk with all the
Wait, I want you to spell it out now with Mr.
you know what I mean. So just
That's what I'm saying.
I think it's easy to divide people. It's one of the easiest things, and I think maybe we should start becoming aware of it. Like I can divide people very easily, and it's a kind of, I don't know whether it's evolutionary thing that living beings have. So if we know we can be divided more easily, then maybe we can start guarding ourselves against it, because the leaders are very, very aware of this, and maybe the people need to also understand that.
let me tell you. Let me tell you this. If you look at if Patrick is there, Patrick can bear me witness. There are some major rules in the law that you know that even these areas, they are the people that are actually traders along this road, they are predominantly from one tribe. You understand? But it is happening, and it's not only on that road. Most of the major roads, that's where they are doing all these things. But anybody can just come up and say no, because the predominant people that are trading along the road are this type, they are being targeted. Do you understand what I'm saying? But they will not do that one in Kwara. Where is Kwara? Who will listen to them? They know that everybody will listen about Lagos. Everybody in the world is interested in what is happening in Lagos, and that's why they choose Lagos to be doing that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that aspect. Now you know that all this type of divisive stuff is how they get away with misbehaving with us, and I'm glad to be hearing more recently when we go back to this Dangote matter that Nigerians tend to be standing up for him, and just like the way they stood up for Oyema. And I hope more and more people keep coming up and innovating. And
I'm surprised now Nigerians are not coming. They are not standing up for Dangote. Nigerians that everybody was against him. Is our government money that they are using to him? Is it the only one? Is it because it's Hausa? Is it? Are you? If you are not being sentimental, are you not hearing all those things before to Nigeria? Why is everybody now love Dangote? Why is everybody love Dangote suddenly?
Now, because they know where their bread is buttered. If Dangote fails, we ought to hope as Nigeria.
But are they not aware of this before? Why can't they start supported him right from the beginning?
This one
is
is
just now.
This one is not cement. This is petrol business. They don't want Nigerians to.
The thing really surprised me tonight that Nigeria suddenly now love Dangote. Dangote that they see as one of the cabal. They say is the cabal, is one of those people that are running the country.
But also, Dangote came out openly to start speaking plainly about these things. So that also helped. He started talking about
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, see, you know the reason why. So good morning, everybody. The reason why they are supporting Dangote at this time. Listen, anything that will go against Tinubu, they will support. Anything. It's not because it's going to affect Nigeria or anything like that. It's because they know it's going to make Tinubu government look so bad. That's why they are all.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
To Nigeria, you yourself, you come here before. Bad Martin this Dangote, you tell him monopoly and sell a lot of things.
No. I don't know why people hear me. I don't know where you heard me say that. I don't badmouth Dangote.
It's on this show.
Why do people say that? I don't. See, my own approach, you see, then you don't know me at all. My approach has always been, if you offer value, you have to be celebrated. Dangote has offered value. How many rich people are actually doing anything? Do you know how many people that have licenses to open refinery in Nigeria? Those useless people are just had the license. They are busy importing petrol. While Dangote is actually building something. He's supplying cement to people. He's doing fertilizer. What do you want from a rich man anymore? I will never go against Dangote because I know that is a capitalist system we are in. It's just the nature of business, and he should be allowed to do business because he's actually offering value. It's creating jobs. It's creating jobs. Offering people are buying cement that they are using to build buildings. That is the whole point of society. Why would you be against such a person? That's why I look at it. The way I look at people is that the people that are damaging our country are the ones that don't want the country to grow. Dangote is not engaged in any activity that I've seen so far that is stopping Nigeria from progressing. If anything, he wants them to go into steel. Now they've discouraged him from going to steel. Because the steel that the so-called Nigerian government have been working on for how many decades, they've not managed to get it working. Refineries are killing. So I want I will support, and I think every Nigerian should too, support anybody that is trying to industrialize that country. Because we need to start making our own thing and exporting stuff overseas. Dangote is exporting fertilizer to African countries. He's selling cement to African countries. He's opening branches all over the place. That is what Nigeria needs. We need to use Africa as a base to build our economy up. We are all going to be better off for this. I'm never against Dangote.
But your principal continue importing to the country now.
Who?
Your Peter Obi.
What does he import? What does he import?
What does he import? What do you mean by what does he import?
I don't know.
You
Now.
don't know what
he's importing. Now. I don't know what he imports now. I'm asking.
You don't know what he does for living?
I don't know. I don't know what he imports. I know that he was into finance.
He has a lot of supermarkets, so he imports a lot of food.
What are you talking about? You don't know what he imports.
I don't know now. Educate me.
Cookies, candies, toilet paper, everything that you can get in the supermarket.
So he's not manufacturing. So are you saying that PWB is not manufacturing anything in Nigeria?
None.
Which company he has?
If he's not manufacturing anything in Nigeria, that is a fair thing to call him out on.
Yes, of course,
he's talking about consumption to production, but he's not producing. So
so you are claiming no. To Nigeria, don't be funny. Don't be funny. How many times? Even the last time you are having an argument with Kulata or this issue. So you want to tell me that you are not aware that it doesn't have any company that is producing anything in Nigeria?
No. Okay, I'm aware.
Why are you sure? You are just.
Hold on, calm down. I am aware. Let me put it this way. I'm not aware that he has any company manufacturing anything in Nigeria. I'm not aware of that. Neither am I aware that he was also importing things into Nigeria. So
what he's selling in supermarket is the one producing it, Abi.
I didn't know he was into supermarket business. The only time I know.
So that means you don't even. So the person that you are supporting, you don't even know anything about him.
Know this man.
Hold on.
You don't even know this man at all.
Now. You should ask yourself what you should be asking.
So everything that you used to say about him is okay. What people used to say, they said improve education. They said.
Stop making stuff up. So we don't know. I don't necessarily have facts on what you are saying right now because I've watched PWB on interviews on TVs. Often they talk about his affairs in business when he's doing when he was into banking.
But why is it so difficult? Why? No, let me tell you. You are the Google master. So why you be behaving as if you don't know? You don't. Is this what you are doing? You know you are exposing yourself to Nigeria.
Google master.
I'm checking now because I don't know what he is doing. If I don't know, I don't
know. So it's now that you are checking. Somebody that you have been supporting for more than 2 years.
Yes, I will support him because of what he has said, and I will support him because of his record in this thing. Hold on, I will support him because of his record in government. And if you
Which record? If
you're trying to say that he is doing imports, why
Google master?
Now, can you guys calm down now? If you want to say that he's being a hypocrite for claiming that he wants to start manufacturing in Nigeria while he is busy importing, that is a fair criticism. How many times have I had people criticizing him like that? None. That is the problem. Maybe you should be doing your job as an opposition to Peter Obi to raise this type of issues.
It's not true. What you are saying is not true. We even told you about 2 or 3 days ago here, but you refuse to listen. Maybe you put a wax in your ear, or you have a selective deafness.
Simba, Remy, please let me have the engagement with Tunaja today.
No, his name is Gugu Master. He's changed his name to Gugu Master.
Gugu
Master.
So can you just share a link to Tinubu's this P2B's business, because I have not seen it on his
wait here. So you don't really even know what he does for living. He's been shouting. Let me finish, please. Please. I don't want interruption, please. Let me land there. You respond. Please. Thank you. So he has been shouting consumption to production. This man doesn't have one factory, even producing pure water. No, not producing tomato paste, pure water. One factory. And he's been shouting consumption to production, and you have been following this guy. So you don't really know who is Peter Obi. I was very flabbergasted when you were asking me that question. That's what I was saying. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it looks like you are doing a lot of talking, not necessarily a lot of facts. What I said was I gathered that he was into banking once. I also gathered that he was also into trading on drinks, and he did invest in breweries when he was in the southeast. So I'm aware of those type of financial entanglements. But I didn't know anything about supermarket.
That is not his own personal business. That is not his own personal. He does that for Anambra, not his own personal business.
And which was positive for Anambra. But I didn't know anything about supermarket importation and all that stuff. I didn't know anything about that. So if you have evidence for it, then show it to me, because I have not seen any evidence.
I don't need you to tell evidence. You who's your friend? Did you have system in front of you?
Yeah, I have system in front of me. I'm googling and I can't find it. Look at that. You are busy accusing somebody of something. You don't provide any evidence. I provided evidence.
You have system in front of you. You just give us some.
Give me the word.
Yeah, so do that.
Okay, what do I start for? What do I start for, Mr. Evidence?
What I'm asking you now is, what is he selling? What is he doing for a living? In the supermarket, what is he selling? Is he selling momo or vegetable?
Say politician or something. Let's see now. What do you want me to say? I have to look for what he actually does. So
no. I'm very disappointed in you today.
What business?
You don't even know what this guy does for a living. You don't even know.
Thomas, it's all of them.
So if I asked you, what does P2B, what did Tinubu do for a living? Can you account for it? You can't.
Of course, why not?
You might like to think you can, but you can't.
The argument is about Peter Obi. Don't change to Tinubu. We're talking about Peter Obi now.
This one doing Maradona now. He wants to change track very quickly. But point is that I don't know whether he does supermarket this thing. I need to have evidence for it.
Like that. Please show your video and cover your face with your hands. If you can, no.
Yeah, just talking. You have not provided me evidence. You're just talking.
No. You throw me off guard today.
Let me start with P2B supermarket. P2B owns next supermarket. So this is on Facebook, not on this thing. Okay, Fire got ex Anambra governor P2B's Obi next cash or something. So Fire started in a supermarket. Maybe they said P2B owns. This was on Sahara. So that is the only time I will say, okay, there is one thing that they say P2B owns there. So if P2B, you see, this
Obi has got franchise with next store.
Okay, he's got a franchise with next store. Okay, so the stuff that they put in there, are they mostly imported?
All of them imported. Oh,
you see now, it shows that how useless you people are. Because if you were a viable person, you should be able to say, you know what, this guy that is selling us consumption to production, all he does is import. He is the consumption guy. None of you say it. None of you said it. Thomas, Tiremio, all these people, they don't say it because you know why? Maybe Remy is too blinded by Igbo hatred, so he
No.
couldn't even speak straight.
Tunaja, hold on.
It can't even be logical.
Tunaja, hold on. Please, I want to correct one impression. First and foremost, I am not a tribalist. My best friend is from.
You don't need to be explaining that. Remy, why are you being apologetic? Why are you being apologetic?
I don't want you to name me another.
That is their trick. Don't be apologetic to him. Why are you being apologetic? Whatever he says, it doesn't. Let me tell you, to Niger, you cannot tell me that this argument that we're having this morning, people have not put it to you several times. It's just that you are just pretending. You want to tell me that people are not.
You are so terrible at doing it. Your Igbo hatred is so blinding you that you didn't even make this common sense argument to say, you know what, this guy that saw his consumption to production, he's busy importing stuff himself.
No, they make it. When you are not listening, sometimes that.
I never heard it. I never heard it. Why did I hear it now?
We said last time now. Everybody was talking about it.
Everybody know now. That's why they are laughing at him when he
all I hear often is about it, that he's corrupt. That's all I hear. Nobody says he also is involved in importation. He doesn't do any production in Nigeria. That is a viable criticism. It's a strong one. It's a logical this thing because he flies against what he's actually selling to the people.
To Nigeria at that particular moment, a lot of you were laughing at him because they talk about it. Maybe you are not listening, or maybe you are just pretending. Everybody knew that Peter Obi does not produce nothing in Nigeria. What you hear, that's what why they call him container businessman. That's why they call him that.
Apart from
all that's why they refer him to a container economy. So that's the reason. Because everything is I have 20 container on the sea is coming. That is the business he's doing now. So, and apart from the Panama issue and other stuff, that is the business he's doing.
It's funny, his shop was on fire.
Now that you know, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Nothing.
What I'm going to do about it, I'm going to raise it. Even when I'm talking to people that are obedient, I'm like, but is it not a little bit contradictory that somebody that is advocating that we should start our own local production is actually doing a lot of importation? Then I will hear the arguments. Maybe there will be an argument that they will say that, okay, actually he's actually manufacturing a lot of stuff locally.
All he does is imported. That's why Ekene always come here. Ekene too, all his life is always imported. That's why he's supporting nonsense.
I will raise it too. I will raise it. Why would I keep it hidden? I will raise it because you can't have politicians just come and deceive people and people keep it quiet. You see, this is why we have to be methodical with our criticisms. Because if you look at it, that is one of the strongest criticism against consumption to production that he is making, because you can say you are making this argument, but you yourself are not practicing it at all. You are also aiding the consumption.
So that is why people are telling you that when it comes to politics, everybody play it as what is going to support their interest. When he go to arise, that midget Rufai Hussein, why doesn't he ask him that question? He wouldn't ask him.
So. That's true.
He won't ask him
because I didn't hear that question.
He will not do that. So that is the point. He will have. So
yeah, that's a fair question.
Yeah, when we talk, you can. What I like is that whatever you say, the best your governor can have, your president, is 4 years. Then after 4 years, you can re-elect him or not. That is what is transpiring now. But what I like is that when you have a country that can support in your infrastructure development, go for it. The infrastructure is going to be built in your country. Can't you see the landmark train stations all over Lagos, Ibadan, Abeokuta, and the rest? Is it not a source of tourism in Nigeria today? Is it not a sort of Nigerian being proud that, oh, I travel from Ibadan, from Lagos to Ibadan? See them taking photos.
What is to Niger? I asked you to Google, and you said that the only thing you can see is on Facebook. Even go to Wikipedia.
I've seen it on Sahara Reporters now.
Let me tell you, he has a grocery supermarket in Lagos, in Anambra, in Abuja, in Port Harcourt. In Port Harcourt, he has all those things. Apart from that, He was the sole importer of Ovaltine. You know Ovaltine, that beverage. Ketchup.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Ketchup. Those are the things that he's doing. No, he did not even ordinary batches. He doesn't produce ordinary pure water. As Thomas said, he doesn't produce in Nigeria,
Okay,
and
now
he's the one
you
that is
see
a
this is
master
a
of
problem.
consumption to production.
You see, this is a problem. This is exactly at the core of his message, and none of you were even successful in delivering this message. That is crazy. I don't understand it.
Everybody was mentioning it.
No, I've never heard.
To Nigeria, you know your problem. To Nigeria, you know your problem. It's like you are behaving like just hold on. You are behaving like a man in love with a woman. You know, whatever she does, if God that love has blinded you, blinded your sight, it has blinded your ear.
Oh my
So
God.
that was what happened to you. You know, once you love with somebody, that person will do no bad thing.
Let me say what is going on here. What the mistake is happening is that whenever they want to go after, calm down now. Let me just 15 seconds. The issue is that whenever they want to go after P2B, they go after him as a corrupt person. They don't go after the consumption to production argument itself. That is the mistake. All they say is, oh, that's just platitudes and all the rest. They don't say, oh my God, this guy is saying consumption to production. He's not producing anything. Nobody says that.
Do you know what you use? Let me tell you the magic you use for all of you guys. Anytime he's talking, you say go and verify. That's the key word that made them blindfolded, all of them. When they say I do that, this is go and verify. Go and verify. When you mention all those things, they believe him 100%. This guy.
No, you know that Nigerians are very lazy in reading now. You know Nigeria. You know what they used to say. They said, "You want to hide something from a black man, put it in the book." They will not go. Nobody will go and check now.
It's not only this thing. If you want to hide something from a black man, all you have to do is rely on their tribalism to block them from telling for disconstructing this argument. Because instead of you guys will be saying, this guy, the consumption of production that he's arguing about, he's part of the consumption. He's busy putting stuff day in, day out, and not producing anything. That is a devastating argument against him. And nobody bothered to do that. They were busy talking about he's corrupt, something that is not substantiated properly.
Google Master, I have a question for you. Now that you know that this guy is not producing nothing in Nigeria, in 2027, if he has not started having his own company, would that change your mindset?
Yes, if he's making that same argument without him producing anything, yes, it will affect me, and I will ask him that same question. It may not have changed my vote because I will still look at Tinubu as the same thing too, but I will still question him on that. I said, why would you be saying you want production in the country when you are not producing? You say you want to reduce consumption, and while you are busy increasing the consumption.
What you are trying to say now is that although it might change your perception about him, but it does not stop you from voting for him again.
No, it may not change the vote because let's say we have three of
I
these.
mean, we are talking about you personally. No,
that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you that if you have Tinubu, Atiku, and him, based on everything they have done, the other two are still worse. That's the point. They are still worse. That's how I weigh them. But if you put them with, let's say Showore, I would probably let's say if Showore stand a chance of winning.
But Showore is also there now. Why don't you go for Showore last time?
Showore is half crazy too. I saw the demands that Showore put for this protest. I was like, what is that? Is that a demand of this thing? You saw what President did here. See, have you seen that demand list that Showore proposed for the protest?
I don't even bother to check nothing because I know it's a society.
Man, that looks like.
Let me shock you today. There is a video trending online. Showore is trying to tell the people that in 2019, when he wanted to concert for the first time, he said his father and mother, they are from Ijaw, they speak Ijaw. It is Yoruba people that polluted them. That is why he cannot speak Ijaw. That's why he speaks Yoruba, he cannot speak Ijaw. So I was like, generally because I have about Janle Koko one question one day, where exactly is this man from? So this man is now telling the people that are listening to that video and audio, if I see it, I can put it there. Is it an Ijaw man or an Ondo man? We don't even know.
It can be both.
So he said his father and mother are from Ijaw. It is Yoruba that
And
polluted
yet he
them.
grew up in Ondo and lived an Ondo's
It
man's
says
life.
Yoruba that so it's not Yoruba again. So I
No,
know that.
he's both now. He grew up a Yoruba person,
So
even
I
if
don't
he's
know
born by.
exactly. So sometimes this guy also talk anyhow. He talk arrogantly, and
Yeah.
and that one thing that put a lot of Nigeria off him. This arrogance is just too much. If that guy become your president, it will even be worse than the one you have. I'm telling you the truth.
So without Peter
Because
Obi now,
he
without
won't
Peter Obi,
listen.
let me ask you now, without Peter Obi, without Showore, who else is out there in Nigeria that you can say people can rally around?
Of course, people. A lot of people can still come out. I don't know because a lot of people can still come out to contest because this is the.
Hey, we are in trouble. You say I
Morgan,
don't
We
know.
are not. We are not in
There's
trouble.
no leadership material in Nigeria.
No,
Hell, we are in
we are
trouble.
not. We are, for me, I like that Babagana Zulum of Borno State. Okay, I think it's a good
Okay.
material, and I also like Wiki for one thing. This is a man that gets things done. I like people that get things done. I hate people that make mouth. So whatever you have
Yeah.
against these kind of people, they get things done immediately. Go
Yeah.
to Borno. Borno is terrible, and that guy is doing something fantastic there. Wiki, whether you like it or not, is getting things done. But people that make empty, that make a lot of.
But did you know what they did to that guy recently?
Which one?
That same Zulum that you are talking
Yeah, there
about.
was a fake news now. They say his son went to India, and the boy was
And they
right
were
there.
busy sharing it. That the son killed somebody in India. The guy was already arrested, was in prison. Somebody that was even in Nigeria. You know, Nigerians were so terrible. I don't know why we just like negativity.
Don't you know that Sheikh
went on one like
Okubaloye
this.
too was online recently? They said Channels TV have fired him, and the guy was
Yes.
already in America. And yesterday he was back on his post, Politics Today. I watched the program. So fake news is too much, and a lot of lies that are outside there, and people don't cross check most times, especially our young ones.
Remy,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Remy, you watched that interview yesterday. What do you drive from what Mamadou was talking about yesterday when he was talking?
I think that one is you can see even the comment that one is born out of hatred and probably no opportunity for him to eat, and at the same time trying to sell himself. Who knows? Maybe he still wants to go back to APC. I did not see any substance in what he said. They asked him some good question. He will dodge it. He will be talking rubbish. And they asked him so many questions that you said that the country is in a mess, and they have a contrary evidence that look, this is the World Bank projection for Nigeria, the growth 3.1%. That is factual. The external reserve already increased. Now we are about 35 point something billion dollars. Don't you see that? That is World Bank report. I don't, it's
but you see that growth is another lie again. You have to learn to read lies from statistics. You see, the Nigerian GDP
Well,
depreciated.
you always quote statistics for us. You Google
Yes,
master.
I
You
agree
go
with you.
there. You talk about data, but now you are also condemning it. So you can see
No,
the
I'm
way
not condemning data. I say you need to know how to read what the data is telling you. Remember, the
you
Nigerian
Okay,
GDP
no.
contracted.
Okay, Mr. Data that knows that. I don't know that you're a statistician. So maybe you are just like rational man. You are master of everything. Okay, tell us, explain to us now in simple man language that we understand. Yeah,
Okay, let
go
me try.
ahead.
So
you want to go and give it again.
last 2 years, Nigeria had a
Yeah.
GDP of $500,000. So
Mm.
because of the depreciation of the naira, the GDP collapsed to 500.
Okay, so let me tell you now. Let me tell you now. No. Wait.
For it to grow from there
Wait. Now, let us be taking it. It's a conversation. I think maybe. Do you have any neurological problem when you are growing up? Because I think you find it very difficult to engage in a conversation, one-on-one conversation. You just want to be talking. Let us be taking it one after the other. Okay. Now this one that you said, do you remember what happened during Jonathan regime when they raised our GDP? Were you aware of that?
So you asked me to explain something. You didn't let me explain it. Is that it? I'm talking.
Okay. What are you explaining? You want to move to another point, and after this point that you said, let us debate this one first before you move to another one.
You guys are the perfect gaslighters. It's all right. Go ahead.
So we know they rebased the economy during Jonathan regime. I think the way
And that was when we became the first in Africa. We were not first before. Now, what they're supposed to do now is not about looking at it. When you talk about GDP, you are talking about assets of a country, what the country has. So if they you cannot base it on what we have before. I say, okay, because of the depreciation. If they rebase the economy of Nigeria now, you will not be talking about what we are talking now, because it has to be rebased in dollars. And it's an asset. Asset doesn't change in value.
It does change in value, actually. So now let me clarify. You see, the Nigerian asset depreciated by almost 50% in 1 year under this government. That's why we went from 500 and something billion GDP to 200 and something billion GDP. So if you are looking
let me tell you, okay, which asset are you talking about? That okay, if you want to sell now.
From the point of view of the dollar, the entire country has the price of everything in the entire country has depreciated by 50%.
How can you say the price depreciated? The price never depreciated.
Because the currency of the dollar doubled in value.
Yes. So if you want to, let me tell you now, if I have a car that was, let's say, I bought maybe May last year for 10 million naira.
Yes.
Do you think now, and then you now put that value at that 10 million naira then? Now, you want to tell me that the value of that same car now, even if I want to sell it, I will still sell it at 10 million naira? That what you're telling me?
You may not sell it at 10 million naira, but you will not.
Let me tell you, the same car. Let me tell you, a car that I bought June last year is now more than times 2 the price now.
Yes.
That is why I'm telling you that it has to be rebased. You can't be basing it, because this one, it suits your narrative, because you want to pay, all of you want to paint the country in a bad manner. And that's why you are flying around with all this. If you really understand the economy, this is not about security. All this one that you go and read online and then you come and be pouring for us. This is not about security. You have to rebase the economy to know the true GDP of Nigeria now.
You're not allowing me to talk. If that was the case, the Nigerian GDP will be back to 500 billion dollars. Why is it around 200 something billion dollars? So
when they rebased it that time, there was a value that they were flying around that time before they rebased it. You understand? If you don't tell them about your GDP, they will not tell that. It was during the time of Okonjo, where I remember vividly. They are dangling one from a value that time, maybe 200 and something or 300 and something. But when they rebased it, they said, okay, we have rebased our economy, and then our GDP is now about 500 something billion dollars. That was what they did that time. It wasn't as if that was something fantastic. It was just a rebasing. So we have to can rebase our economy now. If we rebase it based on the current trend, we cannot be at that 300 and something billion.
You don't want to have conversation with people. The truth is that they devalue the currency and the value of the economy depreciated accordingly. That is what has happened. And when you want to rise from there, don't pretend as if that is a massive rise. That is just a shift from 280,000 to 83,000 GDP or 384,000 GDP. That's not a significant growth. You are still below where you are in terms of the dollars. You are still well below.
The problem you used to have is you only listen to yourself. You don't listen to other people, and that's why you don't even know what people are saying. That's why you said that you don't know that people used to talk about Peter Obi that doesn't produce anything. Because what I'm telling you now, you don't want to listen to me. You just only want to continue with what you have in your mind.
See, if what you are saying means that the Nigerian economy comes out as $500 billion, I will agree with you. But it's not, is it?
I'm telling you now, we need to rebase based on the current trend. If we rebase at the current trend, you'll be.
So there are no consequences to devaluing your currency. Then, by your analysis, there are no consequences to devaluing the currency.
So the consequence that you are looking at is the fall in GDP. Is that what you are telling us? Even Chinese are devaluing their currency to boost their trade. So what are you talking about?
Because they are gaining from the import, but we don't do imports. So when we devalue our currency,
not export, not import. Export.
Sorry. You are right. We don't do exports. So when you devalue your currency and you are not doing a lot of exports to bring that value back in terms of, let's say you divide it by $250 billion, you want to be able to do exports.
But I gave you, let me tell you, I gave you an analogy. Now, you understand? You cannot tell me that if you leave our GDP to what it was before the devaluation of Naira and you just base it on that. Now I'm telling you now that even the price of even the commodity that we sell now is not like 600 naira. The thing that we used to be to be valued at 600 naira now, they are not valued at 600 naira. They are valued at something close to 2,000 naira. That's what I'm telling you, that they
I
have
agree
to
with you on
rebase.
that. I agree with you on that, but there are so many other things that didn't increase in a commensurate manner, like properties now. The price of properties are not doubling. If anything, it was actually coming down.
It's
And
not
the
true. What you are saying is not true. So you want to
I'm
tell me
telling
that the
you,
same price that they are selling, go and look at the houses that they are selling at this time of last year and now, and go and compare the price. What are you talking about?
not everything increase in a commensurate manner.
Everything increases. Everything increase.
Okay,
Everything
you are
increases.
saying
Everything
that
increased. So everything increased.
Ah.
Everything.
not everything. Like I know
Even
The
even
only
when
the only thing, let me tell you,
I
the
said
only thing that you can say will lose value is what is money, liquidity, money that you have at hand that you can say depreciated. But if you have assets, it doesn't depreciate. That's what I are telling you.
it doesn't depreciate. All I see, okay, in terms of property, because there are two layers of what has happened to Nigeria. The removal of the subsidy caused prices to go up, which technically would have increased business activity in Nigeria and increased our GDP. But the depreciation of the currency brought it down. While you see within the country, it means that everything exponentially increased. The depreciation of the dollar means they will have to double the price of things because the dollar increased in value by about 2. Then you look at the fuel, this thing, the subsidy removal increased the petrol from 190 to around 600. So that's triple. So you can see now that on average things have increased in price for about around 4 to 5 times.
What do you mean? What do you mean by what? Why are you singling out the petrol whatever? What does that mean? Is it
Why I
not
single it out?
petrol is just a commodity also now?
Yeah, the reason why I single it out because it too increased this price of commodities. Then on top of that, then the fuel, this is
That's why we tell you that
the
everything
did that
increases.
too.
So why can't we
Yes,
match it up with that increase?
if the
And why
increase
are we leaving it at the price of last year? Why are we not looking at the present value now?
your thing is okay. That's why I'm telling you that within the economy there are still areas that are lagging, like energy costs, price of electricity, phone charges, all these other things. They are still lagging in terms of increasing in price. Hence, when you look at the overarching
Lagging. So
economy,
you agree that you agree that so the price of petrol is lagging behind. Is that what you are saying?
no, the price of this thing. What would I say? Electricity and the price of your
Lagging. What do you mean by lagging behind?
lagging behind. It means that like many things have tripled in price, but the
Mm.
price of let's say glow this in data has not tripled in price. You see what I mean? The price of electricity, monthly electricity, has not tripled in price. That is what I'm saying. They are still lagging. A lot of other things are still lagging.
So you didn't hear what when if you want to use this as a negative thing, you use it. So when they increase the tariff and everybody was shouting, you are not aware of that, Abi?
See, what I'm trying to get you to see is the fact that the actual size of the economy, if you were correct, everything should have corrected for itself so that the size of the economy returns back to
But that is
500.
what we are saying now.
Sorry,
So
now
they have
let
to
me finish the
recalculate it.
point.
It has to be recalculated.
Yeah, they will calculate it now, and that's why our GDP for this year is still a certain amount. The point I'm trying to make is that the size of the GDP
Do
has to
you
be
okay? Let me tell you
like
now.
that. You won't let
Are
me
you
finish
aware
the
that
sentence.
China has overtaken US in terms of GDP PPP?
Yes, that was a while ago, actually.
You
So
understand? But when you now look, but if you look at the nominal GDP, US is still the largest economy in the world.
yeah, but I'm looking at the normal GDP that we normally use to measure. I'm saying that if everything you are saying is correct, the normal GDP should all the accumulated increase in costs should still amount to
Hey, but
500.
when
Oh,
it's not
up,
something,
up
who would do that one for you if you don't do it?
and you say, when you not the one saying I have a psychological problem, come on, man. You wouldn't even let me talk. See, I'm just trying to make a point. If your argument was correct, it means that all the accumulated changes within the economy will still give the GDP, the amount to GDP of $500 billion. If it doesn't appear there and you still see around 280, 300 billion GDP, it means the economy has not corrected. The damage is still there. I hope you understand now. You see, this is why we have to be patient with each other and hear each other out. I'm the one with a psychological problem. All right. So now let's go back to this. We should be rounding up actually. What's there to go back to? There's nothing there to go back to other than to the shame of Simba right now and the counseling that he's going to need for all the.
Do you know what?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know what's going on about Anambra? River State, Bara and these guys. I was hearing some news about it today. That Fox said something about it. It's not clear to me. I don't know if anybody knows anything about that.
Sorry, I didn't catch it fully. I didn't catch it. What did he say?
I said there was something that going on about River State.
What happened?
It seems like somebody. I think God give the judgment against Fubara.
Fubara.
Fubara. Yeah.
Let me check. River State. Okay. Those ones, they are still tussling away. But I gather that Fubara is gaining an upper hand, though. I gather he's gaining an upper hand in the argument.
No. He's getting upper hand within the citizen, but not in court. Not with the no. He's actually losing in court.
Yeah, but they said court. Okay, let me read this now. 24 hours ago, it says court rejects push to bar Fubara from spending public funds. So he's favoring him now. It's not against him. It's for him.
Okay, that's okay for him. Okay.
Yeah, that's what they said. It's favoring him. So far so good. Okay. I think he's taking charge of the state eventually, but I think the Supreme Court has now ruled that local governments have to be in charge. I really think that we in the diaspora can take over local governments. There's no reason why you can't. They are not exactly very big. If people gather money together, you take over local governments and you implement your ideas that you believe so much is good for the country. You could implement it.
Very soon now you will see a lot of traffic going towards local government election. People will start.
Because that's where the money is.
Now, that's where the money is. You will now see people with brains contesting for that election. A lot of parties, most parties that they don't even have interest before, that they don't even have interest in contesting with a local government election or even councillor. You now see people going there now. You're thinking of me going for House of Rep or saying let me go for chairmanship. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, that would be quite interesting to behold.
I have to go to my local government to go and contest for chairman local government for next election. I'm going home.
Yeah, I think it would be good to work with local government because they are smaller and you can carry out your proof of concepts. Personally, one of the things I'm interested in is a different kind of democratic system, which is a direct democratic system. In other words, the people of the local government should be given rights to have a say in how they are governed and things that go on in their societies. If you
that's where it starts from.
Yeah, that's how you can start changing things because
everything begins from foundation, and the foundation of democracy is local government. Understand?
Yeah.
So that's back in the days. I used to know the councillor in my area. They used to do a lot of things, But these days, nothing's happening. But now, with this local government autonomy that is going on, it's going to open up a lot of things. You understand? That's my belief.
Yeah, it's okay.
We should just all of us should stop talking on internet. We should go and be part of it. We should go and try and make a change.
Yeah, I agree.
Back home and make, you know what I mean? That's what I'm doing. 2027. I'm going back to Malaysia. I'll go and for local government in my area.
Yeah, look at our nominal GDP.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. The nominal GDP is 252.73 billion dollars. The Nigerian nominal GDP for 2024. So we are going to be looking up for 2025. If he corrects, I think he probably will correct a little bit, but we'll see how much he corrects. And I hope that finally comes on stream. That will help a lot.
To Niger, did you see what happened recently? Your vice presidential candidate, that Ahmed, you know, he owns a university in Nigeria.
Yeah,
based university in Abuja, but his daughter graduated from Reading's University in UK. Reading. So what can you say about that?
Is it not the same sickness that many Nigerians have? They feel like they have to school their children overseas.
And also, he has a university that is collecting money from Nigerians, but his daughter, he didn't consider that university quality enough.
I think what Nigerians do, they send their children overseas because of fear of retribution and security. That's one of the reasons why they send their children overseas. It's not only about quality. They just send them there for safety, so that they can be assured that their children are not facing the Nigerian dangers.
So what happened to the other children? So what happened to the other children? They're not deserve to be safe in their own country.
That is what we should be calling out. That is what we should be calling out. You know, I think somebody wanted to stop, lawmakers from sending, or people involved in government to be sending their children overseas, but they shut him down because all these things. If you are sending your children for safety overseas, why would you keep Nigeria safe? Because you don't have a stake. Your children are not there. So all those things are the kind of things we need to be picking up on. And I really like what Prince Daddy said today about being specific about our protests. That he was even advocating that people should be going out to protest for Dangote. And the truth is, if you go out on the street to protest for Dangote right now, it's actually worth its weight in gold because it means something. Nigeria is
the two Nigerians, they are just, let me tell you what, I don't know, I can't remember the name of this other guy that we're having conversation together now. What he said is actually the truth. Nigerians didn't like Dangote before. Kenny. Nigeria, the kind of support, it's just like, the enemy of my enemy is now my friend. That's what they are doing.
Yeah.
That's what they are doing. The sudden law for Dangote is not original. It's not original. They just wanted to use it to give the government a bad name. That is it. That's why they cannot go out and protest for Dangote.
And those type of people, they are damaged now, isn't it? Their perception of what is right for their own people even is.
I've heard somebody on this platform that said that that refinery should be burnt down.
Wow. Yeah, let's hope such people don't see progress in Nigeria.
So you see, my own point here is not as if I didn't have any preference, but the idea of painting some people better than the other, that's what I don't like. You see this Dati Ahmed now. This is somebody that will be talking passionately and be talking and be angry with his anger. I think because he has a anger issue. Look at it now. You establish a university, a private university, and your daughter cannot attend your university.
Wow.
What does that one tell you? And this is the person that they said they love the country. They will come on media on here and they'll be talking as if they are the one that have the solution to the problem of the country.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. They need to start withdrawing their children from that.
We are not even asking him to send his daughter to a public university. You own it's just like somebody who, like a headmaster, or your own school that you have control over.
See, this is normal. I think the other day I heard the head of this in Lagos University. He was talking and he's talking about how his son has got multiple degrees overseas. I was like, wow, it's like this is just a thing now. They just send their children overseas and they are heading Nigerian universities. It's a problem that
they will be looting the money. They will be looting the money of Nigeria, and then they will be actually using that money to sponsor their children abroad.
Yeah, no wonder it's easy for them to wreck the country because
so that's Ahmed is collecting millions of tuition fees from Nigerians, innocent Nigerians, and using it to train his own daughter in Reading University in the UK.
For me,
and that guy will still have the effrontery to come on here, to come and be talking jargons to us. And the people with sentiment, they will still be listening to you and be seem like a messiah, like a saint.
For me, it's very
This is a
simple.
village. This is a village. Not even this,
If you are a public servant, and you steal public fund, you pay with capital punishment. If you're a public servant, you shouldn't necessarily have your children, multiple of your children overseas, schooling, except the nation sends them overseas, especially if you are a high office holder, because it's a security threat. They could use your children to blackmail the country and get something out of the country without even the people knowing. So you don't know that, and I for
Simba,
one know that the
Simba,
world is not
Simba, do you know?
a free lunch. So
Sorry,
I won't. Sorry, let me finish.
Simba.
Let me finish what I was saying. I won't support our public officials, high office holders, sending their children overseas like that. So those are what it is. If we are serious about changing Nigeria and making sure our lawmakers are doing the right thing by Nigeria, make sure their children remain in Nigeria, make sure they pay for stealing public fund, then you find that the system starts improving. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I was listening to the news yesterday. There's some lawmaker from, I think it's not from River, from South area there. They came to London here to celebrate their children graduating at one of the university here. About 5, 6 of them. You understand? You know what I mean? They said they come, they represent us, and they need to let the UK know that their children they have support of the government of their state graduating from the school. I was actually shaking my head like this. You know, when you have university back home, that's how you guys are supposed to pump money and make it great, make it better. They come here and they are celebrating somebody graduating from one Coventry University, Coventry University.
Coventry, yeah.
You know,
Coventry,
it's just a shame, seriously. That
it's all good.
Will call the...
So sorry, I have to close shop now. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and having a very civil conversation. I'm going to seek some psychological diagnosis, because I've been made aware that I may have a bit of a psychological problem. And Patoski, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you for coming in. Co-host general. Who made you a general? You're Lokpa. You look like a Lokpa Thomas. Who made you a general? Thank you for joining us, Lokpa Thomas. Simba, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. And Kenny, I appreciate you too. Thank you for joining us. Niger Man, I see you there in the chat. Thank you for joining One Man today. Boas Biggie, thank you for joining One Man. Eva G, I see you there. I know you are enemy of progress, but it's all good. Thank you for joining One Man nonetheless. AB, I see you. Thank you for joining us. Don't be ashamed of laughing at me. I laugh at myself all the time. Sports, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Israel Sukuru, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Israel Sukuru. Thank you for the comments. And we are global. Thank you for joining us. We are global. Thank you for joining us. I see you there. And Olalekan Seriki. Olalekan Seriki. I thank you for joining us. Olalekan Seriki. Oscar Blackbone. I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Oscar Blackbone. And who else is there? Adebola Abiola. Thank you for joining us, Adebola Abiola. Eyo, another enemy of progress, but it's all good nonetheless. Is it Eyo there? Eyo Adeyo. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Eyo Adeyo. Knowledge Crystal, thank you for joining us, Knowledge Crystal. And who else is there that I've not mentioned? I think I've mentioned almost everybody. Chioma, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Chioma. I appreciate you. And Oya Oga, I see you there. Ayo was also there. And the people that donated, let me try to highlight them. T Majek, I see you there. Thank you for the donation. Topeo, I see you. Thank you for the donation, Topeo. Heavy. Topeo again. Thank you for the donation. And Ayo, thank you for the donation. And who else? Hulata. well represented, Colata, and Isaac Ojo. Isaac Ojo, thank you for the donation. And finally, Alexander Gomez, thank you for all the donations. And feel free to subscribe, follow, and share, and join One Man for the show later this evening. So now I'm going to be looking to close it out with one of these nice songs here. Till next time, bye.
Obono gini kama chozunu imana chukwa kosi womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obono kife la chasha so, obono kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me.